At night, we stayed up late trying to solve the mystery of Ethan and Genevieve, a mortal and a caster, desperate to find a way to be together against impossible odds. At school, we faced some steep odds ourselves, just getting through another 8 hours at Jackson, and it was only getting harder. Every day there was another scheme to drive Lena away, or us apart, especially if that day was Halloween. Halloween was generally a pretty loaded holiday at Jackson. For a guy, anything involving costumes was an accident waiting to happen. And then there was always the stress of whether or not you made the guest list to Savannah Snow's annual blowout. But Halloween took on a whole new level of stress when the girl you were crazy about was a caster. I had no idea what to expect when Lena picked me up for school, a couple of blocks from my house, safely around the corner from the eyes in the back of Amma's head. "You're not dressed up," I said, surprised. "What are you talking about?" "I thought you'd be wearing a costume or something." I knew I sounded like an idiot the second the words came out of my mouth. "Oh, you think casters dress up on Halloween and fly around on brooms?" She laughed. "I didn't mean, sorry to disappoint you. We just dress for dinner like we do on any other holiday." "So it's a holiday for you guys, too?" "It's the most sacred night of the year, and the most dangerous. The most important of the 4 high holidays. It's our version of New Year's Eve, the end of the old year and the beginning of the new." "What do you mean by dangerous?" "My grandma says it's the night when the veil between this world and the other world, the world of spirits, is the thinnest. It's a night of power and a night of remembrance." "The other world? Is that like the afterlife?" "Sort of. It's the realm of spirits." "So Halloween really is all about spirits and ghosts?" She rolled her eyes. "We remember the casters who were persecuted for their differences, men and women who were burned for using their gifts." "Are you talking about the Salem witch trials?" "I guess that's what you call them. There were witch trials all along the eastern seaboard, not just in Salem, all over the world even. The Salem witch trials are just the ones your textbooks mention." She said "your" like it was a dirty word, and today, of all days, maybe it was. We drove past the Stop and Steal. Boo was sitting by the stop sign at the corner, waiting. He saw the hearse and loped slowly after the car. "We should just give that dog a ride already. He must be tired following you around day and night." Lena glanced in her rear-view mirror. He'd never get in. I knew she was right, but as I turned back to look at him, I could have sworn he nodded. I spotted Link in the parking lot. He was wearing a blonde wig and a blue sweater with a Wildcats patch sewn on it. He was even carrying pom-poms. He looked scary and sort of like his mom, actually. The basketball team had decided to dress up like Jackson cheerleaders this year. With everything else that had been going on, it had slipped my mind. At least, that's what I told myself. I was going to get a lot of crap for this, and Earl was just waiting for a reason to jump all over me. Since I had started hanging out with Lena, I had developed a hot hand on the court. Now I was starting center instead of Earl, who was not too happy about it. Lena swore there was nothing magic about it, at least not caster magic. She came to one game, and I made every shot. The drawback was she was in my head throughout the game, asking me 1,000 questions about foul shots and assists and the 3-second rule. Turns out she had never been to a game. It was worse than taking the sisters to the county fair. After that, she skipped the games. I could tell she was listening, though. When I played, I could feel her there. On the other hand, maybe she was the reason the cheer squad was having a tougher year than usual. Emily was having a hard time staying on top of the Wildcats pyramid, but I didn't ask Lena about that. Today it was hard to pick out my teammates until you got close enough to see the hairy legs and facial hair. Link caught up to us. He looked worse up close. He had tried to put on makeup, smeared pink lipstick and all. He hitched up his skirt, tugging on the straining pantyhose underneath. "You suck," he said, pointing at me across a row of cars. "Where's your costume?" "I'm sorry, man, I forgot." "Bull. You just didn't want to put all this crap on. I know you, Wait. You wussed out." "I swear, I just forgot." Lena smiled at Link. "I think you look great." "I don't know how you girls wear all this junk all over your face. It itches like hell." Lena made a face. She almost never wore makeup. She didn't have to. "You know, it's not like we all sign a contract with Maybelline when we turn 13. Link patted his wig and stuffed another sock down his sweater. "Tell that to Savannah." We walked up the front steps, and Boo was sitting on the lawn next to the flagpole. I almost asked how that dog could have possibly beaten us to school, but by now, I knew not to bother. The halls were packed. It looked like half the school had skipped first period. The rest of the basketball team was hanging out in front of Link's locker, also in drag, which was a big hit. Just not with me. "Where are your pom-poms, Wait?" Emery shook one in my face. "What's the matter? Those chicken legs of yours didn't look good in the skirt?" Sean pulled on his sweater. "I bet none of the girls on the squad would lend him a skirt." A few of the guys laughed. Emery put his arm around me, leaning in toward me. "Was that it, Wait? Or is it Halloween every day when you're hooking up with a girl who lives in the haunted mansion?" I grabbed him by the back of his sweater. One of the socks in his bra fell down to the floor. "You want to do this now, Em?" He shrugged. "Your call. Bound to happen sooner or later." Link stepped in between us. Ladies, we're here to cheer, and you don't want to mess up that pretty face, Em." Earl shook his head, pushing Emery down the hall in front of him. As usual, he didn't say a word, but I knew the look. Once you go down that road, Wait, there's no going back. It seemed like the basketball team was the talk of the school until I saw the real cheer squad. Turns out my teammates weren't the only ones who had come up with a group costume. Lena and I were on our way to English when we saw them. Holy crap! Link hit my arm with the back of his hand. "What?" They were marching down the hall single file. Emily, Savannah, Eden, and Charlotte, followed by every member of the Jackson Wildcats cheerleading squad. They were dressed exactly alike, in ridiculously short black dresses, of course, pointy black boots, and tall, bent witches' hats. But that wasn't the worst part. Their long black wigs were curled into wild ringlets, and in black makeup, just below their right eyes, were painstakingly drawn exaggerated crescent moons. Lena's unmistakable birthmark. To complete the effect, they were carrying brooms, pretending to frantically sweep around people's feet as they walked down the hall in procession. Witches on Halloween? How creative. I squeezed her hand. Her expression didn't change, but I could feel her hand shaking. "I'm sorry, Lena." If they only knew. I waited for the building to start shaking, the windows to blow out, something, but nothing happened. Lena just stood there, seething. The future generation of the DAR headed toward us. I decided to meet them halfway. "Where's your costume, Emily? Did you forget it was Halloween?" Emily looked confused. Then she smiled at me, the sticky, sweet smile of someone a little too proud of herself. "What are you talking about, Ethan? Isn't this what you're into now?" "We were just trying to make your girlfriend feel at home," Savannah said, smacking her gum. Lena shot me a look. "Ethan, stop. You'll just make it worse for yourself." "I don't care. I can handle this. What happens to you happens to me." Link walked up beside me, yanking up his stockings. "Hey, girls. I thought we were coming as bitches. Oh, wait, that's every day." Lena smiled at Link in spite of herself. "You shut your mouth, Wesley Lincoln. I'm going to tell your mama that you're hanging out with that freak, and she won't let you out of your house till Christmas." "You know what that thing on her face is, don't you?" Emily smirked, pointing from Lena's birthmark to the crescent she'd drawn on her cheek. "It's called a witch's mark." "Did you look that up online last night? You're an even bigger idiot than I thought." I laughed. "You're the idiot. You're going out with her." I was turning red, which was the last thing I wanted to do. This wasn't a conversation I wanted to have in front of the whole school, not to mention the fact that I had no idea if Lena and I were even going out. We had kissed once, and we were always together, in one way or another, but she wasn't my girlfriend. At least I didn't think she was, even though I thought I'd heard her say that at the gathering. And what could I do? Ask? Maybe it was one of those things that if you had to ask, the answer was probably no. There was some part of her that still seemed to be holding back from me. A part of her I just couldn't reach. Emily jabbed me with the end of her broom. I could tell the whole stake in the heart concept would be attractive to her just about now. "Emily, why don't you all go jump out a window? See if you can fly. Or not." Her eyes narrowed. "I hope you enjoy yourselves sitting around the house together tonight while the rest of the school is at Savannah's party. This will be the last holiday she spends at Jackson." Emily spun around and marched back down the hall toward her locker, Savannah and their minions trailing behind her. Link was joking around with Lena, trying to cheer her up, which wasn't hard, considering how ridiculous he looked. Like I said, I could always count on Link. They really hate me. It's never going to get old, is it? Lena sighed. Link broke into a cheer, jumping around and waving his pom-poms. "They really hate you, yes they do. They hate everyone, how about you?" "I'd be more worried if they liked you." I leaned over and put my arm around her awkwardly, or tried to. She turned away, my hand barely brushing her shoulder. Great. "Not here." "Why not?" "You're just making it worse for yourself." "I'm a glutton for punishment." "Enough of the PDA." Link elbowed me in the ribs. "You're gonna make me stop feeling bad for myself, now that I've doomed myself to another year without a date. We're gonna be late for English, and I gotta take these pantyhose off on the way. I'm getting a serious wedgie." "I just have to stop at my locker and get my book," Lena said. Her hair began to curl around her shoulders. I was suspicious, but I didn't say anything. Emily, Savannah, Charlotte, and Eden were standing in front of their lockers, primping in front of the mirrors hanging inside the doors. Lena's locker was only a little farther down the hall. "Just ignore them," I said. Emily was rubbing her cheek with a Kleenex. The black moon-shaped mark was only smearing bigger and blacker, not coming off at all. "Charlotte, do you have any makeup remover?" "Sure." Emily wiped her cheek a few more times. "This isn't coming off. Savannah, I thought you said this stuff came off with soap and water." "It does." "Then why isn't it coming off?" Emily slammed her locker door, annoyed. The drama got Link's attention. "What are those four doing over there?" "Looks like they're having some kind of problem," Lena said, leaning against her locker. Savannah tried to wipe the black moon off her own cheek. "Mine isn't coming off either." The moon was now smeared across half her face. Savannah started digging around in her purse. "I have the pencil right here." Emily pulled her purse out of her locker, searching through it. "Forget it, I have mine in my bag." "What the?" Savannah pulled something out of her bag. "You used Sharpie?" Emily laughed. Savannah held the marker up in front of her. "Of course not. I have no idea how this got in here." "You're so lame. That will never come off before the party tonight." "I can't have this thing on my face all night. I'm going dressed as a Greek goddess, Aphrodite. This will completely ruin my costume." "You should have been more careful." Emily dug around in her little silver purse some more. She dumped her purse on the ground under her locker, lip gloss and nail polish bottles rolling around on the floor. "It has to be here." "What are you talking about?" Charlotte asked. "The makeup I used this morning, it's not here." By now, Emily was attracting an audience. People were stopping to see what was going on. A Sharpie rolled out of Emily's purse into the middle of the hall. "You used Sharpie too?" "Of course I didn't!" Emily shrieked, rubbing her face frantically, but the black moon only grew bigger and blacker like the others. "What the hell is going on?" "I know I have mine," Charlotte said, turning the lock on her locker door. She opened the door and stood there for a few seconds, staring inside. "What is it?" Savannah demanded. Charlotte pulled her hand back out of her locker. She was holding a Sharpie. Link shook his pom-pom. "Cheerleaders rock!" I looked at Lena. "Sharpie?" A mischievous smile spread across her face. "I thought you said you couldn't control your powers. Beginner's luck." By the end of the day, everyone at Jackson was talking about the cheer squad. Apparently, every one of the cheerleaders who dressed up as Lena had somehow used a Sharpie to draw the innocuous crescent moon on her face instead of eyeliner. Cheerleaders. The jokes were endless. All of them would be walking around school and the rest of town, singing in the church youth choirs and cheering at the games with Sharpie on their cheeks for the next few days until it faded away. Mrs. Lincoln and Mrs. Snow were going to have a fit. I just wished I could be there to see it. After school, I walked Lena back to her car, which was really just an excuse to try to hold her hand a little longer. The intense physical feelings I had when I touched her weren't the deterrent you might have expected. No matter what it felt like, whether I was burning or blowing out light bulbs or getting struck by lightning, I had to be close to her. It was like eating or breathing. I didn't have a choice. And that was scarier than a month of Halloweens. And it was killing me. "What are you doing tonight?" As she spoke, she pulled her hand absent-mindedly through her hair. She was sitting on the hood of the hearse, and I was standing in front of her. "I thought maybe you'd come over and we'd stay home and answer the door for trick-or-treaters. You can help me watch the lawn to make sure no one burns a cross on it." I tried not to think too clearly about the rest of my plan, which involved Lena and our couch and old movies and Amma being gone for the night. "I can't. It's a high holiday. I have relatives coming in from all over. Uncle M won't let me out of the house for 5 minutes, not to mention the danger. I'd never open my door to strangers on a night of such dark power." I'd never thought of it that way. Until now. By the time I got home, Amma was getting ready to leave. She was boiling a chicken on the stove and mixing biscuit batter with her hands. The only way any self-respecting woman makes her biscuits. I looked at the pot suspiciously, wondering if this meal was going to make it to our dinner table or the grates. I pinched some dough and she caught my hand. Purloiner. I smiled. As in, keep your thieving hands off of my biscuits, Ethan Waite. I've got hungry people to feed. Guess I wouldn't be eating chicken and biscuits tonight. Amma always went home on Halloween. She said it was a special night at church, but my mom used to say it was just a good night for business. What better night to have your cards read than Halloween? You weren't going to get quite the same crowd on Easter or Valentine's Day. But in light of recent events, I wondered if there wasn't another reason. Maybe it was a good night for reading chicken bones in the graveyard, too. I couldn't ask, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know. I missed Amma, missed talking to her, missed trusting her. If she felt the difference, she didn't let on. Maybe she just thought I was growing up. Or maybe I was. "You going to that party over at the Snows?" "No, I'm just gonna stay home this year." She raised an eyebrow, but she wasn't going to ask. She already knew why I wasn't going. "You make your bed, you better be ready to lie in it." I didn't say anything. I knew better. She wasn't expecting a response. "I'm fixin' to go in a few minutes. You answer the door for those young'uns when they come around. Your daddy's busy working." Like my dad was going to come out of his self-imposed exile to answer the door for trick-or-treaters. "Sure." The bags of candy were in the hall. I ripped them open and turned them over into a big glass bowl. I couldn't get Lena's words out of my head. A night of such dark power. I remembered Ridley standing in front of her car outside the Stop and Steal, all sticky sweet smiles and legs. Obviously, identifying dark forces wasn't one of my talents, or deciding who you should and shouldn't open your front door for. Like I said, when the girl you couldn't stop thinking about was a caster, Halloween took on a whole new meaning. I looked at the bowl of candy in my hands. Then I opened the front door, put the bowl out on the porch, and went back inside. As I settled in to watch The Shining, I found myself missing Lena. I let my mind wander because it usually found a way of wandering over to wherever she was. But she wasn't there. I fell asleep on the couch waiting for her to dream me or something. A knock at the door startled me. I looked at my watch. It was nearly 10, too late for trick-or-treaters. "Amma?" No answer. I heard knocking again. "Is that you?" The den was dark, and only the light of the TV was flickering. It was the moment in The Shining when the dad chops down the hotel room door with his bloody axe to bludgeon his family. Not a great moment for answering any door, especially on Halloween. Another knock. "Link?" I clicked off the TV and looked around for something to pick up, but there was nothing. I picked up an old game console lying on the floor in a pile of video games. It wasn't a baseball bat, but some decently solid old-school Japanese technology. It had to weigh at least 5 pounds. I raised it over my head and took a step closer to the wall separating the den from the front hall. Another step, and I moved the lace curtain covering the glass-paned door, just a millimeter. In the darkness of the unlit porch, I couldn't see her face, but I would recognize that old beige van still running in the street in front of my house anywhere. "Desert sand," she used to say. It was Link's mom, holding a plate of brownies. I was still carrying the console. If Link saw me, he'd never let me live this down. "Just a minute, Mrs. Lincoln." I flipped on the porch light and unbolted the front door. But when I tried to pull it open, the door jammed. I checked the lock again, and it was still bolted, even though I had just unbolted it. "Ethan?" I unbolted the lock again. It bolted shut with a snap before I could take my hand away from it. "Mrs. Lincoln, I'm sorry, my door seems to be stuck." I rattled the door with all my weight, juggling the console. Something fell to the floor in front of me. I stopped to pick it up. Garlic, wrapped in one of Amma's handkerchiefs. If I had to guess, there was one over every door and every windowsill, Amma's little Halloween tradition. Still, something was keeping the door from opening, just like something had tried to open the study door for me just days ago. How many bolts in this house were going to just keep locking and unlocking themselves? What was going on? I unbolted the lock one more time and gave the door a final pull. It flung open, banging against the wall in the front hall. Mrs. Lincoln was lit from behind, a dark figure in a pool of pale lamplight. The silhouette was unsettling. She stared at the game console in my hand. "Video games will rot your brain, Ethan." "Yes, ma'am." "I brought you some brownies, a peace offering." She held them out expectantly. I should have asked her to come in. There was a formula for everything. I guess you could call it manners, Southern hospitality. but I had tried that with Ridley, and it hadn't gone so well. I hesitated. "What are you doing out tonight, ma'am? Link's not here." "Of course he's not. He's at the Snows, which is where every upstanding member of the Jackson High student body should be lucky enough to be. It took quite a number of phone calls on my part to get him an invitation, in light of his recent behavior." I still didn't get it. I'd known Mrs. Lincoln my whole life. She had always been an odd duck. Busy getting books taken off the library shelves, teachers fired from the schools, reputations ruined in a single afternoon. Lately, she was different. The crusade against Lena was different. Mrs. Lincoln had always had conviction, but this was personal. "Ma'am?" She looked agitated. "I made you brownies. I thought I could come in and we could talk. My fight's not with you, Ethan. It's not your fault that girl is using her deviltry on you. You should be at the party, with your friends, with the kids who belong here." She held out the brownies, the gooey double chocolate chip fudge brownies that were always the first thing to go at the Baptist church bake sale. I had grown up on those brownies. "Ethan?" "Ma'am?" "Can I come in?" I didn't move a muscle. My grip tightened around the console. I stared at the brownies, and suddenly I didn't feel hungry at all. Not even the plate. Not a crumb of that woman was welcome in my house. My house, like Ravenwood, was starting to have a mind of its own, and there was no part of me or my house that was going to let her in. "No, ma'am." "What was that, Ethan?" "No, ma'am." Her eyes narrowed. She pushed the plate toward me as if she was going to come in anyway, but it jerked like it had hit an invisible wall between her and me. I saw the plate tumble, falling slowly to the ground until it shattered into a million bits of ceramic and chocolate, all over our happy Halloween doormat. Amma would pitch a fit in the morning. Mrs. Lincoln backed down the porch steps warily and disappeared into the darkness of the old desert sand. "Ethan!" Her voice ripped me right out of my sleep. I must have drifted off. The horror marathon was over and the television had broken down into a loud gray fuzz. "Uncle Macon! Ethan! Help!" Lena was screaming. Somewhere I could hear the terror in her voice, and my head was pounding with such pain for a second I forgot where I was. "Someone, please help me!" My front door was wide open, swinging and banging in the wind. The sound ricocheted off the walls like gunfire. "I thought you said I was safe here." Ravenwood. I grabbed the car keys to the old Volvo and ran. I can't remember how I got to Ravenwood, but I know I nearly drove off the road a few times. My eyes could barely focus. Lena was in such intense pain, our connection so close that I nearly blacked out just from feeling it through her. And the screaming. There was always the screaming, from the moment I'd woken up until the moment I pressed the crescent and let myself into Ravenwood Manor. As the front door swung open, I could see Ravenwood had transformed itself once again. Tonight it was almost like some kind of ancient castle. Candelabras cast strange shadows down on the throngs of black-robed, black-gowned, black-jacketed guests, far outnumbering the guests at the gathering. "Ethan, hurry! I can't hold on!" "Lena!" I yelled. "Macon! Where is she?" No one so much as looked my way. I didn't see anyone I recognized, though the front hall was crowded with guests, flowing from room to room like ghosts at a haunted dinner party. They were not from around here, at least not for hundreds of years. I saw men in dark kilts and rough Gaelic robes, women in corseted gowns. Everything was black, wrapped in shadow. I pushed through the crowd and into what looked like a grand ballroom. I couldn't see any of them. No Aunt Dell, no Reese, not even little Ryan. Candles sputtered into flame in the corners of the room, and what seemed to be a translucent orchestra of strange musical instruments shifted in and out of focus, playing themselves, while shadowy couples went spinning and gliding across the now stone floor. The dancers didn't even seem to be aware of me. The music was clearly caster music, conjuring a spell of its own. It was the strings, mostly. I could hear the violin, the viola, the cello. I could almost see the web that spun from dancer to dancer, the way they pulled each other in and out, as if there was a deliberate pattern, and they were all a part of the design. And I wasn't. "Ethan!" I had to find her. A sudden surge of pain. Her voice was growing quieter now. I stumbled, grabbing onto the shoulder of the robed guest next to me. All I did was touch him, and the pain, Lena's pain, flowed through me and into him. He staggered, bumping into the couple dancing next to him. "Macon!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. I saw Boo Radley at the head of the stairs, like he was waiting for me. His round human eyes looked terrified. "Boo, where is she?" Boo looked at me, and I saw the clouded, steely gray eyes of Macon Ravenwood. At least, I could have sworn I did. Then Boo turned and ran. I chased him, or I thought I was chasing him, running up the spiraling stone stairs of what was now Ravenwood Castle. At the landing, he waited for me to catch up, then ran toward a dark room at the end of the hall. From Boo, that was practically an invitation. He barked, and two massive oaken doors groaned open by themselves. They were so far away from the party, I couldn't hear the music or the chatter of the guests. It was as if we had entered a different place and time. Even the castle was changing under my feet, the rock crumbling, the walls growing mossy and cold. The lights had become torches hung on the walls. I knew about old. Gatlin was old. I had grown up with old. This was something altogether different. Like Lena had said, a new year. A night out of time. When I entered the main chamber, I was struck by the sky. The room opened wide to the heavens like a conservatory. The sky above it was black, the blackest sky I'd ever seen. Like we were in the middle of a terrible storm, yet the room was silent. Lena lay on a heavy stone table, curled in a fetal position. She was soaking wet, drenched in her own sweat and writhing in pain. They were all standing around her. Macon, Aunt Dell, Barkley, Reese, Larkin, even Ryan, and a woman I didn't recognize, holding hands, forming a circle. Their eyes were open, but they weren't seeing. They didn't even notice I was in the room. I could see their mouths moving, mumbling something. As I stepped closer to Macon, I realized that they weren't speaking in English. I couldn't be sure, but I'd spent enough time with Marion to think it was Latin. Sanguis sanguinis mei, tutela tua est. 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 All I could hear was the quiet mumbling, the chanting. I couldn't hear Lena anymore. My head was empty. She was gone. Lena, answer me. Nothing. She just lay there, moaning softly, twisting slowly like she was trying to shed her own skin. Still sweating, sweat mixed with tears. Dell broke the silence, hysterical. Macon, do something. It's not working. I'm trying, Delphine. There was something in his voice I'd never heard before. Fear. I don't understand. We bound this place together. This house is the one place she was supposed to be safe. Aunt Dell looked at Macon for answers. We were wrong. There's no safe haven for her here. A beautiful woman about my grandmother's age with spirals of black hair spoke. She wore strands of beads around her neck, piled one on top of the other, and ornate silver rings on her thumbs. She had the same exotic quality Marion possessed, as if she was from somewhere far from here. You don't know that, Aunt Aurelia, Dell snapped, turning to Reese. Reese, what's happening? Can you see anything?" Reese's eyes were closed, tears streaming down her face. "I can't see anything, Mama." Lena's body seized, and she screamed. At least she opened her mouth and looked as if she was screaming, but she didn't make a sound. I couldn't take it. "Do something! Help her!" I shouted. "What are you doing here? Get out of here! It's not safe," Larkin warned. The family had noticed me for the first time. "Concentrate!" Macon sounded desperate. His voice rose over the others, louder and louder, until he was shouting, "Sanguis sanguinis mei, tutela tua est. Sanguis sanguinis mei, tutela tua est. Sanguis sanguinis mei, tutela tua est. Blood of my blood, protection is thine!" The members of the circle tensed their arms, as if to give the circle more strength. But it didn't work. Lena was still screaming, silent screams of terror. This was worse than the dreams. This was real. And if they weren't going to stop it, I would. I ran toward her, ducking under Reese and Larkin's arms. "Ethan, no!" As I entered the circle, I could hear it. A howl. Sinister, haunting like the voice of the wind itself. Or was it a voice? I couldn't be sure. Even though it was only a few feet to the table where she was lying, it felt like it was 1,000,000 miles away. Something was trying to push me back, something more powerful than anything I'd ever felt before. Even more powerful than when Ridley was freezing the life out of me. I pushed against it with everything I had in me. "I'm coming, Lena. Hold on." I threw my body forward, reaching. Like I reached in the dreams, the black abyss in the sky began to spin. I closed my eyes and lunged forward. Our fingers touched, barely. I heard her voice. "Ethan, The air inside the circle whipped around us violently, like a vortex, swirling up toward the sky, if you could still call it a sky, into the blackness. There was a surge, like an explosion, slamming Uncle Macon, Aunt Dell, everyone onto their backs, into the walls behind them. In the same moment, the spinning air within the broken circle was sucked up into the blackness above. Then it was over. The castle dissolved into a regular attic, with a regular window, swinging open under the eaves. Lena lay on the floor, in a tangle of hair and limbs and unconsciousness. But she was breathing. Macon pulled himself up from the floor, staring at me, stunned. Then he walked over to the window and slammed it shut. Aunt Dell looked at me, tears still streaming down her face. If I hadn't seen it myself. I knelt at Lena's side. She couldn't move, couldn't speak. But she was alive. I could feel her, a tiny throb pulsing in her hand. I lay my head down next to her. It was all I could do not to collapse. Lena's family slowly contracted around us, a dark circle talking over my head. I told you the boy has power. It's not possible. He's a mortal. He's not one of us. How could a mortal break a sanguinis circle? How could a mortal ward off a mentem interficere so powerful that Ravenwood itself came all but unbound? I don't know, but there has to be an explanation. Dell raised her hand above her head. Evinco, continuo, caligo, includo. She opened her eyes. The house is still bound, Macon. I can feel it. But she got to Lena anyway. Of course she did. We can't stop her from coming for the child. Seraphine's powers are growing by the day. Reese can see her now, when she looks in Lena's eyes. Dell's voice was shaky. Striking us here, on this night. She was just making a point. And what point would that be, Macon? That she can. I could feel a hand at my temple. It caressed me, moving across my forehead. I tried to listen, but the hand made me sleepy. I wanted to crawl home to my bed. Or that she can't. I looked up. Aurelia was rubbing my temples, as if I were a little broken sparrow. Only I could tell she was feeling for me, for what was inside me. She was searching for something, rummaging around in my mind as if she was looking for a lost button or an old sock. She was foolish. She made a critical error. We've learned the only thing we really needed to know, Aurelia said. So you agree with Macon? The boy has power? Dell sounded even more frantic now. You were right before, Delphine. There must be some other explanation. He's a mortal, and we all know mortals can't possess power on their own, Macon snapped, as if he was trying to convince himself as much as anyone. But I had begun to wonder if it wasn't true. He had said the same thing to Amma in the swamp, that I had some kind of power. It just didn't make sense, even to me. I wasn't one of them, that much I knew. I wasn't a caster. Aurelia looked up at Macon. You can bind the house all you want, Macon, but I'm your mother, and I'm telling you that you can bring in every Duquesne, every Ravenwood, make the circle as wide as this God-forsaken county if you want. Cast all the vincula you can. It's not the house that protects her. It's the boy. I've never seen anything like it. No caster can come between them. So it would seem. Macon sounded angry, but he didn't challenge his mother. I was too tired to care. I didn't even lift my head. I could hear Aurelia whispering something in my ear. It seemed like she was speaking Latin again, but the words sounded different. Cruor pectoris mei, tutela tua est. Blood of my heart, protection is thine. November 1st. The writing on the wall. In the morning, I had no idea where I was. Then I saw the words covering the walls and the old iron bed and the windows and the mirrors, all scrawled with Sharpie in Lena's handwriting, and I remembered. I lifted my head up and wiped the drool off my cheek. Lena was still sacked out. I could just see the edge of her foot hanging over the side of the bed. I pushed myself up, my back stiff from sleeping on the floor. I wondered who had brought us down from the attic, or how. My cell phone went off, my default alarm clock, so Amma would only have to yell up the stairs 3 times to get me up. Only today, it wasn't blaring Bohemian Rhapsody. It was the song. Lena sat up, startled, groggy. What happened? Shh. Listen. The song had changed. Stop it! She grabbed my cell and turned it off, but the verse kept playing. It's about you, I think. But what's binding the spheres? I almost died last night. I'm sick of everything being about me. I'm sick of all these weird things happening to me. Maybe this stupid song is about you for a change. You're actually the only 16-year-old here. Frustrated, Lena flung her hand up in the air and opened it. She closed it into a fist and banged it against the floor like she was killing a spider. The music stopped. There was no messing with Lena today. I couldn't blame her, to be honest. She looked green and wobbly, maybe even worse than Link did the morning after Savannah had dared him to drink the old bottle of peppermint schnapps out of her mom's pantry on the last day of school before winter break. 3 years later, and he still wouldn't eat a candy cane. Lena's hair was sticking out in about 15 directions, and her eyes were all small and puffy from crying. So this was what girls looked like in the morning. I had never seen one, not up close. I tried not to think about Amma and the hell I was going to pay when I got home. I crawled up onto the bed and pulled Lena into my lap, running my hand through her crazy hair. "Are you okay?" She shut her eyes and buried her face in my sweatshirt. I knew I must reek like a wild possum by now. "I think so. I could hear you screaming, all the way from my house. Who knew Kelting would save my life?" I had missed something, as usual. "What's Kelting?" "That's what it's called, the way we're able to communicate with each other no matter where we are. Some casters can Celt, some can't. Ridley and I used to be able to talk to each other in school that way, but I thought you said it had never happened to you before." "It's never happened to me before with a mortal. Uncle Macon says it's really rare." "I like the sound of that." Lena nudged me. "It's from the Celtic side of our family. It's how casters used to get messages to each other during the trials. In the States, they used to call it the whispering." "But I'm not a caster." "I know. It's really weird. It's not supposed to work with mortals." Of course it wasn't. "Don't you think it's a little more than weird? We can do this Kelting thing. Ridley got into Ravenwood because of me. Even your uncle said I can protect you somehow. How is that possible? I mean, I'm not a caster. My parents are different, but they're not that different." She leaned into my shoulder. "Maybe you don't have to be a caster to have power." I pushed her hair behind her ear. "Maybe you just have to fall for one." I said it, just like that. No stupid jokes, no changing the subject. For once, I wasn't embarrassed, because it was the truth. I had fallen. I think I had always been falling. And she might as well know if she didn't already, because there was no going back now. Not for me. She looked up at me, and the whole world disappeared, like there was just us, like there would always be just us, and we didn't need magic for that. It was sort of happy and sad all at the same time. I couldn't be around her without feeling things, without feeling everything. "What are you thinking?" She smiled. "I think you can figure it out. You can read the writing on the wall." And as she said it, there was writing on the wall. It appeared slowly, one word at a time. "You're not the only one falling." It wrote itself out, in the same curling black script as the rest of the room. Lena's cheeks flushed a little, and she covered her face with her hands. It's going to be really embarrassing if everything I think starts showing up on the walls. "You didn't mean to do that?" "No." "You don't need to be embarrassed, Elle." I pulled her hands away. "Because I feel the same way about you." Her eyes were closed, and I leaned in to kiss her. It was a tiny kiss, a nothing of a kiss, but it made my heart race just the same. She opened her eyes and smiled. "I want to hear the rest. I want to hear how you saved my life." "I don't even remember how I got here. And then I couldn't find you, and your house was full of all these creepy people who looked like they were at a costume party." "They weren't." "I figured." "Then you found me?" She laid her head in my lap, looking up at me with a smile. "You rode into the room on your white stallion and saved me from certain death at the hands of a dark caster? Don't joke. It was really scary. And there was no stallion. It was more like a dog. The last thing I remember was Uncle Macon talking about the binding." Lena twirled her hair, thinking. "What was that circle thing?" "The sanguinis circle, the circle of blood." I tried not to look freaked out. I could barely stomach the idea of Amma and the chicken bones. I didn't think I could handle real chicken blood. At least, I hoped it was just chicken blood. "I didn't see the blood." "Not actual blood, you idiot. Blood is in kin. Family? My whole family is here for the holiday, remember? Right, sorry. I told you, Halloween is a powerful night for casting. So that's what you are all doing up here, in that circle? Macon wanted to bind Ravenwood. It's always bound, but he binds it again every Halloween for the new year. But something went wrong. I guess so, because we were in the circle, and then I could hear Uncle Macon talking to Aunt Dell, and then everyone was shouting, and they were all talking about a woman, Sarah something. Seraphine. I heard it too. Seraphine. Was that the name? I've never heard it before. She must be a dark caster. They all seemed, I don't know, scared. I've never heard your uncle talk like that before. Do you know what was happening? Was she really trying to kill you? I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. I don't know. I don't remember much, except this voice, like someone was talking to me from really far away, but I can't remember what they were saying. She squirmed into my lap, awkwardly leaning against my chest. It almost seemed like I could feel her heart beating on top of mine, like a little fluttering bird in a cage. We were as close as two people could be without looking at each other. Which was, this morning, the way I think we both needed it to be. Ethan? We're running out of time. It's no use. Whatever it was, whatever she was, don't you think she was coming for me because in 4 months I'm going to go dark? No. No? That's all you have to say about the worst night of my whole life when I almost died? Lena pulled back. Think about it. Would this Seraphine, whoever she is, be hunting you down if you were one of the bad guys? No. The good guys would be coming after you. Look at Ridley. Nobody in your family was exactly pulling out the welcome mat for her. Except you, jerk. She jabbed me playfully in the ribs. Exactly, because I'm not a caster. I'm a puny mortal. And you said yourself, if she told me to jump off a cliff, I'd do it. Lena tossed her hair. Didn't your mama ever ask you, Ethan Waite, if your friends were about to jump right off a cliff, would you jump too? I drew my arms around her, feeling happier than I should have, given last night. Or maybe it was Lena who was feeling better, and I was just picking up on it. These days such a strong current flowed between us that it was hard to sort out what was me and what was her. All I knew was, I wanted to kiss her. You're going light. And so I did. Definitely light. I kissed her again, pulling her up into my arms. Kissing her was like breathing. I had to do it. I couldn't help myself. I pressed my body against hers. I could hear her breathing, feel her heart beating against my chest. My whole nervous system started firing at once. My hair was standing on end. Her black hair spilled into my hands, and she relaxed into my body. Every touch of her hair was like a prick of electricity. I had been waiting to do this since I had first met her, since I had first dreamed about her. It was like lightning striking. We were one thing. Ethan. Even in my head, I could hear the urgency in her voice. I felt it, too, like I couldn't get close enough to her. Her skin was soft and hot. I could feel the pinpricks intensifying. Our lips were raw. We couldn't kiss each other any harder. The bed started to shake and then lift. I could feel it swaying underneath us. I felt like my lungs were collapsing. My skin went cold. The lights in the room flashed on and off, and the room was spinning, or maybe growing dark, only I couldn't tell, and I didn't know if it was me or if it was the light in the room. Ethan! The bed crashed to the floor. I heard the sound of splintering glass in the distance, as if a window had shattered. I heard Lena crying. Then the voice of a child. What's wrong, Lena Bina? Why are you so sad? I felt a small, warm hand on my chest. The warmth radiated out from the hand, through my body, and the room stopped spinning, and I could breathe again, and I opened my eyes. Ryan. I sat up, my head pounding. Lena was next to me, her head pressed against my chest, just like she had been an hour before. Only this time, her windows were broken, her bed had collapsed, and a little blonde 10-year-old was standing in front of me with her hand on my chest. Lena, still sniffling, tried to push part of a broken mirror away from me and what was left of her bed. "I think we figured out what Ryan is." Lena smiled, wiping her eyes. She pulled Ryan close. "A thaumaturge. We've never had one in our family." "I'm guessing that's a fancy caster name for a healer," I said, rubbing my head. Lena nodded and kissed Ryan's cheek. "Something like that." November 27th. Just your average American holiday. After Halloween, it felt like the calm after the storm. We settled into a routine, even though we knew the clock was ticking. I walked to the corner to hide from Amma. Lena picked me up in the hearse. Boo Radley caught up with us in front of the Stop and Steal and followed us to school. With the occasional exception of Winnie Reed, the only member of the Jackson debate team, which made debating difficult, or Robert Lester Tate, who had won the state spelling bee 2 years in a row, the only person who would even sit with us in the cafeteria was Link. When we weren't at school eating on the bleachers or being spied on by Principal Harper, we were holed up in the library rereading the Lockett papers and hoping Marion might slip up and tell us something. No sign of flirty siren cousins bearing lollipops and death grips. No unexplained Category 3 storms or ominous black clouds in the sky. Not even a weird meal with Macon. Nothing out of the ordinary. Except for one thing. The most important thing. I was crazy about a girl who actually felt the same way about me. When did that ever happen? The fact that she was a caster was almost easier to believe than the fact that she existed at all. I had Lena. She was powerful and she was beautiful. Every day was terrifying and every day was perfect. Until out of nowhere, the unthinkable happened. Amma invited Lena to Thanksgiving dinner. "I don't know why you want to come over for Thanksgiving anyway. It's pretty boring." I was nervous. Amma was obviously up to something. Lena smiled and I relaxed. There was nothing better than when she smiled. It blew me away every time. "I don't think it sounds boring." "You've never been to Thanksgiving at my house." "I've never been to Thanksgiving at anyone's house. Casters don't celebrate Thanksgiving. It's a mortal holiday." "Are you kidding? No turkey, no pumpkin pie?" "Nope." "You didn't eat much today, did you?" "Not really." "Then you'll be okay." I had prepped Lena ahead of time so she wouldn't be surprised when the sisters wrapped extra biscuits in their dinner napkins and slipped them into their purses. Or when my Aunt Caroline and Marion spent half the night debating the location of the first public library in the U.S., Charleston, or the proper proportions for Charleston green paint, 2 parts Yankee black and 1 part Rebel yellow. Aunt Caroline was a museum curator in Savannah, and she knew as much about period architecture and antiques as my mom had known about Civil War ammunition and battle strategy. Because that's what Lena had to be ready for. Amma, my crazy relatives, Marion, and Harlan James thrown in for good measure. I left out the one detail she actually needed to know. Given how things had been lately, Thanksgiving probably also meant dinner with my dad in his pajamas. But that was something I just couldn't explain. Amma took Thanksgiving really seriously, which meant 2 things. My dad would finally come out of his study, although technically it was after dark, so that wasn't a big exception, and he would eat at the table with us. No shredded wheat. That was the absolute minimum Amma would allow. So in honor of my dad's pilgrimage into the world the rest of us inhabited every day, Amma cooked up a storm. Turkey, mashed potatoes with gravy, butter beans and creamed corn, sweet potatoes with marshmallows, honey ham and biscuits, pumpkin and lemon meringue pie, which, after my evening in the swamp, I was pretty sure she was making more for Uncle Abner than the rest of us. I stopped for a second on the porch, remembering how I felt standing on the veranda at Ravenwood the first night I showed up there. Now it was Lena's turn. She had pulled her dark hair away from her face, and I touched the place where it managed to escape, curling around her chin. "You ready?" She pulled her black dress loose from her tights. She was nervous. "I'm not." "You should be." I grinned and pushed open the door. "Ready or not." The house smelled like my childhood, like mashed potatoes and hard work. "Ethan, wait, is that you?" Amma called from the kitchen. "Yes, ma'am. You have that girl with you? Bring her in here so we can get a look at her." The kitchen was sizzling. Amma was standing in front of the stove in her apron, a wooden spoon in each hand. Aunt Prue was puttering around, sticking her fingers in the mixing bowls on the counter. Aunt Mercy and Aunt Grace were playing Scrabble at the kitchen table. Neither one of them seemed to notice they weren't actually making any words. "Well, don't just stand there. Bring her on in here." Every muscle in my body tensed. There was no way to predict what Amma or the sisters were going to say. I still had no idea why Amma had insisted I invite Lena in the first place. Lena stepped forward. "It's nice to finally meet you." Amma looked Lena up and down, wiping her hands on her apron. "So you're the one keeping my boy so busy. Postman was right. Pretty as a picture." I wondered if Carlton Eaton had mentioned that on their ride to Waders Creek. Lena blushed. "Thank you." "Heard you've shaken things up at that school." Aunt Grace smiled. "A good thing, too. I don't know what they're teaching you kids over there." Aunt Mercy put down her tiles, one at a time. ITCHIN. Aunt Grace leaned closer to the board, squinting. "Mercy Lynn, you're cheating again. What kind of word is that? Use it in a sentence." "I'm itching to have some of that white cake." "That's not how you spell it." At least one of them could spell. Aunt Grace pulled one of the tiles off the board. "There's no T in itchin'." "Or not." "You weren't exaggerating." "I told you." "Is that Ethan I hear?" Aunt Caroline walked into the kitchen just in time, her arms open wide. "Come on over here and give your aunt a hug." It always caught me off guard for a second, just how much she looked like my mother. The same long brown hair, always pulled back, the same dark brown eyes. But my mom had always preferred bare feet and jeans, while Aunt Caroline was more of a Southern belle in sundresses and little sweaters. I think my aunt liked to see the expression on people's faces when they found out she was curator of the Savannah History Museum and not some aging debutante. "How are things up north?" Aunt Caroline always referred to Gatlin as up north, since it was north of Savannah. "All right. Did you bring me some pralines?" "Don't I always?" I took Lena's hand, pulling her toward us. "Lena, this is my Aunt Caroline and my great-aunts Prudence, Mercy, and Grace." "It's a pleasure to meet you all." Lena reached out her hand, but my Aunt Caroline pulled her in for a hug instead. The front door slammed. "Happy Thanksgiving!" Marion came in carrying a casserole dish and a pie plate stacked on top of one another. "What did I miss?" "Squirrels." Aunt Prue shuffled over and looped her arm through Marion's. "What do you know about 'em?" "All right, every one of you, clear on out of my kitchen. I need some space to work my magic. And Mercy Statham, I see you eating my Red Hots." Aunt Mercy stopped crunching for a second. Lena looked over at me, trying not to smile. "I could call kitchen." "Trust me, Amma doesn't need any help when it comes to cooking. She's got some magic of her own." Everyone crowded into the living room. Aunt Caroline and Aunt Prue were discussing how to grow persimmons on a sun porch, and Aunt Grace and Aunt Mercy were still fighting over how to spell itchin', while Marion refereed. It was enough to make anyone crazy, but when I saw Lena wedged between the sisters, she looked happy, even content. "This is nice." "Are you kidding?" Was this her idea of a family holiday? Casseroles and Scrabble and old ladies bickering? I wasn't sure, but I knew this was about as far from the gathering as you could get. "At least no one is trying to kill anyone." "Give them about 15 minutes, Elle." I caught Amma's eye through the kitchen doorway, but it wasn't me she was looking at. It was Lena. She was definitely up to something. Thanksgiving dinner unfolded as it had every year, except nothing was the same. My father was in pajamas, my mom's chair was empty, and I was holding hands with a caster girl under the table. For a second, it was overwhelming, feeling happy and sad at the same time, as if they were tied together somehow. But I only had a second to think about it. We had barely said Amen before the sisters started swiping biscuits. Amma was spooning heaping mounds of mashed potatoes and gravy on our plates, and Aunt Caroline started with the small talk. I knew what was going on. If there was enough work, enough talk, enough pie, maybe nobody would notice the empty chair. There wasn't enough pie in the world for that, not even in Amma's kitchen. Either way, Aunt Caroline was determined to keep me talking. "Ethan, do you need to borrow anything for the reenactment? I've got some remarkably authentic-looking shell jackets in the attic." Don't remind me. I'd almost forgotten I had to dress up as a Confederate soldier for the reenactment of the Battle of Honey Hill if I wanted to pass history this year. Every February, there was a Civil War reenactment in Gatlin. It was the only reason tourists ever showed up here. Lena reached for a biscuit. "I don't really understand why the reenactment is such a big deal. It seems like a lot of work to recreate a battle that happened over 100 years ago, considering we can just read about it in our history books." Uh-oh. Aunt Prue gasped. That was blasphemy as far as she was concerned. "They should burn that school of yours to the ground. They're not teaching any kind of history over there. You can't learn about the war for Southern independence in any textbook. You have to see it for yourself, and every one of you kids should, because the same country that fought together in the American Revolution for independence turned clear against itself in the war." "Ethan, say something. Change the subject." "Too late. She's going to break into the Star-Spangled Banner any second now." Marion split a biscuit and filled it with ham. "Miss Statham is right. The Civil War turned this country against itself, oftentimes brother against brother. It was a tragic chapter in American history. Over 500,000 men died, although more of them died from sickness than battle." "A tragic chapter, that's what it was." Aunt Prue nodded. "Now, don't get all worked up, Prudence Jane." Aunt Grace patted her sister's arm. Aunt Prue swatted her hand away. "Don't tell me when I'm worked up. I'm just trying to make sure they know the pig's head from its tail. I'm the only one doing any teaching. That school should be paying me." "I should have warned you not to get them started." "Now you tell me." Lena shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean any disrespect. I've just never known anyone who was so knowledgeable about the war." "Nice one, if by knowledgeable you mean obsessed." "Now, don't you feel bad, sweetheart. Prudence Jane just gets her britches in a twist every now and again." Aunt Grace elbowed Aunt Prue. "That's why we put whiskey in her tea." "It's all that peanut brittle Carlton brought by." Aunt Prue looked at Lena apologetically. "I have a hard time with too much sugar." "A hard time staying away from it." My dad coughed and absent-mindedly pushed his mashed potatoes around his plate. Lena saw an opportunity to change the subject. "So Ethan says you're a writer, Mr. Waite. What kind of books do you write?" My dad looked up at her, but didn't say anything. He probably didn't even realize Lena was talking to him. "Mitchell's working on a new book. It's a big one. Maybe the most important one he's ever written. And Mitchell's written a mess of books. How many is it now, Mitchell?" Amma asked, like she was talking to a child. She knew how many books my dad had published. 13, he mumbled. Lena wasn't discouraged by my dad's frightening social skills, even though I was. I looked at him, hair uncombed, black circles under his eyes. When had it gotten this bad? Lena pressed on. "What's your book about?" My dad came back to life, animated for the first time this evening. "It's a love story. It's really been a journey, this book. The great American novel. Some might say the sound and the fury of my career. But I can't really talk about the plot, not really. Not at this point. Not when I'm so close to—" He was rambling. Then he just stopped talking, like someone had flipped a switch in his back. He stared at my mom's empty chair as he drifted away. Amma looked anxious. Aunt Caroline tried to distract everyone from what was quickly becoming the most embarrassing night of my life. "Lena, where did you say you moved here from?" But I couldn't hear her answer. I couldn't hear anything. Instead, all I could see was everything moving in slow motion, blurring, expanding, and contracting, like the way heat waves look as they move through the air. Then, the room was frozen. Except it wasn't. I was frozen. My father was frozen. His eyes were narrow, his lips rounded to form sounds that hadn't had a chance to escape his lips, still staring at the plateful of mashed potatoes untouched. The sisters, Aunt Caroline and Marion, were like statues. Even the air was perfectly still. The pendulum of the grandfather clock had stopped in mid-swing. "Ethan, are you all right?" I tried to answer her, but I couldn't. When Ridley had me in her death grip, I had been sure I was going to freeze to death. Now I was frozen, except I wasn't cold, and I wasn't dead. "Did I do this?" Lena asked aloud. Only Amma could answer. "Cast a time bind, you? About as likely as this turkey hatching a gator." She snorted. "No, you didn't do this, child. This is bigger than you. The greats figured it was time we had ourselves a talk, woman to woman. Nobody can hear us now." "Except me. I can hear you." But the words didn't come out. I could hear them talking, but I couldn't make a sound. Amma looked up at the ceiling. "Thank you, Aunt Delilah. 'Preciate the help." She walked over to the buffet and cut a piece of pumpkin pie. She put it on a fancy china plate and laid the plate in the center of the table. "Now, I'm going to leave this piece for you and the greats, and you be sure to remember I did." "What's going on? What did you do to them?" "Didn't do anything to them. Just bought us some time, I reckon." "Are you a caster?" "No, I'm just a seer. I see what needs to be seen, what no one else can see, or wants to." "Did you stop time?" Casters could do that, stop time, Lena had told me, but only incredibly powerful ones. "I didn't do a thing. I only asked the greats for some assistance, and Aunt Delilah obliged." Lena looked confused, or frightened. "Who are the greats?" "The greats are my family from the other world. They give me some help every now and again, and they're not alone. They've got others with them. Amma leaned across the table, looking Lena in the eye. "Why aren't you wearing the bracelet?" "What?" "Didn't Melchizedek give it to you? I told him you needed to wear it." "He gave it to me, but I took it off." "Now why would you go and do a thing like that?" "We figured out it was blocking the visions." "It was blocking something, all right, until you stopped wearing it." "What was it blocking?" Amma reached out and took Lena's hand in her own, turning it over to reveal her palm. "I didn't want to be the one to tell you this, child, but Melchizedek, your family, they aren't going to tell you, not one of them. And you need to be told. You need to be prepared." "Prepared for what?" Amma looked at the ceiling, mumbling under her breath. "She's coming, child. She's coming for you. And she's a force to be reckoned with, as dark as night." Who's coming for me?" "I wish they'd told you themselves. I didn't want to be the one. But the greats, they say somebody has to tell you before it's too late." "Tell me what? Who's coming, Amma?" Amma pulled a small pouch that was dangling from a leather cord around her neck out of her shirt and clutched it, lowering her voice like she was afraid someone might hear her. "Seraphine. The Dark One." "Who's Seraphine?" Amma hesitated, clutching the pouch even tighter. "Your mama." "I don't understand. My parents died when I was a child, and my mother's name was Sarah. I've seen it on my family tree." "Your daddy died, that's the truth. But your mama's alive as sure as I'm standing here, and you know the thing about family trees down south. They're never quite as right as they claim to be." The color drained from Lena's face. I strained to reach out and take her hand, but only my finger trembled. I was powerless. I couldn't do anything but watch as she tumbled into a dark place, alone, just like in the dreams. "And she's dark?" "She's the darkest caster living today." "Why didn't my uncle tell me? Or my grandma? They said she was dead. Why would they lie to me?" "There's the truth, and then there's the truth. They aren't likely the same thing. I reckon they were trying to protect you. They still think they can. But the greats, they're not so sure. I didn't want to be the one to tell you, but Melchizedek's a stubborn one." "Why are you trying to help me? I thought you didn't like me." "Doesn't have anything to do with liking or not liking. She's coming for you, and you don't need any distractions." Amma raised an eyebrow. "And I don't want anything to happen to my boy. This is bigger than you, bigger than the both of you." "What's bigger than both of us?" "All of it. You and Ethan just aren't meant to be." Lena looked confused. Amma was talking in riddles again. "What do you mean?" Amma jerked around as if someone behind her had tapped her on the shoulder. "What do you say, Aunt Delilah?" Amma turned to Lena. "We don't have much time left." The pendulum on the clock began to move almost imperceptibly. The room began to come back to life. My dad's eyes started to blink slowly, so that it took seconds for his lashes to brush his cheeks. "You put that bracelet back on. You need all the help you can get." Time snapped back into place. I blinked a few times, glancing around the room. My father was still staring at his potatoes. Aunt Mercy was still wrapping a biscuit in her napkin. I lifted my hands in front of my face, wiggling my fingers. "What the hell was that?" "Ethan, wait!" Aunt Grace gasped. Amma was splitting her biscuits and filling them with ham. She looked up at me, caught off guard. It was obvious she hadn't intended for me to hear their little girl talk. She gave me the look, meaning, "You keep your mouth shut, Ethan Waite." "Don't you use that kind of language at my table. You're not too old for me to wash your mouth out with a bar of soap. What do you think it is? Ham and biscuits. turkey, and stuffing. Now I've been cooking all day. I expect you to eat." I looked over at Lena. The smile was gone. She was staring at her plate. "Lena, Bina, come back to me. I won't let anything happen to you. You'll be okay." But she was too far away. Lena didn't say a word the whole way home. When we got to Ravenwood, she yanked open the car door, slammed it behind her, and took off toward the house without a word. I almost didn't follow her in. My head was reeling. I couldn't imagine what Lena was feeling. It was bad enough to lose your mother, but even I couldn't guess what it would feel like to find out your mother wanted you dead. My mother was lost to me, but I wasn't lost. She had anchored me to Amma, my father, Link, Gatlin, before she left. I felt her in the streets, my house, the library, even the pantry. Lena had never had that. She was cut loose and coming unmoored, Amma would say, like the poor man's fairies on the swamp. I wanted to be her anchor, but right now, I didn't think anyone could. Lena stalked past Boo, who was sitting on the front veranda, not even panting, even though he had dutifully run behind our car the whole way home. He'd also sat in my front yard all through dinner. He seemed to like the sweet potatoes and little marshmallows, which I had chucked out the front door when Amma went into the kitchen for more gravy. I could hear her shouting from inside the house. I sighed, got out of the car, and sat down on the porch steps next to the dog. My head was already pounding a sugar low. Uncle Macon, wake up! The sun's down. I know you're not asleep in there." I could hear Lena yelling from inside my head, too. "The sun's down. I know you're not asleep." I was waiting for the day Lena was going to spring it on me and tell me the truth about Macon, like she told me the truth about herself. Whatever he was, he didn't seem like an ordinary caster, if there even was such a thing. The way he slept all day and just appeared and disappeared wherever he felt like it, you didn't need to be a genius to see where that was going. Still, I wasn't sure I wanted to go there today. Boo stared at me. I reached out my hand to pet him, and he twisted his head away, as if to say, "We're good. Please don't touch me, boy." When we heard things start to break inside, Boo and I got up and followed the noise. Lena was banging on one of the doors upstairs. The house had reverted to what I suspected was Macon's preferred state, dilapidated antebellum finery. I was secretly relieved not to be standing in a castle. I wished I could stop time and go back 3 hours. To be honest, I would have been perfectly happy if Lena's house had transformed into a double-wide trailer, and we were all sitting in front of a bowl of leftover stuffing, like the rest of Gatlin. My mother? My own mother? The door flung open. Macon stood there in the doorway, a disheveled mess. He was in rumpled linen pajamas, only what it really was, I hate to say, was more of a nightdress. His eyes were redder than usual, and his skin whiter, his hair tousled. He looked like he had been run over by a Mack truck. In his own way, he wasn't all that different from my dad, a fine mess, maybe a finer mess. Except the nightdress. My dad wouldn't be caught dead in a dress. My mother is Seraphine? That thing that tried to kill me on Halloween? How could you keep this from me? Macon shook his head and rubbed his hand over his hair, annoyed. Marie. I would have paid anything to see Macon and Amma square off in a fight. My money would be on Amma. All the way. Macon stepped across his doorway, pulling the door shut behind him. I caught a glimpse of his bedroom. It looked like something out of Phantom of the Opera, with wrought iron candelabras standing taller than I was, and a black four-poster bed draped with gray and black velvet. The windows were draped with the same material, hanging sullenly over the black plantation shutters. Even the walls were upholstered in fraying black and gray fabric that was probably 100 years old. The room was pitch dark, dark as night. The effect was chilling. Darkness, real darkness, was something more than just a lack of light. As Macon stepped through the doorway, he emerged into the hall perfectly dressed, not a hair out of place on his head, not a wrinkle in his slacks or crisp white shirt. Even the smooth buckskin shoes were without a scuff. He looked nothing like he had a moment before, and all he'd done was step through his own bedroom door. I looked at Lena. She hadn't even noticed, and I felt cold, remembering for a moment how different her life must have always been than mine. My mother's alive? I'm afraid it's a bit more complicated than that. You mean the part about how my own mother wants to kill me? When were you going to tell me, Uncle Macon? When I was already claimed? Please, don't start this again. You're not going dark. Macon sighed. I can't imagine how you can think otherwise, since I am the daughter of, and I quote, the darkest caster living today. I understand you're upset. This is a lot to take in, and I should have told you myself. But you have to believe I was trying to protect you. Lena was more than just angry now. Protect me? You let me believe that Halloween was just some random attack, but it was my mother. My mother is alive, and she was trying to kill me, and you didn't think I should know about it? We don't know that she's trying to kill you. Picture frames started to bang against the walls. The bulbs in the fixtures lining the hallway shorted out, one by one, down the length of the hallway. The sound of rain pelted the shutters. Haven't we had enough bad weather in the last few weeks? What else have you been lying about? What am I going to find out next? That my father is alive, too? I'm afraid not. He said it like it was a tragedy, something too sad to talk about. It was the same tone people used when they talked about my mother's death. You have to help me. Her voice was cracking. I will do everything in my power to help you, Lena. I always have. That's not true. She spat back at him. You haven't told me about my powers. You haven't taught me how to protect myself. I don't know the scope of your powers. You're a natural. When you need to do something, you'll do it. In your own way, in your own time. My own mother wants to kill me. I don't have any time. As I said before, we don't know that she's trying to kill you. Then how do you explain Halloween? There are other possibilities. Dell and I are trying to work that out. Macon turned away from her, as if he was going to go back into his room. You need to calm down. We can talk about this later. Lena turned toward a vase, sitting on the credenza at the end of the hall. As if pulled by a string, the vase followed her eyes to the wall next to Macon's bedroom door, flying across the room and smashing against the plaster. It was far enough from Macon to be sure it wouldn't have hit him, but close enough to make a point. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't one of those times Lena had lost control and things just happened. She had done this on purpose. She was in control. Macon spun around so fast I didn't even see him move, but he was standing in front of Lena. He was as shocked as I was, and he had come to the same realization. It was no accident. And the look on her face told me she was just as surprised. He looked hurt as Macon Ravenwood was capable of looking. As I said, when you need to do something, you'll do it. Macon turned to me. It will be even more dangerous, I'm afraid, in the coming weeks. Things have changed. Don't leave her alone. When she is here, I can protect her, but my mother was right. It seems you can also protect her. Perhaps better than I can. Hello, I can hear you. Lena had recovered from her display of power and the look on Macon's face. I knew she'd torture herself over it later, but right now she was too angry to see that. Don't talk about me like I'm not in the room. A light bulb exploded behind him, and he didn't even flinch. Are you listening to yourself? I need to know. I'm the one being hunted. I'm the one she wants, and I don't even know why. They stared at each other. A ravenwood and a Duquesne, two branches of the same twisted castor tree. I wondered if this would be a good time for me to go. Macon looked at me. His face said yes. Lena looked at me. Hers said no. She grabbed me by the hand, and I could feel the heat burning. She was on fire, as angry as I'd ever seen her. I couldn't believe every window in the house hadn't blown out. You know why she's hunting me, don't you? It's, let me guess, complicated? The two of them stared at each other. Lena's hair was curling. Macon was twisting his silver ring. Boo was backing away on his belly. Smart dog. I wished I could crawl out of the room, too. The last of the bulbs blew, and we were standing in the dark. You have to tell me everything you know about my powers. Those were her terms. Macon sighed, and the darkness began to dissipate. Lena, it's not as if I don't want to tell you. After your little demonstration, it's clear that I don't even know what you're capable of. No one does. I suspect not even you. She wasn't completely convinced, but she was listening. That's what it means to be a natural. It's part of the gift. She began to relax. The battle was over, and she had won it, for now. Then what am I going to do? Macon looked distressingly like my father when he came into my room when I was in 5th grade to explain the birds and the bees. Coming into your powers can be a very confusing time. Perhaps there is a book on the subject. If you like, we can go see Marion. Yeah, right. Choices and Changes, a modern girl's guide to casting. My Mom Wants to Kill Me, a self-help book for teens. It was going to be a long few weeks. November 28th. Domus Lunae Libri. Today, but it's not a holiday. When I opened the front door, Marion was the last person I had expected to see, standing on my doorstep in her coat. Now I was sitting with Lena on the cold bench seat of Marion's old turquoise truck, on our way to the Castor Library. A promise is a promise. It's the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday. It may not seem like a holiday, but it is a bank holiday, and that's all we need. Marion was right. Amma had probably been in the line at the mall with a handful of coupons since before dawn. It was dark out now, and she still wasn't back. The Gatlin County Library is closed, so the Castor Library is open. Same hours? I asked Marion as she turned onto Main. She nodded. 9 to 6. Then, winking, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Not all my clientele can venture out in the daylight. That hardly seems fair, complained Lena. The mortals get so much more time, and they don't even read around here. Marion shrugged. Like I said, I do get paid by Gatlin County. Take it up with them. But think how much longer you'll have until your Lunae Libri are due back. I looked blank. Lunae Libri, roughly translated Books of the Moon. You might call them Castor Scrolls. I didn't care what you called them. I couldn't wait to see what the books in the Castor Library would tell us, or one book in particular, because we were short on two things, answers and time. When we piled out of the truck, I couldn't believe where we were. Marion's truck was parked at the curb not 10 feet from the Gatlin Historical Society, or as my mom and Marion liked to say, the Gatlin Hysterical Society. The Historical Society was also the DAR headquarters. Marion had pulled her truck forward enough to avoid the puddle of light spilling down to the pavement from the lamp-post. Boo Radley was sitting on the sidewalk, as if he had known. "Here? The Luna whatever is at the DAR headquarters?" "Domus Lunae Libri, the House of the Book of Moons. Lunae Libri for short. And no, just the Gatlin entrance." I burst out laughing. "You have your mother's appreciation for irony." We walked up to the deserted building. We couldn't have picked a better night. "But it's not a joke. The Historical Society is the oldest building in the county, next to Ravenwood itself. Nothing else survived the Great Burning," Marion added. "But the DAR and the Casters? How could they have anything in common?" Lena was dumbfounded. "I expect you'll find they have quite a bit more in common than you think." Marion hurried toward the old stone building, drawing out her familiar key ring. "I, for example, am a member of both societies." I looked at Marion in disbelief. "I'm neutral. I thought I made myself perfectly clear. I'm not like you. You're like Lila. You get too involved." I could finish that sentence for myself. And look what happened to her. Marion froze, but the words hung in the air. There was nothing she could say or do to take them back. I felt numb, but I didn't say anything. Lena reached for my hand, and I could feel her pulling me out of myself. "Ethan, are you okay?" Marion looked at her watch again. "It's 5 to 9. Technically, I shouldn't let you in yet, but I need to be downstairs by 9 in case we have any other visitors this evening. Follow me." We made our way into the dark yard behind the building. She fumbled through her keys until she drew out what I had always thought was a keychain because it didn't look like a key at all. It was an iron ring with one hinged side. With an expert hand, Marion twisted the hinge until it snapped back upon itself, turning the circle into a crescent, a Castor moon. She pushed the key into what appeared to be an iron grating in the foundation at the back of the building. She twisted the key and the grating slid open. Behind the grating was a dark stone staircase leading down into even more darkness, the basement beneath the basement of the DAR. As she snapped the key, one more rotation to the left, a row of torches lit themselves along the sides of the wall. Now the stairwell was fully illuminated with flickering light, and I could even see a glimpse of the words Domus Lunae Libri etched into the stone archway of the entrance below. Marion snapped the key once more, and the stairs disappeared, replaced by the iron grating once again. "That's it? We aren't going to go in?" Lena sounded annoyed. Marion stuck her hand through the grating. It was an illusion. "I can't cast, as you know, but something had to be done. Strays kept wandering in at night. Macon had Larkin rig it for me, and he stops by to keep it intact every now and then." Marion looked at us, suddenly somber. "All right, then. If you're sure this is what you want to do, I can't stop you, nor can I guide you in any way once you're downstairs. I can't prevent you from taking a book, or take one back from you before the Lunae Libri opens itself again." She put her hand on my shoulder. "Do you understand, Ethan? This isn't a game. There are powerful books down there, binding books, Castor scrolls, dark and light talismans, objects of power. Things no mortal has ever seen except me and my predecessors. Many of the books are charmed, others are jinxed. You have to be careful. Touch nothing. Let Lena handle the books for you." Lena's hair was waving. She was already feeling the magic of this place. I nodded, wary. What I was feeling was less magical, my stomach churning like I was the one who drank too much peppermint schnapps. I wondered how often Mrs. Lincoln and her cronies had paced back and forth on the floor above us, oblivious to what was below them. "No matter what you find, remember, we have to be out before sunrise. 9 to 6, those are the library hours, and the entrance can only be made to open during that time. The sun will rise precisely at 6. It always does on a library day. If you aren't up the stairs by sunrise, you will be trapped until the next library day, and I have no way of knowing how well a mortal could survive that experience. Have I made myself perfectly clear? Lena nodded, taking my hand. Can we go in now? I can't wait. I can't believe I'm doing this. Your Uncle Macon and Amma would kill me if they knew. Marion checked her watch. After you. Marion, did my mother ever see this? I couldn't let it go. I couldn't think about anything else. Marion looked at me, her eyes strangely sparkling. Your mother was the person who gave me the job. And with that, she disappeared in front of us through the illusionary grating and down into the Lunae Libri below. Boo Radley barked, but it was too late to turn back now. The steps were cold and mossy, the air dank. Wet things, scurrying things, burrowing things. It wasn't hard to imagine them making themselves comfortable down here. I tried not to think about Marion's last words. I couldn't imagine my mother coming down these stairs. I couldn't imagine her knowing anything about this world I'd just stumbled onto. More like this world that had stumbled onto me. But she had, and I couldn't stop wondering how. Had she stumbled onto it too, or had someone invited her in? Somehow it made it all seem more real, that my mother and I shared this secret, even if she wasn't here to share it with me. But I was the one here now, walking down the stone steps, carved and flat like the floor of an old church. Along either side of the stairs I could see rough stone boulders, the foundations of an ancient room that had existed on the site of the DAR building long before the structure itself had been built. I looked down the stairs, but all I could see were rough outlines, shapes in the dark. It didn't look like a library. It looked like what it probably was, what it had always been. A crypt. At the bottom of the stairs, in the shadows of the crypt, countless tiny domes curved overhead where the columns jutted up into the vaulted ceiling, 40 or 50 in all. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I could see that each column was different, and some of them were tilted like crooked old oaks. Their shadows made the circular chamber seem like some kind of quiet, dark forest. It was a terrifying room to be in. There was no way of knowing how far back it went, since every direction dissolved into darkness. Marion inserted her key into the first column, marked with a moon. The torches along the walls lit themselves, illuminating the room with flickering light. "They're beautiful," Lena breathed. I could see her hair still twisting, and wondered how this place must feel to her, in ways I could never know. Alive, powerful. Like the truth, every truth is here, somewhere. Collected from all over the world, long before my time. Istanbul. Marion pointed to the tops of the columns, the decorated parts, the capitals. Taken from Babylon. She pointed to another one, with 4 hawk heads poking out from each side. Egypt, the Eye of God. She patted another, dramatically carved with a lion's head. Assyria. I felt along the wall with my hand. Even the stones of the walls were carved. Some were cut with faces of men, creatures, birds, staring from between the forest of columns like predators. Other stones were carved with symbols I didn't recognize, hieroglyphs of casters and cultures I'd never know. We moved farther into the chamber, out of the crypt, which seemed to serve as some sort of lobby, and again torches burst into flame, one after another, as if they were following us. I could see that the columns curved around a stone table in the middle of the room. The stacks, or what I guessed were the stacks, radiated out from the central circle like the spokes of a wheel, and seemed to rise up almost to the ceiling, creating a frightening maze I imagined a mortal could get lost in. In the room itself, there was nothing but the columns and the circular stone table. Marion calmly picked up a torch from an iron crescent on the wall and handed it to me. She handed another to Lena and took one for herself. "Have a look around. I have to check the mail. I may have a transfer request from another branch." "For the Luni Libri?" I hadn't considered that there might be other Castor libraries. "Of course." Marion turned back toward the stairs. "Wait, how do you get mail here?" "The same way you do. Carlton Eaton delivers it, rain or shine." Carlton Eaton was in the know. Of course he was. That probably explained why he'd picked Amma up in the middle of the night. I wondered if he opened the Castor's mail, too. I wondered what else I didn't know about Gatlin and the people in it. I didn't have to ask. There aren't too many of us, but more than you'd think. You have to remember, Ravenwood has been here longer than this old building. This was a Castor county before it was ever a mortal one. "Maybe that's why you're all so weird around here." Lena poked me. I was still stuck back on Carlton Eaton. Who else knew what was really going on in Gatlin, in the other Gatlin, the one with magical underground libraries and girls who could control the weather or make you jump off a cliff? Who else was in the Castor Loop, like Marion and Carlton Eaton, like my mom? Fatty? Mrs. English? Mr. Lee? Definitely not Mr. Lee. Don't worry. When you need them, they'll find you. That's how it works, how it always has. Wait. I grabbed Marion's arm. Does my dad know? No. At least there was one person in my house who wasn't living a double life, even if he was crazy. Marion issued a final piece of advice. Now, you'd better get started. The Luni Libri is thousands of times bigger than any library you've ever seen. If you get lost, immediately trace your steps backward. That's why the stacks radiate out from this one chamber. If you only go forward or back, you have less chance of getting lost. How can you get lost if you can only go in a straight line? Try it for yourself. You'll see. Lena interrupted. What's at the end of the stacks? I mean, at the end of the aisles? Marion looked at her oddly. Nobody knows. No one has ever made it far enough to find out. Some of the aisles turn into tunnels. Parts of the Luni Libri are still uncharted. There are many things down here even I've never seen. One day, perhaps. What are you talking about? Everything ends somewhere. There can't be rows and rows of books tunneling under the whole town. What, do you come up for tea at Mrs. Lincoln's house, make a left turn and drop a book off to Aunt Dell in the next town, tunnel to the right for a chat with Amma? I was skeptical. Marion smiled at me, amused. How do you think Macon gets his books? How do you think the DAR never sees any visitors going in or out? Gatlin is Gatlin. Folks like it fine the way it is, the way they think it is. Mortals only see what they want to see. There's been a thriving Castor community in and around this county since before the Civil War. That's hundreds of years, Ethan, and that's not going to change suddenly, not just because you know about it. I can't believe Uncle Macon never told me about this place. Think of all the Castors that have come through here. Lena held up her torch, pulling a bound volume from the shelf. The book was ornately bound, heavy in her hands, and sent a cloud of gray dust exploding out in every direction. I started to cough. Casting, a brief history. She drew out another. We're in the seas, I guess. This one was a leather box that opened on top to reveal the standing scroll inside. Lena pulled out the scroll. Even the dust looked older and grayer. Casting to create and confound. That's an old one. Careful, more than a few hundred years. Gutenberg didn't invent the printing press until 1455. Marion took the scroll out of her hand gingerly, as if she was handling a newborn baby. Lena pulled out another book, bound in gray leather. Casting the Confederacy. Were there casters in the war? Marion nodded. Both sides, the blue and the gray. It was one of the great divisions in the caster community, I'm afraid, just as it was for us mortals. Lena looked up at Marion, shoving the dusty book back on the shelf. The casters in our family, we're still in a war, aren't we? Marion looked at her sadly. A house divided. That's what President Lincoln called it. And yes, Lena, I'm afraid you are. She touched Lena's cheek. Which is why you're here, if you recall, to find what you need to make sense of something senseless. Now, you'd better get started. There are so many books, Marion. Can't you just point us in the right direction? Don't look at me. Like I said, I don't have the answers, just the books. Get going. We're on the lunar clock down here, and you may lose track of time. Things aren't exactly as they seem when you're down below. I looked from Lena to Marion. I was afraid to let either one of them out of my sight. The Luni Libri was more intimidating than I had imagined, less like a library and more like, well, catacombs. And the Book of Moons could be anywhere. Lena and I faced the endless stacks, but neither one of us took even a single step. How are we going to find it? There must be 1,000,000 books in here. I have no idea. Maybe... I knew what she was thinking. Should we try the locket? Do you have it? I nodded and pulled the warm lump out of my jeans pocket. I handed Lena the torch. We need to see what happens. There has to be something else. I unwrapped the locket and placed it on the round stone table in the center of the room. I saw a familiar look in Marion's eyes, the look she and my mother shared when they dug up a particularly good find. Do you want to see this? More than you know. Marion slowly took my hand, and I took Lena's. I reached over with my fingers intertwined with Lena's and touched the locket. A blinding flash forced my eyes shut, and then I could see the smoke and smell the fire, and we were gone. Genevieve lifted the book so she could read the words through the rain. She knew speaking the words would defy the natural laws. She could almost hear her mother's voice willing her to stop, to think about the choice she was making. But Genevieve couldn't stop. She couldn't lose Ethan. She began to chant. Cruo pectoris mei, tutela tua est. Vita, vitae mei. Corripiens tuam, corripiens meam. Corpus corporis mei, medulla mensque. Anima, animae mei. Animam nostrum connecte. Cruor pectoris mei, luna mea, istus meus. Cruor pectoris mei, fatum meum, mea salus. Stop, child, for it's too late. Avi's voice was frantic. The rain poured down and lightning sliced through the smoke. Genevieve held her breath and waited. Nothing. She must have done it wrong. She squinted to read the words more clearly in the dark. She screamed them into the darkness in the language she knew best. Blood of my heart, protection is thine. Life of my life, taken yours, taken mine. Body of my body, marrow and mind. Soul of my soul, to our spirit bind. Blood of my heart, my tides, my moon. Blood of my heart, my salvation, my doom. She thought her eyes were playing tricks on her when she saw Ethan's eyelids struggling to open. Ethan! For a split second, their eyes met. Ethan fought for breath, clearly trying to speak. Genevieve pressed her ear closer to his lips, and she could feel his warm breath on her cheek. I never believed your daddy when he said it was impossible for a caster and a mortal to be together. We would have found a way. I love you, Genevieve. He pressed something into her hand, a locket. And as suddenly as his eyes opened, they closed again, his chest failing to rise and fall. Before Genevieve could react, a jolt of electricity surged through her body. She could feel the blood pulsing through her veins. She must have been struck by lightning. The waves of pain crashed down on her. Genevieve tried to hold on. Then everything went black. Sweet God in heaven, don't take her too. Genevieve recognized Ivy's voice. Where was she? The smell brought her back. Burnt lemons. She tried to speak, but her throat felt like she had swallowed sand. Her eyes fluttered. Oh, Lord, thank you. Ivy was staring down at her, kneeling beside her in the dirt. Genevieve coughed and reached for Ivy, trying to pull her closer. Ethan, is he? She whispered. I'm sorry, child. He's gone. Genevieve struggled to open her eyes. Ivy jumped back as if she'd seen the devil himself. Lord have mercy! What? What's wrong, Ivy? The old woman struggled to make sense of what she saw. Your eyes, child. They've changed. What are you talking about? They ain't green no more. They're yellow as the sun. Genevieve didn't care what color her eyes were. She didn't care about anything now that she'd lost Ethan. She started to sob. The rain picked up, turning the ground under them to mud. You've got to get up, Miss Genevieve. We have to commune with the ones in the other world. Ivy tried to pull her to her feet. Ivy, you're not making sense. Your eyes, I warned you. I told you about that moon, no moon. We have to find out what it means. We have to consult the spirits. If there's something wrong with my eyes, I'm sure it was because I was struck by lightning. What did you see? Ivy looked panicked. Ivy, what's going on? Why are you acting so strange? You weren't struck by lightning. It was something else. Ivy ran back toward the burning cotton fields. Genevieve called after her, trying to get up, but she was still reeling. She leaned her head back in the thick mud, rain falling steadily on her face. Rain mixed with the tears of defeat. She drifted in and out of the moment, in and out of consciousness. She heard Ivy's voice, faint in the distance, calling her name. When her eyes focused again, the old woman was next to her, her skirt gathered in her hands. Ivy was carrying something in the folds of her skirt, and she dumped it out on the wet ground next to Genevieve. Tiny vials of powder and bottles of what looked like sand and dirt knocked against each other. What are you doing? Making an offering to the spirits. They're the only ones who can tell us what this means. Ivy, calm down. You're talking gibberish. The old woman pulled something from the pocket of her house dress. It was a shard of mirror. She thrust it in front of Genevieve. It was dark, but there was no mistaking it. Genevieve's eyes were blazing. They had turned from deep green to a fiery gold, and they didn't look like her eyes in another unmistakable way. In the center, where a round black pupil should have been, there were almond-shaped slits, like the pupils of a cat. Genevieve threw the mirror to the ground and turned to Ivy. But the old woman wasn't paying attention. She had already mixed the powders and the earth, and she was sifting them from hand to hand, whispering in the old Gullah language of her ancestors. Ivy, what are you... Shh! The old woman hissed. I'm listening to the spirits. They know what you've done. They're gonna tell us what this means. From the earth of her bones and the blood of my blood. Ivy pricked her finger with the edge of the broken mirror and smeared the tiny drops of blood into the earth she was sifting. Let me hear what you hear. See what you see. Know what you know. Ivy stood up, arms open to the heavens. The rain poured down upon her, the dirt running down her dress in streaks. She began to speak again in the strange language, and then, "It can't be. She didn't know no better." She wailed at the dark sky above. "Ivy, what is it?" Ivy was shaking, hugging herself and moaning. "It can't be. It can't be." Genevieve grabbed Ivy by her shoulders. "What? What is it? What's wrong with me?" "I told you not to mess with that book. I told you it was the wrong kind of night for casting, but it's too late now, child. There's no way to take it back." "What are you talking about?" "You're cursed now, Miss Genevieve. You've been claimed. You've turned, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. A bargain. You can't get nothing from the Book of Moons without giving something in return." "What? What did I give?" "Your fate, child. Your fate, and the fate of every other Duquesne child that's born after you." Genevieve didn't understand, but she understood enough to know that what she had done couldn't be undone. "What do you mean?" "On the 16th moon, the 16th year, the book will take what it's been promised, what you bargained, the blood of a Duquesne child, and that child will go dark." "Every Duquesne child?" Ivy bowed her head. Genevieve wasn't the only one who was defeated on this night. "Not everyone." Genevieve looked hopeful. "Which ones? How will we know which ones?" "The book will choose. On the 16th moon, the child's 16th birthday." It didn't work. Lena's voice sounded strangled, far away. All I could see was smoke, and all I could hear was her voice. We weren't in the library, and we weren't in the vision. We were somewhere in between, and it was awful. "Lena?" And then, for a moment, I saw her face in the smoke. Her eyes were huge and dark, only now the green looked almost black. Her voice was now more like a whisper. 2 seconds. He was alive for 2 seconds, and then she lost him. She closed her eyes and disappeared. "Elle? Where are you?" "Ethan, the locket." I could hear Marion as if from a great distance. I could feel the hardness of the locket in my hands. I understood. I dropped it. I opened my eyes, coughing from the smoke still in my lungs. The room was swirling, blurry. "What the hell are you children doing here?" I fixed my eyes on the locket, and the room came back into focus. It lay on the stone floor, looking small and harmless. Marion dropped my hand. Macon Ravenwood stood in the middle of the crypt, his overcoat twisting around him. Amma was standing next to him, her good coat buttoned on the wrong buttons, clutching her pocketbook. I don't know who was angrier. "I'm sorry, Macon. You know the rules. They asked for help, and I am bound to give it." Marion looked stricken. Amma was all over Marion, like she had doused our house in gasoline. "The way I see it, you're bound to take care of Lila's boy and Macon's niece, and I don't see how what you were doing does either." I waited for Macon to lay into Marion too, but he didn't say a word. Then I realized why. He was shaking Lena. She had collapsed across the stone table in the center of the room. Her arms were spread wide, her face down against the rough stone. She didn't look conscious. "Lena?" I pulled her into my arms, ignoring Macon, who was already next to her. Her eyes were still black, staring up at me.
"She's not dead. She's drifting. I believe I can reach her."
Macon was working quietly. I could see him twisting his ring. His eyes were strangely alight. "Lena, come back!" I pulled her limp body into my arms, leaning her against my chest. Macon was mumbling. I couldn't make out the words, but I could see Lena's hair begin to stir in the now familiar, supernatural wind I'd come to think of as a casting breeze. "Not here, Macon. Your casting won't work here." Marion was tearing through the pages of a dusty book, her voice unsteady.
"He's not casting, Marion. He's traveling. Even a caster can't do that. Where she's gone, only Macon's kind can go. Under."
Amma was trying to be reassuring, but she wasn't very convincing. I felt the cold settling over Lena's empty body and knew Amma was right. Wherever Lena was, it wasn't in my arms. She was far away. I could feel it myself, and I was just a mortal. "I told you, Macon, this is a neutral place. There is no binding you can work in a room of earth." Marion was pacing, clutching the book as if it made her feel like she was helping in some way. But there were no answers inside. She had said it herself. Casting couldn't help us here. I remembered the dreams, remembered pulling Lena through the mud. I wondered if this was the place where I lost her. Macon spoke. His eyes were open, but he wasn't seeing. It was like they were turned inward, to wherever Lena was.
"Lena, listen to me. She can't hold you."
She. I stared into Lena's empty eyes. Seraphine.
"You're strong, Lena. Break through. She knows I can't help you here. She was waiting for you in the shadows. You have to do this yourself."
Marion appeared with a glass of water. Macon poured it onto Lena's face, into her mouth, but she didn't move. I couldn't stand it anymore. I grabbed her mouth and kissed her, hard. The water dribbled out of our mouths like I was giving mouth to a drowning victim.
"Wake up, Elle. You can't leave me now. Not like this. I need you more than she does."
Lena's eyelids fluttered.
"Ethan, I'm tired."
She sputtered back to life, choking, spitting water across her jacket. I smiled in spite of everything, and she smiled back at me. If this was what the dreams were about, we had changed the way they ended. This time, I had held on. But in the back of my mind, I think I knew. This wasn't the moment when she slipped out of my arms. It was only the beginning. Even if that was true, I had saved her. This time. I reached down to pull her into my arms. I wanted to feel the familiar current between us. Before I could wrap my arms around her, she jerked up and out of my arms. "Uncle Macon!" Macon stood across the room, propped against the crypt wall, barely able to support his own weight. He leaned his head back against the stone. He was sweating, breathing heavily, and his face was chalk white. Lena ran and clung to him, a child worried for her father. "You shouldn't have done that. She could have killed you." Whatever he was doing when he was traveling, whatever that meant, the effort had cost him. So this was Seraphine. This thing, whoever she was Lena's mother. If this was a trip to the library, I didn't know if I was ready for what might happen in the next few months. Or, as of tomorrow morning, 74 days. Lena sat, still dripping wet, wrapped in a blanket. She looked about 5 years old. I glanced at the old oaken door behind her, wondering if I could ever find my way out alone. Unlikely. We'd gone about 30 paces down one of the aisles, and then disappeared down a stairwell, through a series of small doors, into a cozy study that was apparently some sort of reading room. The passageway had seemed endless, with a door every few feet, like some sort of underground hotel. The moment Macon sat down, a silver tea service appeared in the center of the table, with exactly 5 cups and a platter of sweetbreads. Maybe Kitchen was here, too. I looked around. I had no idea where I was, but I knew one thing. I was somewhere in Gatlin, yet somewhere further away from Gatlin than I'd ever been. Either way, I was out of my league. I tried to find a comfortable spot in an upholstered chair that looked like it could have belonged to Henry VIII. Actually, there was no way of knowing that it hadn't. The tapestry on the wall also looked as if it had come from an old castle, or Ravenwood. It was woven into the shape of a constellation, midnight blue and silver thread. Every time I looked at it, the moon appeared in a different stage. Macon, Marion, and Amma sat across the table. Saying Lena and I were in trouble was putting the best possible spin on it. Macon was furious, his teacup rattling in front of him. Amma was beyond that.
What makes you think you can take it upon yourself to decide when my boy is ready for the underground? Lila would skin you herself if she was here. You got some nerve, Marion Ashcroft.
Marion's hands were shaking as she lifted her teacup.
Your boy? What about my niece? Since I believe she was the one who was attacked.
Macon and Amma, having ripped us to shreds, were starting in on each other. I didn't dare look at Lena.
You been trouble since the day you were born, Macon.
Amma turned to Lena.
But I can't believe you would drag my boy into this, Lena Duquesne.
Lena lost it. Of course I dragged him into this. I do bad things. When are you going to understand that? And it's only going to get worse. The tea set flew off the table and into the air where it froze. Macon looked at it without so much as blinking. A challenge. The entire set righted itself and landed gently back on the table. Lena looked at Macon as if there were no one else in the room. I'm going to go dark, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
That's not true.
Isn't it? I'm going to end up just like my... She couldn't say it. The blanket fell from her shoulders, and she took my hand. You have to get away from me, Ethan, before it's too late. Macon looked at her, irritated.
You're not going to go dark. Don't be so gullible. She only wants you to think that.
The way he said she reminded me of the way he said Gatlin. Marion put her teacup down on the table. Teenagers, everything is so apocalyptic. Amma shook her head.
Some things are meant to be, and some take some doing. This one isn't done just yet.
I could feel Lena's hand shaking in mine.
They're right, Elle. Everything's going to be okay.
She yanked her hand away. Everything's going to be okay? My mother, a cataclysm, is trying to kill me. A vision from 100 years ago just clarified that my whole family has been cursed since the Civil War. My 16th birthday is in 2 months, and that's the best you can do? I took her hand again, gently, because she let me.
I saw the same vision you did. The book chooses who it takes. Maybe it won't choose you.
I was clutching at straws, but they were all I had. Amma looked at Marion, slamming her saucer on the table. The cup rattled against it.
The book?
Macon's eyes drilled down on me. I tried to look him in the eye, but I couldn't do it.
The book in the vision. Don't say another word, Ethan. We should tell them. We can't do this alone.
It's nothing, Uncle M. We don't even know what the visions mean. Lena wasn't going to give in, but after tonight, I felt like I had to. We had to. Everything was spiraling out of control. I felt like I was drowning, and I couldn't even save myself, let alone Lena.
Maybe the visions mean not everyone in your family goes dark when they're claimed. What about Aunt Dell? Reese? Think cute little Ryan is going to the dark side when she could heal people? I said, moving closer to her. Lena shrank back into her chair. You don't know anything about my family. But he's not wrong, Lena. Macon looked at her, exasperated. You're not Ridley, and you're not your mother, I said, as convincingly as I could. How do you know? You've never even met my mother, and by the way, neither have I, except in psychic attacks that no one can seem to prevent. Macon tried to sound reassuring. We were unprepared for these sorts of attacks. I didn't know she could travel. I didn't know she shared some of my powers. It is not a gift afforded to casters. Nobody seems to know anything about my mother, or me. That's why we need the book. This time I looked right at Macon as I said it. What is this book you keep talking about? Macon was losing his patience. Don't tell him, Ethan. We have to. The book that cursed Genevieve. Macon and Amma looked at each other. They already knew what I was going to say. The Book of Moons. If that's how the curse was cast, something in it should tell us how to break it, right? The room fell silent. Marion looked at Macon. Macon, Marion, stay out of this. You've interfered more than enough already, and the sun will rise just minutes from now. Marion knew. She knew where to find the Book of Moons, and Macon wanted to make sure she kept her mouth shut. Aunt Marion, where's the book? I looked her in the eye. You have to help us. My mom would have helped us, and you're not supposed to take sides, right? I wasn't playing fair, but it was true. Amma raised her hands, then dropped them into her lap, a rare sign of surrender. What's done is done. They've already started pulling the thread, Melchizedek. That old sweater's bound to unravel anyhow. Macon, there are protocols. If they ask, I'm bound to tell them, Marion said. Then she looked up at me. The Book of Moons isn't in the Lunae Libri. How do you know? Macon stood to leave, turning to both of us. His jaw was clenched, his eyes dark and angry. When he finally spoke, his voice echoed over the chamber, over all of us. Because that's the book for which this archive was named. It is the most powerful book from here to the other world. It is also the book that cursed our family for eternity. And it's been missing for over 100 years. December 1st. It rhymes with witch. On Monday morning, Link and I drove down Route 9, stopping at the fork in the road to pick up Lena. Link liked Lena, but there was no way he was driving up to Ravenwood Manor. It was still the haunted mansion to him. If he only knew. Thanksgiving break had only been a long weekend, but it felt a lot longer, considering that twilight zone of a Thanksgiving dinner, the vases flying between Macon and Lena, and our journey to the center of the earth, all without leaving the Gatlin city limits. Unlike Link, who had spent the weekend watching football, beating up his cousins, and trying to determine whether or not the cheese ball had onions in it this year. But according to Link, there was trouble of another kind brewing, and this morning it sounded equally dangerous. Link's mom had been burning up the lines for the last 24 hours, whispering on the phone with the long cord and the kitchen door closed. Mrs. Snow and Mrs. Asher had shown up after dinner, and the three of them had disappeared into the kitchen, the war room. When Link went in, pretending to grab a Mountain Dew, he didn't catch much, but it was enough to figure out his mom's endgame.
We'll get her out of our school one way or another. And her little dog, too. It wasn't much, but if I knew Mrs. Lincoln, I knew enough to be worried. You could never underestimate the lengths women like Mrs. Lincoln would go to protect their children and their town from the one thing they hated most, anyone different from them. I should know. My mom had told me the stories about the first few years she'd lived here. The way she told it, she was such a criminal, even the most God-fearing church ladies got bored of reporting on her. She did the marketing on Sunday, dropped by any church she liked, or none at all, was a feminist, which Mrs. Asher sometimes confused with communist, a Democrat, which Mrs. Lincoln pointed out practically had demon in the word itself, and worst of all, a vegetarian, which ruled out any dinner invitations from Mrs. Snow. Beyond that, beyond not being a member of the right church, or the DAR, or the National Rifle Association, was the fact that my mom was an outsider. But my dad had grown up here, and was considered one of Gatlin's sons. So when my mom died, all the same women who had been so judgmental of her when she was alive dropped off cream of something casseroles and crock-pot roasts and chili Getty with a vengeance. Like they were finally getting the last word. My mom would have hated it, and they knew it. That was the first time my dad went into his study and locked the door for days. Amma and I had let the casseroles pile up on the porch until they took them away and went back to judging us, like they always had. They always got the last word. Link and I both knew it, even if Lena didn't. Lena was sandwiched between Link and me in the front seat of the beater, writing on her hand. I could just make out the words, shattered like everything else. She wrote all the time, the way some people chewed gum or twirled their hair. I don't even think she realized it. I wondered if she would ever let me read one of her poems, if any of them were about me. Link glanced down. "When are you gonna write me a song?" "Right after I finish the one I'm writing for Bob Dylan." "Holy crap!" Link slammed on the brakes at the front entrance of the parking lot. I couldn't blame him. The sight of his mother in the parking lot before 8 in the morning was terrifying. And there she was. The parking lot was crowded with people, way more than usual, and parents. Other than after the window incident, there hadn't been a parent in the parking lot since Jocelyn Walker's mom came to yank her out of school during the film about the reproductive cycle in human development. Something was definitely going on. Link's mom handed a box to Emily, who had the whole cheerleading squad, varsity and JV, papering every car in the parking lot with some kind of neon flyer. Some were flapping in the wind, but I could make out a few from the relative safety of the beater. It was like they were running some kind of campaign, only without a candidate. Say no to violence at Jackson. Zero tolerance. Link turned bright red. "Sorry, you guys gotta get out." He crouched down in the driver's seat, so low it looked like nobody was driving the car. "I don't want my mom to beat the crap out of me in front of the whole cheerleading squad." I slunk down, reaching across the seat to open the door for Lena. "We'll see you inside, man." I grabbed Lena's hand and squeezed it. "Ready?" "As ready as I'm going to be." We ducked down between the cars around the side of the lot. We couldn't see Emily, but we could hear her voice from behind Emery's pickup. "Know the signs." Emily was approaching Carrie Jensen's window. "We're forming a new club at school, the Jackson High Guardian Angels. We're going to help keep our school safe by reporting acts of violence or any unusual behavior we see around school. Personally, I think it's the responsibility of every student at Jackson to keep our school safe. If you want to join, we're having a meeting in the cafeteria after 8th period." As Emily's voice faded in the distance, Lena's hand tightened around mine.
What does that even mean? I have no idea, but they've totally lost it. Come on.
I tried to pull her up, but she pulled me back down. She shrunk back next to the tire. I just need a minute.
Are you okay?
Look at them. They think I'm a monster. They formed a club.
They just can't stand outsiders, and you're the new girl. A window broke. They need someone to blame. This is just a
witch hunt.
I wasn't going to say that, but you were thinking it.
I squeezed her hand and my hair stood on end.
You don't have to do this.
Yes, I do. I let people like them run me out of my last school. I'm not going to let it happen again. As we stepped out from the last row of cars, there they were. Mrs. Asher and Emily were packing the extra boxes of flyers into the back of their minivan. Eden and Savannah were handing out flyers to the cheerleaders and any guy who wanted to see a little of Savannah's legs or her cleavage. Mrs. Lincoln was a few feet away talking to the other mothers, most likely promising to add their houses to the Southern Heritage Tour if they made a couple of phone calls to Principal Harper. She handed Earl Petty's mom a clipboard with a pen attached to it. It took me a minute to realize what it was. There was no way. It looked like a petition. Mrs. Lincoln noticed us standing there and zeroed in on us. The other mothers followed her gaze. For a second, they didn't say anything. I thought maybe they felt bad for me, and they were going to put down their flyers, pack up their minivans and station wagons, and go home. Mrs. Lincoln, whose house I'd slept at almost as many times as my own, Mrs. Snow, who was technically my third cousin to some degree removed, Mrs. Asher, who bandaged my hand after I sliced it open on a fishing hook when I was 10, Miss Ellery, who gave me my first real haircut. These women knew me. They'd known me since I was a kid. There was no way they were going to do this. Not to me. They were going to back down. If I said it enough times, maybe it would be true.
It's going to be okay.
By the time I realized I was wrong, it was too late. They recovered from the momentary shock of seeing Lena and me. When Mrs. Lincoln saw us, her eyes narrowed.
Principal Harper.
She looked from Lena to me and shook her head. Let's just say I wouldn't be invited to Link's for dinner again anytime soon. She raised her voice.
Principal Harper has promised his full support. We won't tolerate the violence at Jackson that has plagued the city schools in this country. You young people are doing the right thing, protecting your school, and as concerned parents, she looked at us, we'll do anything we can to support you. Still holding hands, Lena and I walked past them. Emily stepped in front of us, shoving a flyer at me and ignoring Lena. Ethan, come to the meeting today. The guardian angels could really use you.
It was the first time she had spoken to me in weeks. I got the message. You're one of us. Last chance. I pushed her hand away.
That's just what Jackson needs. A little more of your angelic behavior. Why don't you go torture some children? Rip the wings off a butterfly. Knock a baby bird out of its nest.
I pulled Lena past her.
What would your poor mama say, Ethan Waite? What would she think about the company you're keeping?
I turned around. Mrs. Lincoln was standing right behind me. She was dressed the way she always was, like some kind of punishing librarian out of a movie, with cheap drugstore glasses and angry-looking hair that couldn't decide if it was brown or gray. You had to wonder, where did Link come from?
I'll tell you what your mama would say. She would cry. She would be turning over in her grave.
She had crossed the line. Mrs. Lincoln didn't know anything about my mother. She didn't know my mom was the one who had sent the school superintendent a copy of every ruling against book banning in the U.S. She didn't know my mom cringed every time Mrs. Lincoln invited her to a women's auxiliary or DAR meeting. Not because my mom hated the women's auxiliary or the DAR, but because she hated what Mrs. Lincoln stood for. That small-minded brand of superiority women in Gatlin, like Mrs. Lincoln and Mrs. Asher, were so famous for. My mom had always said, "The right thing and the easy thing are never the same." And now, at this very second, I knew the right thing to do, even if it wasn't going to be easy. Or at least, the fallout wasn't going to be. I turned to Mrs. Lincoln and looked her in the eye. "Good for you, Ethan. That's what my poor mama would have said, ma'am." I turned back toward the door of the administration building and kept walking, pulling Lena along beside me. We were only a few feet away. Lena was shaking, even though she didn't look scared. I kept squeezing her hand, trying to reassure her. Her long black hair was curling and uncurling as if she was about to explode. Or maybe I was. I never thought I'd be so happy to set foot in the halls of Jackson until I saw Principal Harper standing in the doorway. He was glaring at us like he wished he wasn't the principal so he could pass out a flyer of his own. Lena's hair blew around her shoulders as we walked past him, only he didn't even look at us. He was too busy looking past us. "What the—" I turned and looked over my shoulder just in time to see hundreds of neon green flyers curling away from windshields and out of stacks and boxes and vans and hands, flying away in a sudden gust of wind, as if they were a flock of birds soaring into the clouds, escaping and beautiful and free. Kind of like that Hitchcock movie, The Birds, only in reverse. We could hear the shrieking until the heavy metal doors closed behind us. Lena smoothed her hair. "Crazy weather you have down here." December 6th. Lost and Found. I was almost relieved it was Saturday. There was something comforting about spending the day with women whose only magical powers were forgetting their own names. When I arrived at the sisters', Aunt Mercy's Siamese cat, Lucille Ball, the sisters loved I Love Lucy, was exercising in the front yard. The sisters had a clothesline that ran the length of the yard, and every morning Aunt Mercy put Lucille Ball on a leash and hooked it onto the clothesline so the cat could exercise. I had tried to explain that you could let cats outside and they would come back whenever they felt like it, but Aunt Mercy had looked at me like I'd suggested she shack up with a married man.
"I can't just let Lucille Ball wander the streets alone. I'm sure someone would snatch her."
There hadn't been a lot of catnappings in town, but it was an argument I'd never win. I opened the door expecting the usual commotion, but today the house was noticeably quiet. A bad sign. "Aunt Prue?" I heard her familiar drawl coming from the back of the house.
"We're on the sun porch, Ethan."
I ducked under the doorway of the screened-in porch to see the sisters scuttling around the room carrying what looked like little hairless rats. "What the heck are those?" I said without even thinking.
"Ethan, wait. You watch your mouth, or I'll have to wash it out with soap. You know better than to use profanity,"
Aunt Grace said, which, as far as she was concerned, included words like panties, naked, and bladder. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but what is that you've got in your hand?" Aunt Mercy rushed forward and thrust her hand out, with two little rodents sleeping in it.
"They're baby squirrels. Ruby Wilcox found them in her attic last Tuesday."
"Wild squirrels?"
"There are 6 of them. Aren't they just the cutest things you ever saw?"
All I could see was an accident waiting to happen. The idea of my ancient aunts handling wild animals, babies or otherwise, was a frightening thought. Where did you get them?
Well, Ruby couldn't take care of them,
Aunt Mercy started.
on account of that awful husband of hers. He won't even let her go to the Stop-and Shop without telling him. So Ruby gave them to us, on account of the fact that we already had a cage.
The sisters had rescued an injured raccoon after a hurricane and nursed it back to health. Afterward, the raccoon ate Aunt Prudence's lovebirds, Sunny and Cher, and Thelma put the raccoon out of the house, never to be spoken of again. But they still had the cage. You know squirrels can carry rabies. You can't handle these things. What if one of them bites you? Aunt Prue frowned.
Ethan, these are our babies, and they are just the sweetest things. They wouldn't bite us. We're their mamas. They are just as tame as they can be, aren't y'all?
Aunt Grace said, nuzzling one of them. All I could imagine was one of those little vermin latching on to one of the sisters' necks and me having to drive them to the emergency room to get the 20 shots in the stomach you have to get if you're bitten by a rabid animal. Shots that, I'm sure, at their age, might kill any one of them. I tried to reason with them, a complete waste of time. You never know, they're wild animals.
Ethan, wait. Clearly you are not an animal lover. These babies would never hurt us.
Aunt Grace scowled at me disapprovingly.
And what would you have us do with them? Their mama is gone. They'll die if we don't take care of them.
I can take them over to the ASPCA. Aunt Mercy clutched them against her chest protectively.
The ASPCA, those murderers, they'll kill 'em for sure. That's enough talk about the ASPCA. Ethan, hand me that eyedropper over there.
What for?
We have to feed them every 4 hours with this little dropper,
Aunt Grace explained. Aunt Prue was holding one of the squirrels in her hand while it sucked ferociously on the end of the dropper.
And once a day, we have to clean their little private parts with a Q-tip, so they'll learn to clean themselves.
That was a visual I didn't need. How could you possibly know that?
We looked it up on the internet.
Aunt Mercy smiled proudly. I couldn't imagine how my aunts knew anything about the internet. The sisters didn't even own a toaster oven. How did you get on the internet?
Thelma took us to the library, and Miss Marion helped us. They have computers over there. Did you know that? And you can look up just about anything, even dirty pictures. Every now and again, the dirtiest pictures you ever saw would pop up on the screen. Imagine.
By dirty, Aunt Grace probably meant naked, which I would have thought would keep them off the internet forever. I just want to go on record as saying I think this is a bad idea. You can't keep them forever. They're going to get bigger and more aggressive.
Well, of course we aren't planning on looking after 'em forever.
Aunt Prue was shaking her head as if it was a ridiculous thought.
We're going to let 'em go in the backyard just as soon as they can look after themselves.
But they won't know how to find food. That's why it's a bad idea to take in wild animals. Once you let them go, they'll starve. This seemed like an argument that would appeal to the sisters and keep me out of the emergency room.
That's where you're wrong. It tells all about that on the internet,
Aunt Grace said. Where was this website about raising wild squirrels and cleaning their private parts with Q-tips?
You have to teach 'em to gather nuts. You bury nuts in the yard, and you let the squirrels practice finding 'em.
I could see where this was going, which led to the part of the day that had me in the backyard burying mixed cocktail nuts for baby squirrels. I wondered how many of these little holes I'd have to dig before the sisters would be satisfied. A half hour into my digging, I started finding things: a thimble, a silver spoon, and an amethyst ring that didn't look particularly valuable, but gave me a good excuse to stop hiding peanuts in the backyard. When I came back into the house, Aunt Prue was wearing her extra-thick reading glasses, laboring over a pile of yellowed papers. "What are you reading?"
"I'm just looking up some things for your friend Link's mama. The DAR needs some notes on Gatlin's history for the Southern Heritage Tour."
She shuffled through one of the piles.
"But it's hard to find much about the history of Gatlin that doesn't include the Ravenwoods."
Which was the last name the DAR wanted to hear. "What do you mean?"
"Well, without them, I reckon Gatlin wouldn't be here at all. So it's hard to write a town history and leave 'em out of it."
Were they really the first ones here? I had heard Marion say it, but it was hard to believe. Aunt Mercy lifted one of the papers out of the pile and held it so close to her face she must have been seeing double. Aunt Prue snatched it back.
"Give me that. I've got myself a system going." "Well, if you don't want any help."
Aunt Mercy turned back to me.
"The Ravenwoods were the first in these parts, all right. Got themselves a land grant from the King of Scotland sometime around 1800. 1781. I've got the paper right here."
Aunt Prue waved a yellow sheet in the air.
"They were farmers, and it turned out Gatlin County had the most fertile soil in all of South Carolina. Cotton, tobacco, rice, indigo, it all grew here, which was peculiar on account of those crops don't usually grow in the same place. Once folks figured out you could grow just about anything here, the Ravenwoods had themselves a town. Whether they liked it or not,"
Aunt Grace added, looking up from her cross-stitch. It was ironic. Without the Ravenwoods, Gatlin might not even exist. The folks that shunned Macon Ravenwood and his family had them to thank for the fact they even had a town at all. I wondered how Mrs. Lincoln would feel about that. I bet she already knew, and it had something to do with why they all hated Macon Ravenwood so much. I stared down at my hand, covered in that inexplicably fertile soil. I was still holding the junk I'd unearthed in the backyard. "Aunt Prue, does this belong to one of you?" I rinsed the ring off in the sink and held it up.
"Why, that's the ring my second husband, Wallace Pritchard, gave me for our first and only wedding anniversary."
She dropped her voice to a whisper.
"He was a cheap, cheap man. Where in the world did you find it?"
"Buried in the backyard. I also found a spoon and a thimble."
"Mercy, look what Ethan found, your Tennessee collector's spoon. I told you I didn't take it,"
Aunt Prue hollered.
"Let me see that."
Mercy put her glasses on to inspect the spoon.
"Well, I'll be. I finally have all 11 states."
"There are more than 11 states, Aunt Mercy."
"I only collect the states of the Confederacy."
Aunt Grace and Aunt Prue nodded in agreement.
"Speaking of burying things, can you believe that Eunice Honeycutt made 'em bury her with her recipe book? She didn't want anyone in church to get her hands on her cobbler recipe."
Aunt Mercy shook her head.
"She was a spiteful thing, just like her sister."
Aunt Grace was prying open a Whitman sampler with the Tennessee collector's spoon.
"And that recipe wasn't any good anyhow,"
said Aunt Mercy. Aunt Grace turned the lid over on the Whitman sampler so she could read the names of the candies inside.
"Mercy, which one is the buttercream? When I die, I want to be buried with my fur stole and my Bible," Aunt Prue said. "You aren't going to get extra points with the good Lord for that, Prudence Jane." "I'm not trying to get points. I just want to have something to read during the wait. But if there were points being handed out, Grace Ann, I'd have more than you."
Buried with her recipe book. What if the Book of Moons was buried somewhere? What if someone didn't want anyone to find it, so they hid it? Maybe the person who understood its power better than anyone else? Genevieve.
Lena, I think I know where the book is.
For a second, there was only silence. And then Lena's thoughts found her way to mine.
What are you talking about? The Book of Moons. I think it's with Genevieve.
Genevieve is dead?
I know.
What are you saying, Ethan?
I think you know what I'm saying.
Harlan James limped up to the table, looking pitiful. His leg was still wrapped in bandages. Aunt Mercy started feeding him the dark chocolates out of the box.
Mercy, don't feed that dog chocolate. You'll kill him. I saw it on the Oprah show. Chocolate. Or was it onion dip? Ethan, you want me to save you the toffees? Aunt Mercy asked. Ethan?
I wasn't listening anymore. I was thinking about how to dig up a grave. December 7th. Grave digging. It was Lena's idea. Today was Aunt Dell's birthday, and at the last minute, Lena decided to throw a family party at Ravenwood. It was also Lena who invited Amma, knowing full well nothing short of divine intervention could get Amma to set foot through the door of Ravenwood Manor. Whatever it was about Macon, Amma reacted only slightly better to his presence than she did to the locket, and she preferred to keep Macon just as far away. Boo Radley had shown up in the afternoon with a scroll in his mouth, lettered in careful calligraphy. Amma wouldn't touch the thing, even if it was an invitation, and almost didn't let me go. Good thing she didn't see me get into the hearse with my mom's old garden shovel. That would have raised a flag or two. I was glad to get out of my house for any reason, even if the reason involved grave robbing. After Thanksgiving, my father had shut himself in the study, and since Macon and Amma caught us at the Lunai Libri, all I was getting from Amma was stink-eye. Lena and I weren't allowed to go back to the Lunai Libri either, at least not for the next 68 days. Macon and Amma didn't seem to want us digging up any more information they hadn't planned on telling us in the first place.
After the 11th of February, you can do what you like, Amma had harumphed. Until then, you can do what everyone else your age does. Listen to music, watch the television. Just keep your nose away from those books.
My mom would have laughed. The idea that I wasn't allowed to read a book. Things had obviously gotten pretty bad around here.
It's worse here, Ethan. Boo even sleeps at the foot of my bed now. That doesn't sound so bad to me. He waits for me outside the bathroom door. That's just Macon being Macon. It's like house arrest.
It was, and we both knew it. We had to find the Book of Moons, and it had to be with Genevieve. It was more than possible Genevieve had been buried at Greenbrier. There were some weathered headstones in the clearing just outside the garden. You could see them from the stone where we usually sat, which had turned out to be a hearthstone. Our spot. That's how I thought of it, even if I had never said it out loud. Genevieve had to be buried out there, unless she'd moved away after the war, but nobody ever left Gatlin. I always thought I'd be the first. But now that I had gotten out of the house, how was I going to find a lost casting book that may or may not save Lena's life, that may or may not be buried in the grave of a cursed ancestral caster, that may or may not be next door to Macon Ravenwood's house, without her uncle seeing me, stopping me, or killing me first? The rest was up to Lena.
What sort of history project requires visiting a graveyard at night? Aunt Dell asked, tripping over a bramble of vines. Oh, my.
Mama, be careful. Reese looped her arm through her mother's, helping her negotiate the overgrowth. Aunt Dell had a hard enough time walking around without bumping into anything in the daylight, but in the dark, it was asking too much. "We have to make a rubbing from one of our ancestors' tombstones. We're studying genealogy." Well, that was sort of true. "Why Genevieve?" Reese asked, looking suspicious. Reese looked at Lena, but Lena immediately turned away. Lena had warned me not to let Reese see my face. Apparently one look was all it took for a Sybil to know if you were lying. Lying to a Sybil was even trickier than lying to Amma. "She's the one in the painting, in the hall. I just thought it would be cool to use her. It's not like we have a big family cemetery to choose from, like most people around here." The hypnotic caster music from the party was starting to fade in the distance, replaced by the sound of dry leaves crackling under our feet. We had crossed over into Greenbrier. We were getting close. It was dark, but the full moon was so bright we didn't even need our flashlights. I remembered what Amma had said to Macon at the graveyard. "Half moons for working white magic, full moons for working black." We weren't going to be working any magic, I hoped, but it didn't make it seem any less spooky. "I'm not sure Macon would want us wandering out here in the dark. Did you tell him where we were going?" Aunt Dell was apprehensive. She pulled on the collar of her high-necked lace blouse. "I told him we were going for a walk. He just told me to stay with you." "I don't know that I'm in good enough shape for this. I have to admit, I'm a bit winded." Aunt Dell was out of breath, and the hair around her face had escaped from her always slightly off-center bun. Then I smelled that familiar scent. "We're here." "Thank goodness." We walked toward the crumbling stone wall of the garden, where I'd found Lena crying the day the window shattered. I ducked under the archway of vines into the garden. It looked different at night, less like a spot for cloud gazing and more like the place a cursed caster would be buried. "This is it, Ethan. She's here. I can feel it." "Me too." "Where do you think her grave is?" As we crossed over the hearthstone where I'd found the locket, I could see another stone in the clearing a few yards just beyond it. A headstone, with a hazy-looking figure sitting on it. I heard Lena gasp, just barely loud enough for me to hear. "Ethan, can you see her?" "Yeah." Genevieve. She was only partially materialized, a mix of cloudy haze and light, fading in and out as the air moved through her ghostly form, but there was no mistaking it. It was Genevieve, the woman in the painting. She had the same golden eyes and long, wavy red hair. Her hair blew gently in the wind, as if she was just a woman sitting on a bench at the bus stop, instead of an apparition sitting on a headstone in a graveyard. She was beautiful, even in her present state, and terrifying at the same time. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Maybe this was a mistake. Aunt Dell stopped dead in her tracks. She saw Genevieve too, but it was clear she didn't think anyone else could see her. She probably thought the apparition was just the result of seeing too many times at once, the muddled images of this place in 20 different decades. "I think we should go back to the house. I'm not feeling very well." Aunt Dell clearly didn't want to mess with a 150-year-old ghost in a caster graveyard. Lena tripped over a loose vine and stumbled. I grabbed her arm to catch her, but I wasn't fast enough. "Are you okay?" She caught herself and looked up at me for a split second, but a split second was all Reese needed. She zeroed in on Lena's eyes, looking into her face, her expression, her thoughts. "Mama, they're lying. They aren't doing a history project at all. They're looking for something." Reese put her hand to her temple as if she was adjusting a piece of equipment. "A book!" Aunt Dell looked confused, even more confused than she usually looked. "What sort of book would you be looking for in a graveyard?" Lena broke away from Reese's gaze and her hold. "It's a book that belonged to Genevieve." I unzipped the duffel bag I'd been carrying and pulled out a shovel. I walked toward the grave slowly, trying to ignore the fact that Genevieve's ghost was watching me the whole time. Maybe I was going to get struck by lightning or something. It wouldn't have surprised me. But we'd come this far. I pushed the shovel into the ground, scooping out a pile of earth. "Oh, great mother! Ethan, what are you doing?" Apparently, grave digging brought Aunt Dell back to the present. "I'm looking for the book." "In there?" Aunt Dell looked faint. "What sort of book would be in there?" "It's a casting book, a really old one. We don't even know if it's in there, it's just a hunch," Lena said, glancing at Genevieve, who was still perched on the tombstone, only a foot away. I tried not to look at Genevieve. It was disturbing the way her body faded in and out, and she stared at us with those creepy golden cat eyes, vacant and lifeless, like they were made of glass. The ground wasn't that hard, especially considering it was December. Within a few minutes, I had already dug a foot deep. Aunt Dell was pacing back and forth, looking worried. Every once in a while, she'd look around to be sure none of us were watching, then she'd glance over at Genevieve. At least I wasn't the only one freaked out about her. "We should go back. This is disgusting," Reese said, trying to make eye contact with me. "Don't be such a Girl Scout," Lena said, kneeling over the hole.
Does Reese see her?
"I don't think so. Just don't make eye contact with her."
What if Reese reads Aunt Dell's face?
"She can't. No one can. Aunt Dell sees too much at once. No one but a palimpsest can process all that information and make any sense of it." "Mama, are you really going to let them dig up a grave?" "For stars' sake, this is ridiculous. Let's stop this foolishness right now and go back to the party." "We can't. We have to know if the book is down there." Lena turned to Aunt Dell. "You could show us."
What are you talking about?
"She can show us what's down there. She can project what she sees." "I don't know. Macon wouldn't like it." Aunt Dell was biting her lip uneasily. "Do you think he'd prefer we dig up a grave?" Lena countered. All right. Get out of that hole, Ethan." I stepped out of the hole, wiping the dirt on my pants. I looked over at Genevieve. She had a peculiar look on her face, almost as if she was interested to see what was about to happen, or maybe she was just about to vaporize us. "Everyone, have a seat. This might make you dizzy. If you feel queasy, put your head between your knees," Aunt Dell instructed, like some kind of supernatural flight attendant. "The first time is always the hardest." Aunt Dell reached out so we could take her hands. "I can't believe you are participating in this, Mama." Aunt Dell took the clip out of her bun, letting her hair spill down around her shoulders. "Don't be such a Girl Scout, Reese." Reese rolled her eyes and took my hand. I glanced up at Genevieve. She looked right at me, right into me, and held a finger to her lips as if to say, "Shh." The air began to dissolve around us. Then we were spinning like one of those rides where they strap you against the wall and the whole thing spins so fast you think you're going to puke. Then flashes, one after the next, opening and closing like doors, one after another, second after second. 2 girls in white petticoats running in the grass, holding hands, laughing, yellow ribbons tied in their hair. Another door opened. A young woman with caramel-colored skin, hanging clothes on a wash line, humming quietly, the breeze lifting the sheets into the wind. The woman turns toward a grand white federal-style house and calls out, "Genevieve! Evangeline!" And another, a young girl moving across the clearing at dusk. She looks back to see if anyone is following her, red hair swinging behind her. Genevieve. She runs into the arms of a tall, lanky boy, a boy who could have been me. He leans down and kisses her. "I love you, Genevieve, and one day I'm going to marry you. I don't care what your family says. It can't be impossible." She touches his lips, gently. "Shh,
We don't have much time.
The door closes and another opens. Rain, smoke, and the crackling sound of fire, eating, breathing. Genevieve stands in the darkness, black smoke and tears streak her face. There's a black leather-bound book in her hand. It has no title, just a crescent moon embossed on the cover. She looks at the woman, the same woman who was hanging laundry on the clothesline. Ivy. Why doesn't it have a name? The old woman's eyes are filled with fear.
Just 'cause a book don't have a title, don't mean it don't have a name. That right there is the Book of Moons.
The door slams shut. Ivy, older and sadder, standing over a freshly dug grave, a pine box resting deep in the hole.
Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil.
There is something in her hand. The book, black leather with the crescent moon on the cover.
Take this with you, Miss Genevieve, so it can't cause nobody else any harm.
She tosses the book into the hole with the casket. Another door. The four of us sitting around the half-dug hole, and below the dirt, farther down where we can't see without Dell's help, the pine box. The book rests against it. Then farther down, into the casket, Genevieve's body, lying there in the darkness, her eyes closed, her skin pale porcelain, as if she was still breathing, perfectly preserved in a way no corpse could ever be, her long, fiery hair cascading onto her shoulders. The view spirals back up, out of the ground, back up to the four of us, sitting around the half-dug hole, holding hands, up to the headstone and Genevieve's faded figure staring down at us. Reese screamed. The last door slammed shut. I tried to open my eyes, but I was dizzy. Dell had been right. I felt like I was going to be sick. I tried to get my bearings, but my eyes wouldn't focus. I felt Reese drop my hand, backing away from me, trying to get far away from Genevieve and her terrifying golden gaze.
Are you okay?
I think so. Lena's head was between her knees. Is everyone all right? Aunt Dell asked, her voice even and unshaken. Aunt Dell didn't seem so confused or clumsy anymore. If I had to see all that every time I looked at something, I'd pass out or go crazy.
I can't believe that's what you see,
I said, looking at Dell, my eyes finally beginning to refocus. The gift of palimpsestry is a great honor and a greater burden.
The book, it's down there, I said.
That it is, but it appears it belongs to this woman, Dell said, gesturing toward Genevieve's apparition, who the two of you don't seem particularly surprised to see.
We saw her before, Lena admitted.
Well then, she chose to reveal herself to you. Seeing the dead is not one of the gifts of a caster, even a natural, and certainly not within the realm of mortal talents. One can only see the dead if the dead so will it. I was scared. Not standing on the steps of Ravenwood scared, or having Ridley freeze the life out of me scared. This was something else. It was closer to the fear I felt when I awoke from the dreams, and the thought of losing Lena. It was a paralyzing fear. The kind you feel when you realize the powerful ghost of a cursed, dark caster is staring down at you, in the middle of the night, watching you dig up her grave to steal a book from on top of her coffin. What was I thinking? What were we doing coming out here, digging up a grave under a full moon?
You were trying to right a wrong.
There was a voice in my head, but it wasn't Lena's. I turned to Lena. She was pale. Reese and Aunt Dell were both staring at what was left of Genevieve. They could hear her, too. I looked up at the glowing golden eyes as she continued to fade in and out. She seemed to sense what we were here for.
Take it.
I looked at Genevieve, unsure. She closed her eyes and nodded ever so slightly. She wants us to take the book, Lena said. I guessed I wasn't losing my mind.
How do we know we can trust her?
She was a dark caster, after all, with the same golden eyes as Ridley. Lena looked back at me with a glint of excitement. We don't. There was only one thing to do. Dig. The book looked exactly as it had in the vision, cracked black leather embossed with a tiny crescent moon. It smelled like desperation, and it felt heavy, not just physically, but psychically. This was a dark book. I knew it just from the seconds I managed to hold it before it singed the skin off my fingertips. It felt like the book was stealing a little bit of my breath each time I inhaled. I reached my arm out of the hole, holding it above my head. Lena took it from my hand, and I climbed back out. I wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. It wasn't lost on me that I was standing on Genevieve's casket. Aunt Dell gasped. Great Mother! I never thought I would see it. The Book of Moons. Be careful. That book is as old as time, maybe older. Macon will never believe we— He's never going to know. Lena brushed the dirt from the cover gently. Okay, now you've seriously lost it. If you think for 1 minute we're not going to tell Uncle Macon— Reese crossed her arms like an irritated babysitter. Lena held the book up higher, right in front of Reese's face. About what? Lena was staring at Reese, the same way Reese had stared into Ridley's eyes at the gathering, intently, with purpose. Reese's expression changed. She looked confused, almost disoriented. She stared at the book, but it was like she couldn't see it. What is there to tell, Reese? Reese squeezed her eyes shut, as if she was trying to shake off a bad dream. She opened her mouth to say something, then shut it abruptly. A hint of a smile twitched across Lena's face as she turned slowly toward her aunt. Aunt Dell? Aunt Dell looked as confused as Reese, which was how she looked most of the time anyway, but something was different, and she didn't answer Lena either. Lena turned slightly and dropped the book on top of my bag. As she did, I saw green sparks in her eyes, and the curling motion of her hair as it caught the moonlight, the casting breeze. It was almost as if I could see the magic churning around her in the darkness. I didn't understand what was happening, but the three of them seemed to be locked in a dark, wordless conversation I couldn't hear or understand. Then it was over, and the moonlight became moonlight again, and the night faded back into night. I looked behind Reese at Genevieve's headstone. Genevieve was gone, as if she had never been there at all. Reese shifted her weight, and her usual sanctimonious expression returned. If you think for a minute I'm not going to tell Uncle Macon you dragged us out to a graveyard for no good reason because of some stupid school project you didn't even end up doing, what the hell was she talking about? But Reese was dead serious. She didn't remember what had just happened, any more than I understood it. What did you just do? Uncle Macon and I have been practicing. Lena zipped up my duffel bag with the book inside. I know, I'm sorry. It's just this place is really creepy at night. Let's get out of here. Reese turned back toward Ravenwood, dragging Aunt Dell behind her. You're such a baby. Lena winked at me. Practicing what? Mind control? Little things. Teletossing pebbles, interior illusions, time binds, but those are hard. That was easy? I shifted the book out of their minds. I guess you could say I erased it. They won't remember it because in their reality, it never happened. I knew we needed the book. I knew why Lena did it. But somehow it felt like a line had been crossed, and now I didn't know where we stood, or if she could ever cross back over to where I was, where she used to be. Reese and Aunt Dell were already back in the garden. I didn't need to be a Sybil to tell Reese wanted to get the hell out of there. Lena started to follow them, but something stopped me. Elle, wait. I walked back over to the hole and reached into my pocket. I opened the handkerchief with the familiar initials and lifted the locket up by its chain. Nothing. No visions, and something told me there weren't going to be any more. The locket had led us here, showed us what we needed to see. I held the locket over the grave. It seemed only right, a fair trade. I was about to drop it when I heard Genevieve's voice again, softer this time.
No, it doesn't belong with me.
I looked back at the headstone. Genevieve was there again, what was left of her breaking into nothingness each time the wind blew through her. She didn't look as terrifying. She looked broken. The way you would look if you lost the only person you ever loved. I understood. December 8th. Waist deep. There was only so much trouble you could get into before the threat of more trouble wasn't even a threat anymore. At some point you'd waded so far in you had no choice but to paddle through the middle, if you had any chance of making it to the other side. It was classic Link logic, but I was starting to see the genius in it. Maybe you can't really understand it yourself until you're waist deep in it. By the next day, that's where we were, Lena and me, waist deep. It started with forging a note with one of Amma's number 2 pencils, then cutting school to read a stolen book we weren't supposed to have in the first place, and ended with a pack of lies about an extra credit project we were working on together. I was pretty sure Amma was going to catch on about 2 seconds after I said the words extra credit, but she had been on the phone with my Aunt Caroline discussing my dad's condition. I felt guilty about all the lying, not to mention the stealing, forging, and mind erasing, but we didn't have time for school. We had too much actual studying to do. Because we had the Book of Moons. It was real. I could hold it in my hands. Ouch! It burned my hand, like I had touched a hot stove. The book dropped to the floor of Lena's bedroom. Boo Radley barked from somewhere in the house. I could hear his paws click their way up the stairs toward us. Door. Lena spoke without looking up from an old Latin dictionary. Her bedroom door slammed shut, just as Boo reached the landing. He protested with a resentful bark. "Stay out of my room, Boo. We're not doing anything. I'm about to start practicing." I stared at the door, surprised. Another lesson from Macon, I guessed. Lena didn't even react, as if she'd done it 1,000 times. It was like the stunt she had pulled on Reese and Aunt Dell last night. I was starting to think the closer we got to her birthday, the more the caster was coming out in the girl. I was trying not to notice, but the more I tried, the more I noticed. She looked over at me, rubbing my hands on my jeans. They still hurt. What part about you can't touch it if you're not a caster are you not getting? Right, that part. She opened a battered black case and pulled out her viola. It's almost 5. I've got to start practicing or Uncle Macon will know when he gets up. He always knows. What? Now? She smiled and sat on a chair in the corner of her room. Adjusting the instrument with her chin, she picked up a long bow and set it to the strings. For a moment she didn't move, and closed her eyes like we were at a philharmonic instead of sitting in her bedroom, and then she began to play. The music crawled up from her hands and out into the room, moving through the air like another one of her undiscovered powers. The sheer white curtains hanging at her window began to stir, and I heard the song.
16 moons, 16 years, the claiming moon, the hour nears. In these pages, darkness clears. Powers bind what fire sears.
As I watched, Lena slid herself out of the chair and carefully placed her viola back where she had been sitting. She wasn't playing it anymore, but the music was still pouring out of it. She leaned the bow against the chair and sat down next to me on the floor. Shh. That's practicing? Uncle M doesn't seem to know the difference. And look. She pointed over to the door where I could see a shadow and hear a rhythmic thump. Boo's tail. He likes it, and I like to have him in front of my door. Think of it as a sort of anti-adult alarm system. She had a point. Lena knelt by the book and picked it up easily in her hands. When she opened the pages again, we saw the same thing we had been staring at all day. Hundreds of casts, careful lists written in English, Latin, Gaelic, and other languages I didn't recognize, one composed of strange, curling letters I had never seen before. The thin brown pages were fragile, almost translucent. The parchment was covered with dark brown ink in an ancient and delicate script. At least, I hoped it was ink. She tapped her finger on the strange writing and handed me the Latin dictionary. It's not Latin. See for yourself. I think it's Gaelic. Have you ever seen anything like that before? I pointed to the curling script. No. Maybe it's some kind of old caster language. Too bad we don't have a caster dictionary. We do. I mean, my uncle should. He has hundreds of caster books down in his library. It's no Lunae Libri, but it probably has what we're looking for. How long do we have before he's up? Not long enough. I pulled the sleeve of my sweatshirt down over my palm and used the material to handle the book, as if I was using one of Amma's oven mitts. I flipped through the thin pages. They bent noisily under my touch, as if they were made of dry leaves instead of paper. Does any of this mean anything to you? Lena shook her head. In my family, before you're claiming, you aren't really allowed to know anything. She pretended to pore over the pages. In case you go dark, I guess. I knew enough to let it drop. Page after page, there was nothing we could even begin to comprehend. There were pictures, some frightening, some beautiful. Creatures, symbols, animals, even the human-looking faces somehow managed to look anything but human in the Book of Moons. As far as I was concerned, it was like an encyclopedia from another planet. Lena pulled the book into her lap. There's so much I don't know, and it's all so trippy. I leaned against her bed, looking at the ceiling. There were words everywhere, new words and numbers. I could see the countdown, the numbers scribbled against the walls of her room as if it was a jail cell. 100, 78, 50. How much longer would we be able to sit around like this? Lena's birthday was getting closer, and her powers were already growing. What if she was right, and she grew into something unrecognizable, something so dark she wouldn't even know or care about me? I stared at the viola in the corner until I just didn't want to see it anymore. I closed my eyes and listened to the caster melody, and then I heard Lena's voice. Until the darkening brings the time of claiming, at the 16th moon, when the person of power has the freedom of will and agency to cast the eternal choice, in the end of day or the last moment of the last hour under the claiming moon. We looked at each other. How did you just... I looked over her shoulder. She turned the page. It's English. These pages are written in English. Someone started to translate it, here in the back. See how the ink is a different color? She was right. Even the pages in English must have been hundreds of years old. The page was written in another elegant script, but it wasn't the same writing, and it wasn't written in the same brownish ink, or whatever it was. Flip to the back. She held up the book, reading. The claiming, once bound, cannot be unbound. The choice, once cast, cannot be recast. A person of power falls into the great darkening or the great light for all time. If time passes and the last hour of the 16th moon flees unbound, the order of things is undone. This must not be. the book will bind that which is unbound for all time. So there's really no getting around this claiming thing. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I stared at the words that didn't bring me any closer to understanding. But what happens exactly during the claiming? Does this claiming moon send down some kind of caster beam or something? She scanned the page. It doesn't exactly say. All I know is it takes place under the moon at midnight, in the midst of the great darkness and under the great light from which we came. But it can happen anywhere. It's nothing you can really see. It just happens. No caster beam involved. But what happens exactly? I wanted to know everything, and it still felt like she was holding something back. She kept her eyes on the page. For most casters, it's a conscious thing. Just like it says here, the person of power, the caster, casts the eternal choice. They choose if they want to claim themselves light or dark. That's what the free will and agency is all about. Like mortals choose to be good or bad, except casters make the choice for all time. They choose the life they want to lead, the way they will interact with the magical universe and one another. It's a covenant they make with the natural world, the order of things. I know that sounds crazy. When you're 16? How are you supposed to know who you are and who you want to be for the rest of your life by then? Yeah, well, those are the lucky ones. I don't even get a choice. I almost couldn't bring myself to ask the next question. So what will happen to you? Reese says you just change. It happens in a second, like a heartbeat. You feel this energy, this power moving through your body, almost like you're coming to life for the first time. She looked wistful. At least, that's what Reese said. That doesn't sound so bad. Reese described it as an overwhelming warmth. She said it felt like the sun was shining on her and no one else. And at that moment, she said you just know which path has been chosen for you. It sounded too easy. Too painless, like she was leaving something out, like the part about what it felt like when a caster went dark. But I didn't want to put it out there, even if I knew we were both thinking about it. Just like that? Just like that. It doesn't hurt or anything, if that's what you're worried about. That was one of the things I was worried about, but it wasn't the only thing. I'm not worried. Me neither. And this time we made a point of staying away from what we were thinking, even to ourselves. The sun crept across the braided rug on Lena's floor, the orange light turning all the colors of the braid into 100 different kinds of gold. For a moment, Lena's face, her eyes, her hair, everything the light touched, turned to gold. She was beautiful. 100 years and 100 miles away, and just like the faces in the book, somehow not quite human. Sundown. Uncle Macon will be up any minute. We have to put the book away. She closed it, zipping it back into my bag. You take it. If my uncle finds it, he'll just try to keep it from me, like everything else. I just can't figure out what he and Alma are hiding. If all this stuff is going to happen, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop it, why not tell us everything? She wouldn't look at me. I pulled her into my arms, and she lay her head against my chest. She didn't say a word, but between 2 layers of sweatshirts and sweaters, I could still feel her heart beating against mine. She looked over at the viola until the music died out, dimming like the sun in the window. The next day at school, it was clear we were the only people thinking about anything that had to do with any kind of book. No hands were raised in any classes unless someone needed the hall pass for the bathroom. Not a single pen touched a scrap of paper unless it was to write a note about who had been asked, who didn't have a prayer of being asked, and who had already been shot down. December only meant one thing at Jackson High: the winter formal. We were in the cafeteria when Lena brought the subject up for the first time. "Did you ask anyone to go to the dance?" Lena wasn't familiar with Link's not-so-secret strategy of going to all the dances stag so he could flirt with Coach Cross, the girls' track coach. Link had been in love with Maggie Cross, who had graduated 5 years ago and came back after college to become Coach Cross, since we were in 5th grade.
"No, I like to fly solo."
Link grinned, his mouth full of fries.
"Coach Cross chaperones, so Link always goes by himself so he can loiter around her all night," I explained.
Don't want to disappoint the ladies. They'll be fighting over me once somebody spikes the punch.
I've never been to a school dance before. Lena looked down at her tray and picked at her sandwich. She looked almost disappointed. I hadn't asked her to the dance. It hadn't occurred to me that she'd want to go. So much was going on between us, and every part of it was so much bigger than a school dance. Link shot me a look. He had warned me this would happen.
Every girl wants to be asked to the dance, man. I have no idea why, but even I know that much.
Who knew Link might actually be right, considering his Coach Cross master plan had never panned out? Link drained the rest of his Coke.
A pretty girl like you could be the Snow Queen.
Lena tried to smile, but it wasn't even close. So what's with the whole Snow Queen thing? Don't you just have a homecoming queen like everywhere else?
No, this is the winter formal, so it's an ice queen. But Savannah's cousin Suzanne won every year until she graduated, and Savannah won last year, so everyone just calls it the Snow Queen.
Link reached over and grabbed a slice of pizza from my plate. It was pretty obvious Lena wanted to be asked. Another mysterious thing about girls, they want to be asked to stuff even if they don't want to go. But I had a feeling that wasn't the case with Lena. It was almost like she had a list of all the things she imagined a regular girl was supposed to do in high school, and she was determined to do them. It was crazy. The formal was the last place I wanted to go right now. We weren't the most popular people at Jackson lately. I didn't mind that everyone stared when we walked down the hall, even if we weren't holding hands. I didn't mind that people were probably saying things right now, cruel things, while the three of us sat alone at the only empty table in the crowded lunchroom, or that a whole club full of Jackson angels was patrolling the halls just waiting for us to screw up. But the thing is, before Lena, I would have cared. I was just starting to wonder, if maybe I was under some kind of spell myself.
I don't do that. I didn't say you did. You just did. I didn't say you had cast a spell. I just said maybe I was under one.
You think I'm Ridley?
I think... Forget it.
Lena searched my face even more intently, like she was trying to read it. Maybe she could do that too now, for all I knew.
What? The thing you said the morning after Halloween, in your room. Did you mean it, Elle?
What thing?
The writing on the wall.
What wall?
The wall in your bedroom. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. You said you were feeling the same way I was.
She started fidgeting with her necklace. I don't know what you're talking about.
Falling.
Falling?
Falling. You know.
What?
Never mind.
Say it, Ethan.
I just did. Look at me. I'm looking right at you.
I looked down into my chocolate milk.
Get it? Savannah Snow? Ice Queen?
Link dumped vanilla ice cream on top of his French fries. Lena caught my eye, blushing. She reached her hand under the table. I took it in mine, then almost yanked my hand away. The shock of her touch was so strong. It really was like sticking my hand in a wall socket. The way she looked at me, even if I couldn't hear what she was thinking, I would have known.
If you have something to say, Ethan, just say it. Yeah, that. Say it.
But we didn't need to say it. We were all by ourselves, in the middle of the crowded lunchroom, in the middle of a conversation with Link. Between the two of us, we had no idea what Link was even talking about anymore.
Get it? It's only funny because it's true. You know, Ice Queen, Savannah is one.
Lena let go of my hand and threw a carrot at Link. She couldn't stop smiling. He thought she was smiling at him. Okay, I get it, Ice Queen. It's still stupid. Link stuck a fork into the gloppy mess on his tray. It makes no sense. It doesn't even snow here. Link smiled at me over his ice cream fries.
She's jealous. You better watch out. Lena just wants to be elected Ice Queen so she can dance with me when they make me Ice King.
Lena laughed in spite of herself. You? I thought you were saving yourself for the track coach.
I am, and this is gonna be the year she falls for me.
Link spends the whole night trying to come up with witty things to say when she walks by.
She thinks I'm funny.
Funny looking.
This is my year. I can feel it. I'm gonna get Snow King this year, and Coach Cross is finally gonna see me up there on the stage with Savannah Snow.
I can't really see how it plays out from there. Lena began to peel a blood orange.
Oh, you know, she'll be struck by my good looks and charm and musical talent, especially if you write me a song. Then she'll give in and dance with me and follow me up to New York after graduation to be my groupie.
What is that, like an after-school special? The orange peel came off in one long spiral.
Your girlfriend thinks I'm special, dude.
Fries were falling out of his mouth. Lena looked at me. Girlfriend. We both heard him say it.
Is that what I am? Is that what you want to be?
Are you asking me something? It wasn't the first time I'd thought about it. Lena had felt like my girlfriend for a while now. When you considered everything we'd been through together, it was sort of a given. So I don't know why I had never said it, and I don't know why it was hard to say it now. But there was something about saying the words that made it more real.
I guess I am.
You don't sound so sure. I grabbed her other hand under the table and found her green eyes.
I'm sure, Elle.
Then I guess I'm your girlfriend. Link was still talking.
You'll think I'm special when Coach Cross is hanging all over me at the dance.
Link got up and tossed his tray. Just don't be thinking my girlfriend's saving you a dance. I tossed mine. Lena's eyes lit up. I was right. She not only wanted to be asked, she wanted to go. In that moment, I knew I didn't care what was on her regular high school girl to-do list. I was going to make sure she got to do everything on it.
Are you guys going?
I looked at her expectantly, and she squeezed my hand.
Yeah, I guess.
This time she smiled for real. And Link, how about I save you 2 dances? My boyfriend won't mind. He would never tell me who I can and can't dance with. I rolled my eyes. Link put his fist up, and I tapped my knuckles against his.
Yeah, I bet.
The bell rang and lunch was over. Just like that, I not only had a date to the winter formal, I had a girlfriend. And not just a girlfriend. For the first time in my whole life, I had almost used the L word. In the middle of the cafeteria, in front of Link. Talk about hot lunch. December 13th. Melting.
I don't see why she can't meet you here. I was hoping to see Melchizedek's niece all dolled up in a fancy dress.
I was standing in front of Amma so she could tie my bow tie. Amma was so short she had to stand 3 stairs up from me to reach my collar. When I was a kid, she used to comb my hair and tie my necktie before we went to church on Sundays. She had always looked like she was so proud, and that's how she was looking at me now.
Sorry, no time for a photo session.
I'm picking her up from her house. The guy is supposed to pick up the girl, remember? That was a stretch, considering I was picking her up in the beater. Link was catching a ride with Sean. The guys on the team were still saving him a seat at their new lunch table, even though he usually sat with Lena and me. Amma yanked on my tie and snorted a laugh. I don't know what she thought was so funny, but it made me edgy. It's too tight. I feel like it's strangling me. I tried to wedge a finger in between my neck and the collar of my rented jacket from Buck's Tux, but I couldn't.
Isn't the tie, it's your nerves.
You'll do fine. She surveyed me approvingly, like I imagined my mom would have if she'd been here. Now, let me see those flowers. I reached behind me for a small box, a red rose surrounded by white baby's breath inside. They looked pretty ugly to me, but you couldn't get much better from Gardens of Eden, the only place in Gatlin.
About the sorriest flowers I've ever seen.
Amma took one look and tossed them into the wastebasket at the bottom of the stairs. She turned on her heel and disappeared into the kitchen.
What did you do that for?
She opened the refrigerator and pulled out a wrist corsage, small and delicate. White Confederate jasmine and wild rosemary, tied with a pale silver ribbon. Silver and white, the colors of the winter formal. It was perfect. As much as I knew that Amma wasn't crazy about my relationship with Lena, she had done this anyway. She'd done it for me. It was something my mom would have done. It was only since my mom had died that I realized how much I relied on Amma, how much I had always relied on her. She was the only thing that had kept me afloat. Without her, I probably would have drowned, like my dad.
Everything means something. Don't try to change something wild into something tame.
I held the corsage up to the kitchen lamp. I felt the length of the ribbon, carefully probing it with my fingers. Under the ribbon there was a tiny bone.
Amma!
She shrugged.
What? Are you gonna take issue with a teeny little graveyard bone like that? After all this time growing up in this house, after seeing the things you've seen? Where's your sense? A little protection never hurt anybody. Not even you, Ethan Waite.
I sighed and put the corsage back in the box. I love you too, Amma. She gave me a bone-crushing hug, and I ran down the steps and into the night.
You be careful, you hear? Don't get carried away.
I had no idea what she meant, but I smiled at her anyway. Yes, ma'am. My father's light was on in the study as I drove away. I wondered if he even knew tonight was the winter formal. When Lena pulled the door open, my heart almost stopped, which was saying something considering she wasn't even touching me. I knew she looked nothing like any of the other girls at the dance would look tonight. There were only 2 kinds of prom dresses in Gatlin County, and they all came from one of 2 places: Little Miss, the local pageant gown supplier, or Southern Belle, the bridal shop 2 towns over. The girls who went to Little Miss wore the slutty mermaid dresses, all slits and plunging necklines and sequins. Those were the girls that Amma would never have allowed me to be seen with at a church picnic, let alone the winter formal. They were sometimes the local pageant girls, or the daughters of local pageant girls, like Eden, whose mom had been first runner-up Miss South Carolina, or more often just the daughters of the women who wished they had been pageant girls. These were the same girls you might eventually see holding their babies at the Jackson High School graduation in a couple of years. Southern Belle dresses were the Scarlett O'Hara dresses, shaped like giant cowbells. The Southern Belle girls were the daughters of the DAR and the Ladies' Auxiliary members, the Emily Ashers and the Savannah Snows, and you could take them anywhere, if you could stomach it, stomach them, and stomach the way it looked like you were dancing with a bride at her own wedding. Either way,
Everything was shiny, everything was colorful, and everything involved a lot of metallic trim and a particular shade of orange folks called Gatlin peach that was probably reserved for tacky bridesmaids' dresses everywhere else but Gatlin County. For guys, there was less obvious pressure, but it wasn't really any easier. We had to match, usually our date, which could involve the dreaded Gatlin peach. This year, the basketball team was going in silver bow ties and silver cummerbunds, sparing them the humiliation of pink or purple or peach bow ties. Lena had definitely never worn Gatlin peach in her life. As I looked at her, my knees started to buckle, which was starting to become a familiar feeling. She was so pretty, it hurt. Wow. Like it? She spun around. Her hair curled around her shoulders, long and loose, held back with glinting clips, in one of those magical ways girls have of making their hair look like it is supposed to be up, but also sort of falling down. I wanted to run my fingers through it, but I didn't dare touch her, not a single hair. Lena's dress fell from her body, clinging to all the right places, without looking Little Miss, in silvery gray strands, as delicate as a silver cobweb, spun by silver spiders.
Was it? Spun by silver spiders? Who knows? It could have been. It was a gift from Uncle Macon.
She laughed and pulled me into the house. Even Ravenwood seemed to reflect the wintry theme of the formal. Tonight the entry hall looked like old Hollywood. Tiles of black and white checkered the floor, and silver snowflakes sparkled, floating in the air above us. A black lacquered antique table stood in front of iridescent silver curtains, and beyond them I could see something that glinted like the ocean, though I knew it couldn't be. Flickering candles hovered over the furniture, tossing little pools of moonlight everywhere I looked. Really? Spiders? I could see the candlelight reflecting off her shining lips. I tried not to think about it. I tried not to want to kiss the little moon-shaped crescent on her cheekbone. The most subtle dusting of silver shone on her shoulders, her face, her hair. Even her birthmark seemed to be silver tonight. Just kidding. It was probably just something he found in some little shop in Paris or Rome or New York City. Uncle Macon likes beautiful things. She touched the silver crescent moon at her neckline, dangling just above her chain of memories. Another gift from Macon, I guessed. The familiar drawl came out of the dark hallway, accompanied by a single silver candlestick.
Budapest, not Paris. Other than that, guilty as charged.
Macon emerged in a smoking jacket over neat black pants and a white dress shirt. The silver studs in his shirt caught the glint of the candlelight.
Ethan, I would appreciate it greatly if you could take every precaution with my niece tonight. As you know, I prefer her home in the evenings.
He handed me a corsage for Lena, a small wreath of Confederate jasmine.
Every possible precaution.
Uncle M. Lena sounded annoyed. I looked at the corsage more closely. A silver ring dangled from the pin that held the flowers. It had an inscription in a language I didn't understand, but recognized from the Book of Moons. I didn't have to look too closely to see it was the ring he had worn night and day until now. I pulled out Amma's nearly identical corsage. Between the 100 casters probably bound to the ring and all of Amma's extended greats, there wasn't a spirit in town that would mess with us. I hoped.
I think between you and Amma, sir, Lena will survive the Jackson High winter formal, all right.
I smiled. Macon didn't.
It's not the formal I worry about, but I'm grateful to Amma-Marie just the same.
Lena frowned, looking from her uncle to me. Maybe we didn't look like the two happiest guys in town. Your turn. She picked up a boutonniere from the hall table, a plain white rose with a tiny sprig of jasmine, and pinned it on my jacket. I wish you would all stop worrying for 1 minute. This is getting embarrassing. I can take care of myself. Macon looked unconvinced.
In any event, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt.
I didn't know if he was referring to the witches of Jackson High or the powerful dark caster Seraphine. Either way, I'd seen enough in the last few months to take a warning like that seriously.
And have her back by midnight.
Is that some powerful caster hour?
No, it's her curfew.
I stifled a smile. Lena seemed anxious on the way to school. She sat stiffly in the front seat, fiddling with the radio, her dress, her seatbelt.
Relax.
Is it crazy that we're going tonight? Lena looked at me expectantly.
What do you mean?
I mean, everyone hates me. She looked down at her hands.
You mean everyone hates us?
Okay, everyone hates us.
We don't have to go.
No, I want to go, that's the thing. She twisted the corsage around her wrist a few times. Last year, Ridley and I had planned to go together. But then... I couldn't hear her answer, not even in my head. Things had already gone wrong by then. Ridley turned 16, then she was gone, and I had to leave school.
Well, this isn't last year. It's just a dance. Nothing's gone wrong.
She frowned and shut the mirror.
Not yet.
When we walked into the gym, even I was impressed by how hard student council must have worked all weekend. Jackson had gone all the way with the whole Midwinter Night's Dream concept. Hundreds of tiny paper snowflakes, some white, some shimmering with tinfoil, glitter, sequins, and anything else that could be made to sparkle, hung on fishing wire from the ceiling of the gym. Powdery soap flake snow drifted into the corners of the gym, and twinkling white lights fell in strands from the risers.
Hi, Ethan. Lena, you look lovely.
Coach Cross handed us both cups of Gatlin peach punch. She was in a black dress that showed just a little too much leg, I thought, for Link's sake. I looked at Lena, thinking of the silver snowflakes floating through the air at Ravenwood, without fishing wire or silver tinfoil. Still, her eyes were shining, and she clung to my hand tightly, like she was a kid at her first birthday party. I had never believed Link when he claimed school dances had some sort of inexplicable effect on girls. But it was clear it was true of all girls, even caster girls.
It's beautiful.
Honestly, it wasn't. What it was a plain old Jackson High dance, but I guess to Lena, that was something beautiful. Maybe magic wasn't the magic thing when you grew up with it. Then I heard a familiar voice. It couldn't be.
Let's get this party started.
Ethan, look. I turned around and almost choked on my punch. Link grinned at me, wearing what looked like a silver sharkskin tuxedo. He had one of those black T-shirts with a picture of the front of a tuxedo shirt screened on it underneath, and his black high tops. He looked like a Charleston street performer.
Hey, short straw. Hey, cuz.
I heard that unmistakable voice again, over the crowd, over the DJ, over the thumping of pounding bass, and the couples on the dance floor. Honey, sugar, molasses, and cherry lollipops, all rolled into one. It was the only time in my life I'd ever thought something was too sweet. Lena's hand tightened on mine. On Link's arm, unbelievably, in the smallest splash of silver sequins ever worn to a Jackson High formal, maybe any formal, was Ridley. I didn't even know where to look. She was all legs and curves and blonde hair spilling everywhere. I could feel the temperature in the room rising just by looking at her. From the number of guys who had stopped dancing with their wedding cake topper dates, who were fuming, it was obvious I wasn't the only one. In a world where all the prom dresses came from one of two stores, Ridley had out-little missed even the little misses. She made Coach Cross look like the Reverend Mother. In other words, Link was doomed. Lena looked from me to her cousin, ill. "Ridley, what are you doing here?" "'Cause we finally got to that dance after all. Aren't you ecstatic? Isn't it fantastic?" I could see Lena's hair starting to curl in the non-existent wind. She blinked and half the string of twinkling white lights went dark. I had to act fast. I pulled Link over to the punch bowl. "What are you doing with her?"
"Dude, can you believe it? She's the hottest chick in Gatlin, no offense. 3rd-degree burns. And she was just hanging out at the Stop and Steal when I went in to buy Slim Jims on the way here. She even had a dress on."
"Don't you think that's a little weird?"
"Do you think I care?"
"What if she's some kind of psycho? You think she'll tie me up or something?" He grinned, already picturing it. "I'm not joking."
"You're always joking. What's up?"
"Oh, I get it. You're jealous.
'Cause I seem to remember you getting in her car pretty fast yourself.
Don't tell me you tried to get with her or something." "No way. She's Lena's cousin."
"Whatever. All I know is I'm here at the formal with the hottest hotness in 3 counties. It's like, what are the odds of a meteor hitting this town? This'll never happen again. Be cool, okay? Don't ruin it for me."
He was under her spell already. Not that she had needed much of one with Link. It didn't matter what I said. I gave it another half-hearted try. "She's bad news, man. She's messing with your head. She'll suck you in and spit you out when she's done." He grabbed my shoulders with both hands.
"Suck away."
Link put his arm around Ridley's waist and went out onto the dance floor. He didn't so much as look at Coach Cross as they walked by. I pulled Lena away in the other direction, toward the corner where the photographer was taking pictures of the couples in front of a fake snowdrift with a fake snowman, while members of student council took turns shaking fake snow down onto the scene. I bumped right into Emily. She looked at Lena.
"Lena, you look shiny."
Lena just looked at her. "Emily, you look puffy." It was true. Ethan-hating Southern Belle Emily looked like a silver and peach-filled cream puff, plucked and primped and puckered into taffeta. Her hair in scary little piggy ringlets looked like it was made out of yellow curling ribbon. Her face looked like it had been stretched a little too tightly while she was getting her hair done at the snip and curl, stabbed in the head one too many times with a bobby pin. What had I ever seen in any of them?
"I didn't know your kind danced."
"We do." Lena stared at her.
"Around a bonfire?"
Emily's face twisted into a nasty smile. Lena's hair began to curl again. "Why? Looking for a bonfire so you can burn that dress?" The other half of the twinkle lights shorted out. I could see student council scrambling to check the cord connections. "Don't let her win. She's the only witch here." "She's not the only one, Ethan." Savannah appeared next to Emily, dragging Earl behind her. She looked exactly like Emily, only she was silver and pink rather than silver and peach. Her skirt was just as fluffy. If you squinted, you could visualize both of their weddings now. It was horrifying. Earl looked at the ground, trying to avoid making eye contact with me.
"Come on, Em, they're announcing the royal court."
Savannah looked at Emily meaningfully.
"Don't let me hold you up."
Savannah gestured to the line for pictures.
I mean, will you even show up on film, Lena?
She flounced off, massive cream puff dress and all.
Next.
Lena's hair was still curling.
They're idiots. It doesn't matter. None of it matters.
I heard the photographer's voice again.
Next.
I grabbed Lena's hand and pulled her into the fake snowdrift. She looked up at me, her eyes clouded. And then the clouds passed, and she was back. I could feel the storm settle.
Cue the snow,
I heard in the background.
You're right. It doesn't matter.
I leaned in to kiss her.
You're what matters.
We kissed, and the flash from the camera went off. For 1 second, 1 perfect second. It seemed like there was nobody else in the world, and nothing else mattered. The blinding light of a flashbulb, and then sticky white goop was pouring everywhere, all over the two of us.
What the?
Lena gasped. I tried to clear the glop out of my eyes, but it was everywhere. When I saw Lena, it was even worse. Her hair, her face, her beautiful dress, her first dance, ruined. It was foaming up, the consistency of pancake mix, dripping down from a bucket over our heads, the one that was supposed to release the flakes of fake snow so it could drift down gently for the photo. I looked up, only to get another faceful of the stuff. The bucket rattled to the floor.
Who put water in the snow?
The photographer was furious. No one said a word, and I was willing to bet the Jackson Angels hadn't seen a thing.
She's melting,
someone shouted. We stood in a puddle of white soap or glue or whatever, wishing we could shrink until we disappeared. At least, that's how it must have looked to the crowd standing around us laughing. Savannah and Emily were standing off to the side, enjoying every minute of what was maybe the most humiliating moment of Lena's life. A guy called out over the din,
"You should have stayed home."
I would have known that stupid voice anywhere. I'd heard it enough times on the court, about the only place he ever used it. Earl was whispering in Savannah's ear, his arms slung around her shoulder. I snapped. I was across the room so fast Earl didn't even see me coming at him. I slammed my soap-covered fist into his jaw, and he hit the ground, knocking Savannah on her hoop-skirted butt in the process.
What the hell? Have you lost your mind, Wait?
Earl started to get up, but I pushed him back down with my foot. You better stay down. Earl sat up and pulled on the collar of his jacket to straighten it, as if he could still look cool sitting on the gym floor.
You better hope you know what you're doing.
But he didn't get back up. He could say what he wanted, but we both knew if he got up, he was the one who would end up back on the ground. I do. I pulled Lena out of the growing slush puddle of what used to be the fake snowdrift.
Let's go, Earl. They're announcing the court,
Savannah said, annoyed. Earl got up and brushed himself off. I wiped my eyes, shaking out my wet hair. Lena stood there shivering, dripping fake snow like whitewash. Even in the crowd, there was a little puddle of space around her. No one dared get too close except me. I tried to wipe her face with my sleeve, but she backed away.
This is the way it always is.
Lena, I should have known better. Ridley appeared at her side, with Link right behind her. She was furious, I could see that much. I don't get it, cuz. I don't see why you want to hang out with their kind. She spat the words out, sounding just like Emily. No one treats us like this, light or dark, not one of them. Where's your self-respect, Lena Bina? It's not worth it. Not tonight. I just want to go home. Lena was too embarrassed to be as angry as Ridley. It was fight or flight, and right now, Lena was choosing flight. Take me home, Ethan. Link took off his silver jacket and put it around her shoulders.
That was messed up.
Ridley couldn't calm down, or wouldn't.
They're bad news, cuz, except Short Straw and my new boyfriend, Shrinky Dink. Link, I told you it's Link.
Shut up, Ridley. She's had enough. The siren effect wasn't working on me anymore. Ridley looked over my shoulder and smiled, a dark smile.
Come to think of it, I've had enough, too.
I followed her gaze. The Ice Queen and her court had made their way up to the stage and were grinning from the catbird seat. Once again, Savannah was the Snow Queen. Nothing ever changed. She was beaming at Emily, once again her ice princess, just like last year. Ridley took off her movie star sunglasses just a little. Her eyes began to glow. You could almost feel the heat coming off her. A lollipop appeared in her hand, and I smelled the thick, sickly sweetness in the air.
Don't, Ridley. This isn't about you, cuz. It's bigger than that.
Things are about to change in this back-assward town. I could hear Ridley's voice in my head as clearly as Lena's. I shook my head.
Leave it alone, Ridley. You're only going to make things worse. Open your eyes. They can't get any worse.
Or maybe
they can.
She patted Lena on the shoulder.
Watch and learn.
She was staring at the royal court, sucking on her cherry lollipop. I hoped it was too dark for them to see her creepy cat eyes.
No, they'll just blame me, Ridley. Don't. Gat Dung needs to learn a lesson, and I'm just the one to teach it to them.
Ridley strode toward the stage, her glitter heels clicking against the floor.
Hey, babe, where you going?
Link was right behind her. Charlotte was walking up the stairs in yards of shiny lavender taffeta 2 sizes too small, toward her sparkly plastic silver crown and her usual place in 4th position of the royal court, behind Eden, ice handmaiden, I guess. Just as she was taking the last step, her gigantic lavender sweatshop creation caught the edge of the riser, and when she stepped up onto the last stair, the back of her dress tore right off, right at the feebly sewn seam. It took Charlotte a couple of seconds to realize it, and by then, half the school was staring at her hot pink panties, the size of the state of Texas. Charlotte screamed a blood-curdling, "Now everyone knows how fat I really am," scream. Ridley grinned.
Oopsies. Ridley, stop. I'm just getting started.
Charlotte was screaming, while Emily, Eden, and Savannah tried to shield her from view with their teen wedding dresses. The sound of a record scratching ripped across the speakers, as the record that was playing abruptly changed to the Stones. Sympathy for the Devil. It could have been Ridley's theme song. She was introducing herself in a big way. The people on the dance floor just assumed it was another one of Dickie Wicks's screw-ups on his way to becoming the most famous 35-year-old DJ on the prom circuit. But the joke was on them. Forget light strands shorting out. Within seconds, all the bulbs above the stage and the track lighting along the dance floor began to blow, one by one, like dominoes. Ridley led Link onto the dance floor, and he twirled her around as Jackson's students screamed, pushing their way off the floor under the spray of sparks. I'm sure they all thought they were in the middle of some kind of electrical wiring disaster that Red Sweet, Gatlin's only electrician, would get blamed for. Ridley threw her head back, laughing and undulating around Link in that loincloth of a dress.
Ethan, we have to do something.
What?
It was too late to do anything. Lena turned and ran, and I was right behind her. Before either of us reached the doors to the gym, the sprinklers went off, All along the ceiling, water poured into the gym. The audio equipment started to short out, sparking like an electrocution just waiting to happen. Wet snowflakes dropped to the floor like soaked pancakes, and soap-flake snow turned into a bubbling mess. Everyone started to scream, and girls dripping mascara and hair product ran toward the door in their soggy taffeta skirts. In the mess, you couldn't tell a little miss from a Southern belle. They all looked like pastel-colored, drowned rats. As I reached the door, I heard a loud crash. I turned to the stage just as the giant glitter snowflake backdrop toppled. Emily flopped out of position, off her step on the slippery stage. Still waving to the crowd, she tried to catch herself, but her feet slipped out from under her, and she fell to the gym floor. She collapsed into a pile of peach and silver taffeta. Coach Cross went running. I didn't feel sorry for her, even though I did feel sorry for the people who would be blamed for this nightmare, the student council for their dangerously unstable backdrop, Dickie Wicks for capitalizing on the misfortune of a fat teenage cheerleader in her underwear, and Red Sweet for his unprofessional and potentially life-threatening wiring of the lighting in the Jackson High gym. "See you later, cuz. This was even better than a prom." I pushed Lena out the door in front of me. "Go!" She was so cold I could barely stand to touch her. By the time we got to the car, Boo Radley was already catching up to us. Macon shouldn't have worried about her curfew. It wasn't even 9:30. Macon was infuriated. Or maybe he was just worried. I couldn't tell which, because every time he looked at me, I looked away. Even Boo didn't dare look at him, lying at Lena's feet, thumping his tail on the floor. The house no longer resembled the dance. I bet Macon would never allow a silver snowflake through the doors of Ravenwood again. Everything was black now. Everything. The floors, the furniture, the curtains, the ceiling. Only the fire in the study fireplace burned steadily, casting light out into the room from the hearth. Maybe the house reflected his changing moods, and this was a dark one. "Kitchen!" A black mug of cocoa appeared in Macon's hand. He handed it to Lena, who sat wrapped in a scratchy woolen blanket in front of the fire. She clutched the mug with both hands, her wet hair tucked behind her ears, clinging to the warmth. He paced in front of her. "You should have left the moment you saw her, Lena." "I was kind of busy getting doused with soap and laughed at by everyone in school." "Well, you won't be busy anymore. You're grounded until your birthday, for your own good." "My own good is so clearly not the point here." She was still shaking, but I didn't think it was from the cold, not anymore. He stared at me, his eyes cold and dark. He was furious, I was sure now. "You should have made her leave." "I didn't know what to do, sir. I didn't know Ridley was going to destroy the gym, and Lena had never been to a dance." It sounded stupid even as I was saying it. Macon just stared back at me, swirling the scotch in his glass. "Interesting to note, you didn't even dance. Not a single dance." "How do you know that?" Lena put down her mug. Macon paced. "That's not important." "Actually, it's important to me." Macon shrugged. "It's Boo. He is, for lack of a better word, my eyes." "What?" "He sees what I see. I see what he sees. He's a caster dog, you know." "Uncle Macon, you've been spying on me." "Not on you in particular. How do you think I manage as the town shut-in? I wouldn't get far without man's best friend. Boo here sees everything, so I see everything." I looked at Boo. I could see the eyes, human eyes.
I should have known. Maybe I had always known. He had Macon's eyes. And something else. Something he was chewing. He had a ball of something in his mouth. I bent down to take it from him. It was a crumpled, soggy Polaroid. He had carried it all the way from the gym. Our picture from the formal. I was standing there, with Lena, in the middle of the fake snow. Emily was wrong. Lena's kind did show up on film, only she was shimmering, transparent, as if from the waist down she had already begun to dissolve into some kind of ghostly apparition, like she really was melting before the snow had even hit her. I patted Boo's head and pocketed the photo. This wasn't something Lena needed to see, not right now. 2 months until her birthday. I didn't need the picture to know we were running out of time. December 16th. When the Saints Go Marching In. Lena was sitting on the porch when I pulled up. I insisted on driving because Link wanted to ride with us, and he couldn't risk being seen in the hearse, and I didn't want Lena to have to walk in alone. I didn't even want her to go, but there was no talking her out of it. She looked like she was ready for battle. She was wearing a black turtleneck sweater, black jeans, and a black vest with a fur-trimmed hood. She was about to face the firing squad, and she knew it. It had only been 3 days since the dance, and the DAR hadn't wasted any time. The Jackson Disciplinary Committee meeting this afternoon wasn't going to be much different than a witch trial, and you didn't have to be a caster to know that. Emily was limping around in a cast. The winter formal disaster had become the talk of the town, and Mrs. Lincoln finally had all the support she needed. Witnesses had come forward, and if you twisted everything everyone claimed they saw, heard, or remembered far enough, you could squint, slant your head just right, and try to see the logic, that Lena Duquesne was responsible. Everything was fine until she came to town. Link jumped out and opened the door for Lena. He was so riddled with guilt, he looked like he was going to puke. "Hey, Lena, how you doing?" "I'm okay." "Liar." "I don't want him to feel bad. It's not his fault." Link cleared his throat. "I'm real sorry about this. I've been fighting with my mom all weekend. She's always been crazy, but this time, it's different." "It's not your fault, but I appreciate you trying to talk to her." "It might have made a difference if all those hags from the DAR weren't talking her other ear off. Mrs. Snow and Mrs. Asher must have called my house 100 times in the last 2 days. We drove past the Stop and Steal. Even Fatty wasn't there. The roads were deserted, like we were driving through a ghost town. The disciplinary committee meeting was scheduled for 5 o'clock sharp, and we were going to be right on time. The meeting was in the gym, because it was the only place at Jackson big enough to accommodate the number of people that were likely to show up. That was another thing about Gatlin. Everything that went on involved everyone. There were no closed proceedings around here. From the look of the streets, the whole town had all but shut down, which meant just about everyone was going to be at the meeting. "I just don't know how your mom pulled this off so quickly. This is fast, even for her." "From what I overheard, Doc Asher got involved. He hunts with Principal Harper and some bigwig on the school board." Doc Asher was Emily's dad and the only real doctor in town. "Great." "You guys know I'm probably going to get kicked out, right? I'll bet it's already been decided. This meeting is just for show." Link looked confused. "They can't kick you out without hearing your side of the story. You didn't even do anything." "None of that matters. These things are decided behind closed doors. Nothing I say is going to matter." She was right, and we both knew it.
So I didn't say anything. Instead, I pulled her hand up to my mouth and kissed it, wishing for the 100th time that it was me going up against the whole school board instead of Lena. But the thing was, it would never have been me. No matter what I did, no matter what I said, I would always be one of them. Lena never would. And I think that was the thing that made me the angriest and the most embarrassed. I hated them even more because deep down, they still claimed me as one of their own. Even when I dated Old Man Ravenwood's niece and took on Mrs. Lincoln and wasn't invited to Savannah Snow's parties, I was one of them. I belonged to them. And there was nothing I could do to change that. And if the opposite were true, and in some way they belonged to me, then what Lena was up against wasn't just them. It was me. The truth was killing me. Maybe Lena was going to be claimed on her 16th birthday, but I had been claimed since birth. I had no more control over my fate than she did. Maybe none of us did. I pulled the car into the parking lot. It was full. There was a crowd of people lined up at the main entrance, waiting to get in. I hadn't seen this many people in one place since the opening of Gods and Generals, the longest and most boring Civil War movie ever made, and one that half my relatives starred in as extras because they owned their own uniforms. Link ducked down in the back seat. "I'm gonna slide out here. I'll see y'all in there." He pushed open the door and crawled out between the cars. "Good luck." Lena's hands were in her lap, shaking. It killed me to see her this nervous. "You don't have to go in there. We can turn around and I can drive you right back to your house." "No, I'm going in." "Why do you want to subject yourself to this? You said it yourself, this is probably just for show." "I'm not going to let them think I'm scared to face them. I left my last school, but I'm not going to run away this time." She took a deep breath. "It's not running away." "It is to me." "Is your uncle coming, at least?" "He can't." "Why the hell not?" She was all alone in this, even though I was standing right next to her. "It's too early. I didn't even tell him." "Too early? What is that about, anyway? Is he locked up in his crypt or something?" "More like, or something." It wasn't worth trying to talk about now. She was going to have enough to deal with in a few minutes. We walked toward the building. It started to rain. I looked at her. "Believe me, I'm trying. If I let go, it would be a tornado." People were staring, even pointing. Not that I was surprised. So much for common decency. I looked around, half expecting to see Boo Radley sitting by the door, but tonight, he was nowhere in sight. We entered the gym from the side, coincidentally, the visitors' entrance, Link's idea, which turned out to be a good one, because once we got inside, I realized people weren't standing out front waiting to get in. They were just hoping to hear the meeting. Inside, it was standing room only. It looked like a pathetic version of a grand jury hearing from an episode of one of those courtroom dramas on TV. There was a big plastic folding table in the front of the room, and a few teachers, Mr. Lee, of course, sporting a red bow tie and his own backwoods brand of prejudice, Principal Harper, and a couple of people who must have been members of the school board, sitting in a row at the tables. They all looked old and annoyed, like they wished they could be at home watching QVC or religious programming. The bleachers were filled with Gatlin's finest. Mrs. Lincoln and her DAR lynch mob were taking up the first 3 rows, with the members of the Sisters of the Confederacy, the First Methodist Choir, and the Historical Society taking up the next few. Right behind them were the Jackson Angels, also known as the Girls Who Wanted to Be Emily and Savannah, and the guys who wanted to get into Emily's and Savannah's pants, sporting their freshly screened Guardian tees. The front of the shirts had a picture of an angel that looked suspiciously like Emily Asher, with her huge white angel wings spread wide open, wearing, what else, a Jackson High Wildcats t-shirt. On the back, there was simply a pair of white wings, designed to look like they were sprouting right out of the person's back, and the angel's battle cry, "We'll be watching you." Emily was sitting next to Mrs. Asher, her leg and its huge cast propped up on one of the orange cafeteria chairs. Mrs. Lincoln narrowed her eyes when she saw us, and Mrs. Asher put her arm around Emily protectively, as if one of us might run over there and beat her with a club like a defenseless baby seal pup. I saw Emily slip her phone out of her tiny silver bag, text ready. Soon her fingers would be flying. Our school gym was probably the epicenter of local gossip for 4 counties tonight. Amma was sitting a few rows back, fiddling with the charm around her neck. Hopefully it would make Mrs. Lincoln grow the horns she'd been so artfully hiding all these years. Of course, my dad wasn't there, but the sisters were sitting next to Thelma, across the aisle from Amma. Things must have been worse than I thought. The sisters hadn't been out of the house this late since 1980, when Aunt Grace ate too much spicy Hoppin' John and thought she was having a heart attack. Aunt Mercy caught my eye and waved her handkerchief. I walked Lena to the seat in the front of the room obviously reserved for her. It was right in front of the firing squad, dead center. "It's going to be okay. Promise?" I could hear the rain pounding on the roof outside. "I promise this doesn't matter. I promise these people are idiots. I promise nothing they say will ever change the way I feel about you." I'll take that as a no. The rain beat down harder on the roof. Not a good sign. I took her hand and pressed something into it. The little silver button from Lena's vest that I'd found in the beater's cracked upholstery the night we met in the rain. It looked like a piece of junk, but I had carried it in my jeans pocket ever since. "Here, it's sort of a good luck charm. At least it brought something good to me." I could see how hard she was trying not to crack. Without a word, Lena took off her chain and added it to her own collection of valuable junk. "Thanks." If she could have smiled, she would have. I made my way back toward the row where the sisters and Amma were sitting. Aunt Grace stood up, resting on her cane.
"Ethan, over here. We saved you a seat, darling." "Why don't you sit down, Grace Statham?" an old blue-haired woman sitting behind the sisters hissed. Aunt Prue turned around. "Why don't you mind your own business, Sadie Honeycutt, or I will mind it for you?" Aunt Grace turned to Mrs. Honeycutt and smiled. "Now you come right on over here, Ethan." I squeezed in between Aunt Mercy and Aunt Grace. "How you holding up, sweet meat?" Thelma smiled and pinched my arm. Thunder crashed outside, and the lights flickered. A few old women gasped. An uptight-looking guy sitting in the middle of the big folding table cleared his throat. "Just a little hiccup in the power is all. Why doesn't everyone kindly take their seats so we can get started? My name is Bertrand Hollingsworth, and I'm head of the school board. This meeting's been called to respond to the petition requesting the expulsion of a Jackson student, a Miss Lena Duquesne. Is that right?" Principal Harper addressed Mr. Hollingsworth from his seat at the table, the prosecution, or more accurately, Mrs. Lincoln's hangman. "Yes, sir. The petition was brought to my attention by several concerned parents. and it was signed by over 200 of Gatlin's most respected parents and citizens, and a number of Jackson's students.
Of course it was.
What are the grounds for expulsion?
Mr. Harper flipped some pages on his yellow legal pad like he was reading a rap sheet.
Assault, destruction of school property, and Miss Duquesne was already on probation.
Assault? I didn't assault anyone. It's just an accusation. They can't prove anything.
I was on my feet before he even finished.
None of that's true.
Another jumpy-looking guy at the other end of the table raised his voice to be heard over the rain and the 20 or 30 old women whispering about my bad manners.
Young man, have a seat. This is not a free-for-all.
Mr. Hollingsworth pressed on over the din.
Do we have any witnesses to substantiate these accusations?
Now there were more than a few people whispering to each other to see if anyone knew what substantiate meant. Principal Harper cleared his throat awkwardly.
Yes, and recently I received information that indicates Miss Duquesne had similar problems at the school she previously attended.
What is he talking about? How do they know anything about my old school? I don't know. What happened at your old school? Nothing.
A woman from the school board flipped through some papers in front of her.
I think we'd like to hear from Jackson's parent partnership president, Mrs. Lincoln, first.
Link's mom stood up dramatically and walked down the aisle toward the Gatlin grand jury. She had seen a few courtroom dramas on TV herself.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mrs. Lincoln, can you tell us what you know about this situation, since you are one of the original petitioners? Of course. Miss Ravenwood, Miss Duquesne, moved here several months ago, and since then there have been all sorts of problems at Jackson. First, she broke a window in the English class that came close to cutting my baby to shreds, Mrs. Snow called out. It came close to seriously injuring several children, and many of them suffered cuts from the broken glass. No one except Lena was injured, and that was an accident, Link yelled from where he was standing in the back of the room. Wesley Jefferson Lincoln, you better go home right now if you know what's good for you, Mrs. Lincoln hissed.
She regained her composure, smoothing her skirt, and turned to face the disciplinary committee.
Miss Duquesne's charms seem to work quite well on the weaker sex,
Mrs. Lincoln said with a smile.
As I was saying, she broke a window in the English classroom, which frightened the students so much that a number of civically minded young ladies took it upon themselves to form the Jackson Guardian Angels, a group whose sole purpose is to protect the students at Jackson, like a neighborhood watch.
The fallen angels nodded in unison from their seats on the bleachers, like someone was pulling invisible strings attached to their heads, which, in a way, someone was. Mr. Hollingsworth was scribbling on a yellow legal pad.
Was this the only incident involving Miss Duquesne?
Mrs. Lincoln tried to look shocked.
Heavens, no. At the winter formal, she pulled the fire alarm, ruining the dance and destroying $4,000 worth of audio equipment. As if that weren't enough, she pushed Miss Asher off of the stage, causing her to break her leg, which I've been told on good authority will take months to heal.
Lena stared straight ahead, refusing to look at anyone.
Thank you, Mrs. Lincoln.
Link's mom turned and smiled at Lena. Not a genuine smile, or even a sarcastic smile, but an I'm going to ruin your life and enjoy doing it smile. Mrs. Lincoln walked back to her seat. Then she stopped and looked right at Lena. "I almost forgot. There is one last thing." She pulled some loose papers from her purse. "I have records from Miss Duquesne's previous school in Virginia, although it might be more accurate to call it an institution." "I wasn't in an institution. It was a private school." "As Principal Harper mentioned, this is not the first time Miss Duquesne has had violent episodes." Lena's voice in my head was bordering on hysterical. I tried to reassure her. "Don't worry." But I was worried. Mrs. Lincoln wouldn't be saying this here if she couldn't prove it somehow. "Miss Duquesne is a very disturbed girl. She suffers from a mental illness. Let me see." Mrs. Lincoln ran her finger down the page as if she was looking for something. I waited to hear the diagnosis for the mental illness Mrs. Lincoln thought Lena suffered from, the state of being different. "Ah, yes, here it is. It appears Miss Duquesne suffers from bipolar disorder, which Dr. Asher can tell you is a very serious mental condition. These people who suffer from this affliction are prone to violence and unpredictable behavior. These things run in families. Her mother was afflicted as well." "This can't be happening." The rain hammered down on the roof. The wind picked up, lashing the door of the gym. "In fact, her mother murdered her father 14 years ago." The entire room gasped. Game, set, match. Everyone started talking at once. "Ladies and gentlemen, please." Principal Harper tried to calm everyone down, but it was like taking a match to dry brush. Once the fire got started, there was no stopping it. It took 10 minutes for the gym to settle back down again, but Lena never did. I could feel her heart racing like it was my own, and the knot in her throat from choking back her tears. Although judging by the downpour outside, she was having a tough time with that. I was surprised she hadn't run out of the gym already, but she was either too brave or too stunned to move. I knew Mrs. Lincoln was lying. I didn't believe Lena had been in an institution any more than I believed the angels wanted to protect the students at Jackson. What I didn't know was if Mrs. Lincoln was lying about the rest, the part about Lena's mother murdering her father. But I knew I wanted to kill Mrs. Lincoln. I'd known Link's mom my whole life, but lately I hadn't even been able to think of her like that anymore. She didn't seem like the woman who ripped the cable box out of the wall or lectured us for hours on the virtues of abstinence. This didn't seem like one of her annoying yet ultimately innocent causes. This seemed more vindictive and more personal. I just couldn't figure out why she hated Lena so much. Mr. Hollingsworth tried to regain control. "All right, everyone, let's settle down. Mrs. Lincoln, thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I'd like to review those documents, if you don't mind." I stood up again. "This whole thing is ridiculous. Why don't you just set her on fire and see if she burns?" Mr. Hollingsworth tried to gain control of the meeting, which was bordering on becoming an episode of Jerry Springer. "Mr. Waite, have a seat or you will be asked to leave. There will be no more outbursts during this meeting. I have reviewed the witnesses' written accounts of what happened, and it seems this matter is quite straightforward, and there is only one sensible thing to do." There was a crash, and the huge metal doors in the back of the room flew open. A gust of wind blew in, along with sheets of rain. And something else. Macon Ravenwood strode casually into the gym, dressed in a black cashmere overcoat and sharp-looking gray pinstripe suit, with Marion Ashcroft on his arm. Marion was carrying a small checkered umbrella just large enough to shield her from the downpour. Macon didn't have an umbrella, but he was still bone dry. Boo lumbered in behind them, his black hair wet and standing on end, making it obvious he was more wolf than dog. Lena turned around in her orange plastic chair, and for a second, she looked as vulnerable as she felt. I could see the relief in her eyes, and I could see how hard she was trying to stay in her seat to keep from throwing herself sobbing into his arms. Macon's eyes flickered in her direction, and she settled back in her chair. He walked down the aisle toward the members of the school board.
"I'm so sorry we are late. The weather is just treacherous out there tonight. Don't let me interrupt. You were just about to do something sensible, if I heard correctly."
Mr. Hollingsworth looked confused. Actually, most of the people in the gym looked confused. None of them had ever seen Macon Ravenwood in the flesh.
"Excuse me, sir. I don't know who you think you are, but we are in the middle of proceedings, and you can't bring that dog in here. Only service animals are permitted on school grounds."
"I understand completely.
It just so happens that Boo Radley is my seeing-eye dog."
I couldn't help but smile. I guess, technically, that was true. Boo shook his huge body, water from his soaking wet fur showering everyone sitting close to the aisle.
"Well, Mr. Ravenwood. Macon Ravenwood."
There was another audible gasp from the bleachers, followed by the buzz of whispering moving down the rows. The whole town had been waiting for this day since before I was born. You could feel the energy in the room pick up from the sheer spectacle of it all. There was nothing Gatlin loved better than a spectacle.
"Ladies and gentlemen of Gatlin, how nice to finally meet you all. I trust you know my dear friend, the beautiful Dr. Ashcroft. She has been kind enough to escort me this evening, as I don't quite know my way around our fair town."
Marion waved.
"Let me apologize once again for being late. Please, do continue. I'm sure you were just about to explain that the accusations against my niece are completely unfounded and encourage these children to go home and get a good night's sleep for school tomorrow."
For a minute, Mr. Hollingsworth looked like he might be convinced to do just that, and I wondered if maybe Uncle Macon had the same power of persuasion Ridley possessed. A woman with a beehive whispered something to Mr. Hollingsworth, and he seemed to remember his original train of thought.
"No, sir, that's not what I was about to do, not at all. In fact, the accusations against your niece are quite serious. It seems there are several witnesses to the events that transpired. Based on the written accounts and the information presented at this meeting, I'm afraid we are faced with no choice but to expel her."
Macon waved his hand toward Emily, Savannah, Charlotte, and Eden.
"Are these your witnesses? An imaginative band of little girls suffering from a bad case of sour grapes?"
Mrs. Snow leapt to her feet.
"Are you insinuating that my daughter is lying?"
Macon smiled his movie star smile.
"Not at all, my dear. I'm saying that your daughter is lying. I'm sure you can appreciate the difference."
"How dare you!"
Link's mother pounced like a wildcat.
"You have no right to be here, railroading these proceedings."
Marion smiled and stepped forward. "As the great man said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And I see no justice in this room, Mrs. Lincoln."
Don't you talk your Harvard talk around here.
Marion snapped her umbrella shut. I don't believe Martin Luther King, Jr. went to Harvard. Mr. Hollingsworth spoke up authoritatively.
The fact remains that, according to witnesses, Miss Duquesne pulled the fire alarm, resulting in thousands of dollars in damages to Jackson High School property, and pushed Miss Asher off the stage, resulting in injuries to Miss Asher. Based on these events alone, we have grounds to expel her.
Marion sighed loudly, snapping her umbrella shut. It is difficult to free fools from the chains they revere. She looked pointedly at Mrs. Lincoln. Voltaire, another man who did not go to Harvard. Macon remained calm, which seemed to aggravate everyone even more.
Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth, it would be a shame for you to continue on this course of action. You see, it's illegal to prevent a minor from attending school in the great state of South Carolina. Education is compulsory. That means required. You cannot dismiss an innocent girl from school without grounds. Those days are over, even in the South. As I have explained, Mr. Ravenwood, we do have grounds, and we are well within our power to expel your niece.
Mrs. Lincoln jumped to her feet.
You can't just show up here out of the blue, interfering with town business. You haven't left your house in years. What gives you the right to have a say in what happens in this town or with our children?
Are you referring to your little collection of marionettes, dressed like, what is it, unicorns? You'll have to forgive my poor eyesight.
Macon gestured toward the angels.
They are angels, Mr. Ravenwood, not unicorns. Not that I expect you to recognize our Lord's messengers, since I don't ever recall seeing you in church.
Let he who is without sin cast the first stone, Mrs. Lincoln.
Macon paused for a second, as if he thought Mrs. Lincoln might need a moment or two to get her mind around that.
As for your original point, you're absolutely right, Mrs. Lincoln. I spend a great deal of time in my house, which I don't mind. It's an enchanting place, really. But perhaps I should spend more time in town, spend some more time with all of you. Shake things up a bit, for lack of a better expression.
Mrs. Lincoln looked horrified, and the DAR members were turning around in their seats, looking at one another nervously at the thought of it.
In fact, if Lena will not be returning to Jackson, she will have to be homeschooled. Perhaps I should invite a few of her cousins to stay with me as well. I wouldn't want her to miss out on the social aspect of her education. Some of her cousins are quite captivating. In fact, I believe you met one of them at your little Midwinter's Eve masquerade ball.
It wasn't a masquerade ball.
My apologies. I only assumed those dresses were costumes, based on the garish nature of the plumage.
Mrs. Lincoln reddened. She was no longer just a woman trying to ban books. This was not a woman to be messed with. I was worried for Macon. I was worried for all of us.
Let's be honest, Mr. Ravenwood. You have no place in this town. You are not part of it, and clearly neither is your niece. I don't think you are in any position to make demands.
Macon's expression changed slightly. He turned his ring around on his finger.
Mrs. Lincoln, I appreciate your candor, and I will try to be as frank with you as you have been with me. It would be a grave error for you, for anyone in this town, really, to pursue this matter. You see, I have a great deal of means. I'm a bit of a spendthrift, if you will, if you try to prevent my niece from returning to Stonewall Jackson High School, I will be forced to spend some of that money. Who knows? Perhaps I'll bring in a Walmart." There was another gasp from the bleachers. "Is that a threat?" "Not at all. Quite coincidentally, I also own the land upon which the Southern Comfort Hotel resides. Its closure would be most inconvenient for you, Mrs. Snow, as your husband would have to drive a great deal farther to meet his lady friends, which I'm sure would make him late for supper on a regular basis. Now, we couldn't have that, could we?" Mr. Snow turned beet red and scrunched down behind a couple of guys on the football team, but Macon was just getting started. "And Mr. Hollingsworth, you look very familiar, sir, as does that striking Confederate flower to your left." Macon gestured to the lady from the school board sitting next to him. "Haven't I seen you two somewhere before? I could swear." Mr. Hollingsworth swayed a little. "Absolutely not, Mr. Ravenwood. I am a married man." Macon turned his attention to the balding man sitting on the other side of Mr. Hollingsworth. "And Mr. Ebbett, if I decide to stop leasing the land to the wayward dog, where will you spend the evenings drinking when your wife thinks you're studying at the Good Book Bible Group?"
"Wilson, how could you? To use our Lord Almighty as an alibi? You will burn in the fires of hell, sure as I'm standing here."
Mrs. Ebbett collected her purse and started to push her way toward the aisle.
"It's not true, Rosalie."
"Isn't it, though?" Macon smiled. "I can't even imagine what Boo here would tell me if he could talk. You know, he's been in and out of every yard and parking lot in your fair town, and I'll bet he's seen a thing or two."
I stifled a laugh. Boo's ears perked up at the sound of his name, and more than a few people started to squirm in their seats, as if Boo might open his mouth and start talking. After Halloween night, it wouldn't have surprised me, and considering Macon Ravenwood's reputation, nobody in Gatlin would have been too shocked either.
"As you can see, there are more than a few people in this town who are less than honest. So you can imagine my concern when I learned that 4 teenage girls are the only witnesses to these scathing accusations made against my own family. Wouldn't it be in all of our interests to drop this matter? Wouldn't it be the gentlemanly thing to do, sir?"
Mr. Hollingsworth looked like he was going to be sick, and the woman next to him looked like she was hoping she'd get sucked down into the ground. Mr. Ebbett, whose name I realized was never mentioned before Macon said it, had already left, chasing after his wife. The remaining members of the tribunal looked scared to death, as if any minute now Macon Ravenwood, or his dog, might start telling the whole town their dirty little secrets.
"I think you might be right, Mr. Ravenwood. Perhaps we need to investigate these accusations further before pursuing this matter. There may, in fact, be inconsistencies." "A wise choice, Mr. Hollingsworth. A very wise choice."
Macon walked toward the tiny table where Lena was sitting and offered his arm.
"Come now, Lena. It's late. You have school tomorrow."
Lena stood up, standing even straighter than usual. The rain faded to a gentle patter. Marion tied a scarf around her hair, and the three of them walked back up the aisle, Boo trailing behind them. They didn't look at anyone else in the room. Mrs. Lincoln was on her feet.
"Her mother is a murderer!"
she screamed, pointing at Lena. Macon spun around and their eyes met. There was something about his expression. It was the same expression he'd had when I showed him Genevieve's locket.
Boo growled menacingly. "Be careful, Martha. You never know when we'll run into each other again."
"Oh, but I do, Macon." She smiled, but it was nothing like a smile. I don't know what passed between them, but it didn't look like Macon was just battling Mrs. Lincoln anymore. Marion opened her umbrella again, even though they weren't outside yet. She smiled diplomatically at the crowd. "Now, I hope to see all of you at the library. Don't forget, we're open till 6 o'clock on the weekdays." She nodded to the room. "Without libraries, what have we? We have no past and no future. Just ask Ray Bradbury, or go to Charlotte and read it for yourself on the wall of the public library." Macon took Marion's arm, but she wasn't finished. "And he didn't go to Harvard either, Mrs. Lincoln. He didn't even go to college." With that, they were gone. December 19th. White Christmas. After the disciplinary committee meeting, I don't think anyone believed Lena would show up at school the next day. But she did, just like I knew she would. No one else knew she had given up the right to go to school once. She wasn't going to let anyone take it away from her again. To everyone else, school was prison. To Lena, it was freedom. Only it didn't matter because that was the day Lena became a ghost at Jackson. Nobody looked at her, spoke to her, sat near her at any table, bleacher, or desk. By Thursday, half the kids at school were wearing the Jackson Angels t-shirt, with those white wings on their backs. The way they looked at her, it seemed half the teachers wished they could wear them too. On Friday, I turned in my basketball jersey. It just didn't feel like we were all on the same team anymore. Coach was furious. After all the hollering died down, he just shook his head. "You're crazy, Wait. Look at the season you're having, and you're throwing it away on some girl?" I could hear it in his voice. Some girl. Old Man Ravenwood's niece. Still, nobody said an unkind word to either one of us, at least not to our faces. If Mrs. Lincoln had put the fear of God into them, Macon Ravenwood had given people in Gatlin a reason to fear something even worse. The truth. As I watched the numbers on Lena's wall and hand get smaller and smaller, the possibility became more real. What if we couldn't stop it? What if Lena had been right all along, and after her birthday the girl I knew disappeared? Like she had never been here at all. All we had was the Book of Moons, and more, there was one thought I was trying to keep out of Lena's head, and mine. I wasn't sure the book was enough. Amongst persons of power, there being twin forces from which spring all magic, the darkness and the light. I think we've got the whole darkness and light thing worked out. You think we could get to the good part? The part called Loopholes for Your Claiming Day? How to vanquish a rogue cataclysm? How to reverse the passage of time? I was frustrated, and Lena wasn't talking. From where we sat on the cold bleachers, the school looked deserted. We were supposed to be at the science fair, watching Alice Milkhouse soak an egg in vinegar, listening to Jackson Freeman argue there was no such thing as global warming, and Annie Honeycutt counter with how to make Jackson a green school. Maybe the Angels were going to have to start recycling their flyers. I stared at the Algebra 2 book hanging out of my backpack. It didn't seem like there was anything worth learning at this place anymore. I'd learned enough in the last few months. Lena was a million miles away, still buried in the book. I had started carrying it around in my backpack, out of fear Amma would find it if I left it in my room. Here's more about cataclysms. The greatest of the darkness being the power closest to the world and the underworld, the cataclysm. The greatest of the light being the power closest to the world and the underworld, the natural. Where there is not one, there cannot be the other, as without darkness, there can be no light.
See? You're not going dark. You're light because you're the natural.
Lena shook her head and pointed at the next paragraph. Not necessarily. That's what my uncle thinks, but listen to this. At the time of claiming, the truth will be made manifest. What appears darkness may be the greatest light. What appears light may be the greatest darkness. She was right. There was no way to be sure. Then it gets really complicated. I'm not even sure I understand the words. For the dark matter made the dark fire, and the dark fire made the powers of all Lilim in the demon world and casters of darkness and light. Without all power, there can be no power. The dark fire made the great darkness and the great light. All power is dark power, as dark power is even the light.
Dark matter, dark fire, what is this, the Big Bang for casters?
What about Lilim? I've never heard of any of this, but then again, nobody tells me anything. I didn't even know my own mother was alive. She tried to sound sarcastic, but I could hear the pain in her voice.
Maybe Lilim is an old word for casters or something.
The more I find out, the less I understand.
And the less time we have. Don't say that.
The bell rang and I stood up. You coming? She shook her head. I'm going to stay out here a while longer. Alone, in the cold. More and more it was like that. She hadn't even looked me in the eye since the disciplinary committee meeting, almost as if I were one of them. I couldn't really blame her, considering the whole school and half the town had basically decided she was the institutionalized, bipolar child of a murderer.
You better show up in class sooner or later. Don't give Principal Harper any more ammunition.
She looked back toward the building. I don't see how it matters now. For the rest of the afternoon, she was nowhere to be found. At least, if she was, she wasn't listening. In chemistry, she wasn't there for our quiz on the periodic table.
You're not dark, Elle. I would know.
In history, she wasn't there while we reenacted the Lincoln-Douglas debate, and Mr. Lee tried to make me argue the pro-slavery side, most likely as punishment for some future, liberally-minded paper I was bound to write.
Don't let them get to you like this. They don't matter.
In ASL, she wasn't there while I had to stand up in front of the class and sign "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star," while the rest of the basketball team just sat there smirking.
I'm not going anywhere, Elle. You can't shut me out.
That's when I realized she could. By lunch, I couldn't take it anymore. I waited for her to come out of trig, and I pulled her over to the side of the hall, dropping my backpack to the floor. I took her face in my hands and drew her into me.
Ethan, what are you doing? This.
I pulled her face into mine with both hands. When our lips touched, I could feel the warmth from my body seep into the coldness of hers. I could feel her body melting into mine, the inexplicable pull that had bound us together from the beginning, bringing us together again. Lena dropped her books and wrapped her arms around my neck, responding to my touch. I was becoming lightheaded. The bell rang. She pushed away from me, gasping. I bent down to pick up her copy of Bukowski's Pleasures of the Damned and her battered spiral notebook. The notebook was practically falling apart, but then again, she'd had a lot to write about lately.
You shouldn't have done that. Why not? You're my girlfriend, and I miss you.
54 days, Ethan. That's all I have. It's time to stop pretending we can change things. It'll be easier if we both accept it. There was something about the way she said it, like she was talking about more than just her birthday. She was talking about other things we couldn't change. She turned away, but I caught her arm before she could turn her back on me. If she was saying what I thought she was saying, I wanted her to look at me when she said it. "What do you mean, Elle?" I almost couldn't ask. She looked away. "Ethan, I know you think this can have a happy ending, and for a while, maybe I did too. But we don't live in the same world, and in mine, wanting something badly enough won't make it happen." She wouldn't look at me. "We're just too different." "Now we're too different. After everything we've been through?" My voice was getting louder. A couple of people turned and stared at me. They didn't even look at Lena. "We are different. You're a mortal, and I'm a caster, and those worlds might intersect, but they'll never be the same. We aren't meant to live in both." What she was saying was she wasn't meant to live in both. Emily and Savannah, the basketball team, Mrs. Lincoln, Mr. Harper, the Jackson Angels, they were all finally getting what they wanted. "This is about the disciplinary meeting, isn't it? Don't let them—" "It isn't just about the meeting. It's everything. I don't belong here, Ethan. And you do. So now I'm one of them. Is that what you're saying?" She closed her eyes, and I could almost see her thoughts tangled up in her mind. "I'm not saying you're like them, but you are one of them. This is where you've lived your whole life, and after this is all over, after I'm claimed, you're still going to be here. You're going to have to walk down these halls and those streets again, and I probably won't be there. But you will, for who knows how long, and you said it yourself. People in Gatlin never forget anything." 2 years. "What?" "That's how long I'll be here." 2 years is a long time to be invisible. Trust me, I know. For a minute, neither of us said anything. She just stood there, pulling shreds of paper from the wire spine of her notebook. "I'm tired of fighting it. I'm tired of trying to pretend I'm normal." "You can't give up. Not now. Not after everything. You can't let them win." "They already have. They won the day I broke the window in English." There was something about her voice that told me she was giving up on more than just Jackson. "Are you breaking up with me?" I was holding my breath. "Please, don't make this harder. It's not what I want either." "Then don't do it." I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. It was like time had stopped again, the way it had at Thanksgiving dinner. Only this time, it wasn't magic. It was the opposite of magic. "I just think things will be easier this way. It doesn't change the way I feel about you." She looked up at me, her big green eyes sparkling with tears. Then she turned and fled down a hallway that was so quiet you could have heard a pencil drop. "Merry Christmas, Lena." But there was nothing to hear. She was gone, and that wasn't something I would have been ready for. Not in 53 days, not in 53 years, not in 53 centuries. 53 minutes later, I sat alone, staring out the window, which was a statement right there, considering how crowded the lunchroom was. Gatlin was gray. The clouds had drifted in. I wouldn't call it a storm, exactly. It hadn't snowed in years. If we were lucky, we got a flurry or two, maybe once a year. But it hadn't snowed a single day since I was 12. I wished it would snow. I wished I could hit rewind and be back in the hallway with Lena. I wished I could tell her I didn't care if everyone in this town hated me, because it didn't matter. I was lost before I found her in my dreams, and she found me that day in the rain. I knew it seemed like I was always the one trying to save Lena, but the truth was, she had saved me, and I wasn't ready for her to stop now.
Hey, man.
Link slid onto the bench across from me at the empty table.
Where's Lena? I wanted to thank her.
For what? Link pulled a piece of folded notebook paper out of his pocket.
She wrote me a song. Pretty cool, huh?
I couldn't even look at it. She was talking to Link, just not to me. Link grabbed a slice of my untouched pizza.
Listen, I got a favor to ask you.
Sure. What do you need?
Ridley and I are going up to New York after break. If anyone asks, I'm at church camp in Savannah, far as you know.
There's no church camp in Savannah.
Yeah, but my mom doesn't know that. I told her I signed up because they have some kind of Baptist rock band.
And she believed that.
She's been acting a little weird lately. But what do I care? She said I could go.
It doesn't matter what your mom said, you can't go. There are things you don't know about Ridley. She's dangerous. Stuff could happen to you. His eyes lit up. I had never seen Link like this. Then again, I hadn't seen him too much lately. I'd been spending all my time with Lena, or thinking about Lena, the book, her birthday. The stuff my world revolved around now. Or did. Until an hour ago.
That's what I'm hoping. Besides, I got it bad for that girl. She really does something to me, you know?
He took the last slice of pizza off my tray. For a second, I considered telling Link everything, just like the old days, about Lena and her family, Ridley, Genevieve, and Ethan Carter-Waite. Link had known everything in the beginning, but I didn't know if he would believe the rest, or if he could. Some things were just asking too much, even from your best friend. Right now, I couldn't risk losing Link, too, but I had to do something. I couldn't let him go to New York or anywhere else with Ridley. Listen, man, you've gotta trust me. Don't get mixed up with her. She's just using you. You're gonna get hurt. He crushed a Coke can in his hand.
Oh, I get it. If the hottest girl in town is hanging out with me, she must be using me? I guess you think you're the only one who can pull a hot chick? When did you get so full of yourself?
That's not what I'm saying. Link got up.
I think we both know what you're saying. Forget I asked.
It was too late. Ridley had already gotten to him. Nothing I said was going to change his mind, and I couldn't lose my girlfriend and my best friend in the same day. Listen, I didn't mean it like that. I won't say anything. Not like your mom is speaking to me anyway.
It's cool. It's gotta be hard to have a best friend who's good-looking and as talented as me.
Link took the cookie off my tray and broke it in half. It might as well have been the dirty Twinkie off the floor of the bus. It was over. It would take a lot more than a girl, even a siren, to come between us. Emily was eyeing him. You'd better go before Emily rats you out to your mom. Then you won't be going to any church camp, real or imaginary.
I'm not worried about her.
But he was. He didn't want to be stuck in the house with his mom the whole winter break. And he didn't want to be frozen out by the team, by everyone at Jackson, even if he was too stupid or too loyal to realize it. On Monday, I helped Amma bring the boxes of holiday decorations down from the attic. The dust made my eyes water. At least, that's what I told myself. I found a whole little town, lit by little white lights, that my mom used to lay out every year under the Christmas tree, on a piece of cotton we pretended was snow. The houses were her grandmother's, and she had loved them so much that I had loved them, even though they were made of flimsy cardboard, glue, and glitter, and half the time they fell over when I tried to stand them up. Old things are better than new things, because they've got stories in them, Ethan. She would hold up an old tin car and say, Imagine my great-grandmother playing with this same car, arranging this same town under her tree, just like we are now. I hadn't seen the town since,
When? Since I'd seen my mom, at least. It looked smaller than before. The cardboard more warped and tattered. I couldn't find the people in any of the boxes or even the animals. The town looked lonely, and it made me sad. Somehow the magic was gone, without her. I found myself reaching for Lena in spite of everything. Everything's missing. The boxes are there, but it's all wrong. She's not here. It's not even a town anymore, and she's never going to meet you. But there was no response. Lena had vanished, or banished me. I didn't know which was worse. I really was alone, and the only thing worse than being alone was having everyone else see how lonely you were. So I went to the only place in town where I knew I wouldn't run into anyone. The Gatlin County Library. Aunt Marion? The library was freezing and completely empty, as usual. After the way the disciplinary committee meeting had gone, I was guessing Marion hadn't had any visitors. I'm back here! She was sitting on the floor in her overcoat, waist high amidst a pile of open books, as if they had just fallen off the shelves around her. She was holding a book, reading aloud, in one of her familiar book trances. We see him come, and know him ours, who with his sunshine and his showers turns all the patient ground to flowers. The darling of the world is come. She closed the book. Robert Herrick. It's a Christmas carol, sung for the king at Whitehall Palace. She sounded as far away as Lena had been lately, and I felt now. Sorry, don't know the guy. It was so cold I could see her breath when she spoke. Who does it remind you of? Turning the ground to flowers, the darling of the world. You mean Lena? I bet Mrs. Lincoln would have something to say about that. I sat down next to Marion, scattering books in the aisle. Mrs. Lincoln, what a sad creature. She shook her head and pulled out another book. Dickens thinks Christmas is a time for people to open their shut-up hearts freely and to think of people below them as if they really were fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures. Is the heater broken? Do you want me to call Gatlin Electric? I never turned it on. I guess I got distracted. She tossed the book back onto the pile surrounding her. Pity Dickens never came to Gatlin. We've got more than our share of shut-up hearts around here. I picked up a book. Richard Wilbur. I opened it, burying my face in the smell of the pages. I glanced at the words. What is the opposite of two? A lonely me, a lonely you. Weird. That was exactly how I was feeling. I snapped the book shut and looked at Marion. Thanks for coming to the meeting, Aunt Marion. I hope it didn't make trouble for you. I feel like it was all my fault. It wasn't. Feels like it was. I tossed the book down. What, now you're the author of all ignorance? You taught Mrs. Lincoln to hate and Mr. Hollingsworth to fear? We both just sat there, surrounded by a mountain of books. She reached over and squeezed my hand. This battle didn't start with you, Ethan. It won't end with you either, I'm afraid. Or me, for that matter. Her face grew serious. When I walked in this morning, these books were in a pile on the floor. I don't know how they got there or why. I locked the doors when I left last night, and they were still locked this morning. All I know is, I sat down to look through them, and every single book, every one of them, had some kind of message for me about this moment, in this town, right now. About Lena, you, even me. I shook my head. It's a coincidence. Books are like that. She plucked a random book out of the pile and handed it to me. You try. Open it.
I took the book from her hand. "What is it?" "Shakespeare, Julius Caesar." I opened it and began to read. "Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings." "What does that have to do with me?" Marion peered at me over her glasses. "I'm just the librarian. I can only give you the books. I can't give you the answers." But she smiled all the same. "The thing about fate is, are you the master of your fate, or are the stars?" "Are you talking about Lena or Julius Caesar? Because I hate to break it to you, but I never read the play." "You tell me." We spent the rest of the hour going through the pile, taking turns reading to each other. Finally, I knew why I had come. "Aunt Marion, I think I need to go back into the archive." "Today? Don't you have things you need to be doing? Holiday shopping, at least?" "I don't shop." "Spoken wisely. As for myself, I do like Christmas on the whole. In its clumsy way, it does approach peace and goodwill. But it is clumsier every year." "More Dickens?" E.M. Forster." I sighed. "I can't explain it. I think I need to be with my mom." "I know. I miss her too." I hadn't really thought about what I would say to Marion about how I was feeling, about the town and how everything was wrong. Now the words seemed stuck in my throat, like another person was stumbling through them. I just thought, if I could be around her books, maybe I could feel how it was before. Maybe I could talk to her. I tried to go to the graveyard once, but it didn't make me feel like she was there, in the ground. I stared at a random speck on the carpet. "I know. I still can't think about her being there. It doesn't make sense. Why would you stick someone you love in a lonely old hole in the dirt, where it's cold and dirty and full of bugs? That can't be how it ends, after everything she was." I tried not to think about it, her body turning into bone and mud and dust down there. I hated the idea that she had to go through it alone, like I was going through everything alone now. "How do you want it to end?" Marion laid her hand on my shoulder. "I don't know. Somebody should build her a monument or something. Like the general? Your mom would have had a good laugh about that." Marion pulled her arm around me. "I know what you mean. She's not there. She's here." She held out her hand, and I pulled her up. We held hands all the way back to the archive, as if I was still a kid she was babysitting while my mom was at work in the back. She pulled out a thick ring of keys and opened the door. She didn't follow me inside. Back in the archive, I sank into the chair in front of my mom's desk. My mom's chair. It was wooden and bore the insignia of Duke University. I think they had given it to her for graduating with honors or something like that. It wasn't comfortable, but comforting and familiar. I smelled the old varnish, the same varnish I'd probably chewed on as a baby, and right away I felt better than I had in months. I could breathe in the smell of the stacks of books wrapped in crackling plastic, the old crumbling parchment, the dust, and the cheap file cabinets. I could breathe in the particular air of the particular atmosphere of my mother's very particular planet. To me, it was the same as if I was 7 years old, sitting in her lap, burying my face in her shoulder. I wanted to go home. Without Lena, I had nowhere else to go. I picked up a small framed photograph on my mom's desk, almost hidden among the books. It was her and my father in the study at our house.
Someone had taken it in black and white a long time ago, probably for the back of a book jacket on one of their early projects when my dad was still a historian and they had worked together. Back when they had funny hair and ugly pants, and you could see the happiness on their faces. It was hard to look at, but harder to put down. When I went to return it to my mom's desk next to the dusty stacks of books, one book caught my eye. I pulled it out from under an encyclopedia of Civil War weapons and a catalog of native plants of South Carolina. I didn't know what the book was. I only knew it was bookmarked with a long sprig of rosemary. I smiled. At least it wasn't a sock or a dirty pudding spoon. The Gatlin County Junior League Cookbook, Fried Chicken and Sass. It opened, by itself, to a single page. Betty Burton's buttermilk pan-fried tomatoes. My mom's favorite. The scent of rosemary rose up from the pages. I looked at the rosemary more closely. It was fresh, as if it had been plucked from a garden yesterday. My mom couldn't have put it there, but no one else would use rosemary as a bookmark. My mom's favorite recipe was bookmarked with Lena's familiar scent. Maybe the books really were trying to tell me something. Aunt Marion, were you looking to fry up some tomatoes? She stuck her head in the doorway. Do you think I would touch a tomato, let alone cook one? I stared at the rosemary in my hand. That's what I thought. I think that was the one thing your mother and I disagreed on. Can I borrow this book, just for a few days? Ethan, you don't have to ask. Those are your mother's things. There isn't anything in this room she wouldn't have wanted you to have. I wanted to ask Marion about the rosemary in the cookbook, but I couldn't. I couldn't bear to show it to anyone else or to part with it. Even though I had never and probably would never fry a tomato in my entire life, I stuck the book under my arm as Marion walked me to the door. If you need me, I'm here for you. You and Lena. You know that. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. She pushed the hair out of my eyes and gave me a smile. It wasn't my mother's smile, but it was one of my mother's favorite smiles. Marion hugged me and wrinkled her nose. Do you smell rosemary? I shrugged and slipped out the door into the gray day. Maybe Julius Caesar was right. Maybe it was time to confront my fate, and Lena's fate. Whether it was up to us or the stars, I couldn't just sit around and wait to find out. When I walked outside, it was snowing. I couldn't believe it. I looked up into the sky and let snow fall on my freezing face. The thick, white, powdery flakes were drifting down with no particular purpose. It wasn't a storm, not at all. It was a gift, maybe even a miracle. A white Christmas, just like the song. When I walked up to my front porch, there she was, sitting bareheaded on my front steps with her hood down. The moment I saw her, I recognized the snow for what it really was. A peace offering. Lena smiled at me. In that second, the pieces of my life that had been falling apart fell back in place. Everything that was wrong just righted itself. Maybe not everything, but enough. I sat down next to her on the step. Thanks, Elle. She leaned against me. I just wanted to make you feel better. I'm so confused, Ethan. I don't want you to get hurt. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you. I ran my hand through her damp hair. Don't push me away, please. I can't stand to lose anyone else I care about. I unzipped her parka, slipping my arm around her waist, inside her jacket, and pulled her toward me. I kissed her as she pressed into me, until I felt like we would melt the whole front yard if we didn't stop. What was that? She asked, catching her breath. I kissed her again until I couldn't take it any longer and pulled back. I think that's called fate. I've been waiting to do that since the winter formal, and I'm not going to wait any longer. You're not? Nope. Well, you'll have to wait a little longer. I'm still grounded. Uncle M thinks I'm at the library. I don't care if you're grounded. I'm not. I'll move into your house if I have to and sleep with Boo in his dog bed. He has a bedroom. He sleeps in a 4-poster bed. Even better. She smiled and held on to my hand. The snowflakes melted as they landed on our warm skin. I've missed you, Ethan Waite. She kissed me back. The snow fell harder, dripping off us. We were practically radioactive. Maybe you were right. We should spend as much time together as we can before... She stopped, but I knew what she was thinking. We're gonna figure something out, Elle. I promise. She nodded half-heartedly and snuggled inside my arms. I could feel the calm beginning to spread between us. I don't want to think about that today. She pushed me away, playfully, back among the living. Yeah? What do you want to think about, then? Snow angels. I've never made one. Really? You guys don't do angels? It's not the angels. We only moved to Virginia for a few months, so I've never lived anywhere it snows. An hour later, we were soggy and wet and sitting around the kitchen table. Amma had gone to the Stop and Steal, and we were drinking the sorry hot chocolate I had attempted to make myself. I'm not sure this is the way you make hot chocolate, Lena teased me as I scraped a microwaved bowl of chocolate chips into hot milk. The result was brown and white and lumpy. It looked great to me. Yeah? How would you know? Kitchen, hot chocolate, please. I mimicked her high voice with my low one, and the result was a strange, cracking falsetto. She smiled. I had missed that smile, even though it had only been days. I missed it even when it had only been minutes. Speaking of kitchen, I have to go. I told my uncle I was at the library and it's closed by now. I pulled her onto my lap, sitting at the kitchen table. I was having trouble not touching her every second, now that I could again. I found myself making excuses to tickle her, anything to touch her hair, her hands, her knees. The pull between us was like a magnet. She leaned against my chest, and we just sat there until I heard feet padding across the floor upstairs. She bolted out of my lap like a frightened cat. Don't worry, that's my dad. He's just taking a shower. It's the only time he comes out of his study anymore. He's getting worse, isn't he? She took my hand. We both knew it wasn't really a question. My dad wasn't like this until my mom died. He just flipped out after that. I didn't have to say the rest. She'd heard me think it enough times, about how my mom died, and we stopped cooking fried tomatoes, and we lost the little pieces of the Christmas town, and she wasn't there to stand up to Mrs. Lincoln. And nothing was ever the same again. I'm sorry. I know. Is that why you went to the library today? To look for your mom? I looked at Lena, pushing her hair out of her face. I nodded, pulling the rosemary out of my pocket and placing it carefully on the counter. Come on, I want to show you something. I pulled her out of the chair and took her hand. We slid across the old wood flooring in our damp socks and stopped at the door to the study. I looked up the stairs to my dad's bedroom. I didn't even hear the shower yet. We still had plenty of time. I tried the door handle. It's locked, Lena frowned. Do you have the key? Wait, watch what happens. We stood there, staring at the door. I felt stupid standing there, and Lena must have too because she started to giggle. Just when I was about to laugh, the door began to unbolt itself. She stopped laughing. That's not a cast. I would be able to feel it.
I think I'm supposed to go in. Or we are.
I stepped back and the door bolted itself again. Lena held up her hand as if she was going to use her powers to open the door for me. I touched her back, gently. Elle, I think I need to do it. I touched the handle again. The door unbolted and swung open, and I stepped into the study for the first time in years. It was still a dark, frightening place. The painting, covered with a sheet, was still hanging over the faded sofa. Under the window, my dad's carved mahogany desk was papered with his latest novel, stacked on his computer, stacked on his chair, stacked meticulously across the Persian rug on the floor.
Don't touch anything. He'll know.
Lena squatted down and stared at the nearest pile. Then she picked up a piece of paper and turned on the brass desk lamp.
Ethan, don't turn on the light. I don't want him to come down here and freak out on us. He'd kill me if he knew we were in here. All he cares about is his book.
She handed me the paper without a word. I took it. It was covered with scribbles. Not scribbled words, just scribbles. I grabbed a handful of the papers closest to me. They were covered with squiggly lines and shapes, and more scribbles. I picked up a piece of paper from the floor. Nothing but tiny rows of circles. I tore through the stacks of white paper littering his desk and the floor. More scribbles and shapes, pages and pages of them. Not a single word. Then I understood. There was no book. My father wasn't a writer. He wasn't even a vampire. He was a madman. I bent down, my hands on my knees. I was going to be sick. I should have seen this coming. Lena rubbed my back. It's okay. He's just going through a hard time. He'll come back to you.
He won't. He's gone. She's gone, and now I'm losing him, too.
What had my father been doing all this time? Avoiding me? What was the point of sleeping all day and working all night if you weren't working on the great American novel? If you were scribbling rows and rows of circles? Escaping from your only child? Did Amma know? Was everyone in on the joke but me? It's not your fault. Don't do this to yourself. This time I was the one out of control. The anger welled up inside me, and I pushed his laptop off his desk, sending his papers flying. I knocked over the brass lamp, and without even thinking, yanked the sheet off the painting over the couch. The painting went tumbling to the ground, knocking over a low bookshelf. A pile of books went flying to the floor, sprawling open on the rug. Look at the painting. She righted it, amidst the books on the floor. It was a painting of me. Me, as a Confederate soldier in 1865, but it was me nonetheless. Neither one of us needed to read the penciled label on the back of the frame to know who it was. He even had the lanky brown hair hanging down in his face.
About time we met you, Ethan Carter Waite, I said, just as I heard my father lumbering down the stairs. Ethan, wait!
Lena looked at the door, panicking. Door! It slammed shut and bolted. I raised an eyebrow. I didn't think I was ever going to get used to that. There was pounding on the door.
Ethan, are you okay? What's going on in there?
I ignored him. I couldn't figure out what else to do, and I couldn't stand to look at him right now. Then I noticed the books. Look. I knelt on the floor in front of the nearest one. It was open to page 3. I flipped the page to 4, and it flipped back to 3, just like the bolt on the study door. Did you just do that? What are you talking about? We can't stay in here all night.
Marion and I spent the day in the library, and as crazy as it sounds, she thought the books were telling us things.
What things?
I don't know. Stuff about fate and Mrs. Lincoln and you.
Me?
Ethan, open this door!
My dad was pounding now, but he had kept me out long enough. It was my turn. In the archive, I found a picture of my mom in this study, and then a cookbook, open to her favorite recipe, with a bookmark made of rosemary. Fresh rosemary. Don't you get it? It has to do with you somehow, and my mom. And now we're here like something wanted me to come here. Or, I don't know, someone. Or maybe you just thought of it because you saw her picture. Maybe. But look at this. I flipped the page of the constitutional history book in front of me, turning it from page 3 to page 4. Once again, no sooner had I turned it than the page flipped back by itself. That's weird. She turned to the next book, South Carolina, Cradle to Grave. It was open to page 12. She flipped it back to 11. It flipped to 12. I pushed my hair out of my eyes. But this page doesn't say anything. It's a chart. Marion's books were open to certain pages because they were trying to tell us something, like messages. My mom's books don't seem to be telling us anything. Maybe it's some kind of code. My mom was terrible at math. She was a writer, I said, as if that was explanation enough. But I wasn't, and my mom knew that better than anyone. Lena considered the next book. Page 1. This is just the title page. It can't be the content. Why would she leave me a code? I was thinking out loud, but Lena still had the answer. Because you always know the end of the movie. Because you grew up with Amma and the mystery novels and the crosswords. Maybe your mom thought you would figure out something that no one else would get. My father half-heartedly banged away at the door. I looked at the next book, page 9 and then 13. None of the numbers went higher than 26, and yet lots of the books had way more pages than that. There are 26 letters in the alphabet, right? Yeah? That's it. When I was little and couldn't sit still in church with the sisters, my mom would make up games for me to play on the back of the church program. Hangman, scrambled words, and this, the alphabet code. Wait, let me get a pen. She grabbed a pen from the desk. If A is 1 and B is 2, let me write it out. Careful. Sometimes I used to do it backward, where Z was 1. Lena and I sat in the middle of the circle of the books, moving from book to book, while my father banged on the door outside. I ignored him, just like he had been ignoring me. I wasn't going to answer to him or give him an explanation. Let him see how it felt for a change. 3, 12, 1, 9, 13. Ethan, what are you doing in there? What was all that racket? 25, 15, 21, 18, 19, 5, 12, 6. I looked at Lena and held out the paper. I was already a step ahead. I think it's meant for you. It was as clear as if my mom was standing in the study, telling us in her own words, with her own voice. Claim yourself. It was a message for Lena. My mom was there, in some form, in some sense, in some universe. My mom was still my mom, even if she only lived in books and door locks and the smell of fried tomatoes and old paper. She lived. When I finally opened the door, my dad was standing there in his bathrobe. He stared past me, into the study, where the pages of his imaginary novel were scattered all over the floor and the painting of Ethan Carter Waite was resting against the sofa, uncovered. Ethan, what? Were you going to tell me that you've been locked in your study for months doing this? I held up one of the crumpled pages in my hand. He looked down at the floor. My dad may have been crazy, but he was still sane enough to know that I had figured out the truth. Lena sat down on the sofa, looking uncomfortable. Why?
That's all I want to know. Was there ever a book, or were you just trying to avoid me?" My dad raised his head slowly, his eyes tired and bloodshot. He looked old, like life had worn him down one disappointment at a time. "I just wanted to be close to her. When I'm in there, with her books and her things, it feels like she isn't really gone. I can still smell her. Fried tomatoes?" His voice trailed off, as if he was lost in his own mind again, and the rare moment of clarity was gone. He walked past me, back into the study, and bent down to pick up one of the pages covered with circles. His hand was shaking. "I was trying to write." He looked over at my mom's chair. "I just don't know what to write anymore." It wasn't about me. It had never been about me. It was about my mom. A few hours ago I had felt the same way in the library, sitting among her things, trying to feel her there with me. But now I knew she wasn't gone, and everything was different. My dad didn't know. She wasn't unlocking doors for him and leaving him messages. He didn't even have that. The next week, on Christmas Eve, the weathered and warped cardboard town didn't seem so small. The lopsided steeple stayed on the church, and the farmhouse even stood up by itself, if you said it just right. The white glitter glue sparkled, and the same old piece of cotton snow secured the town, constant as time. I lay on my stomach on the floor, with my head tucked under the lowest branches of the fat white pine, just as I always had. The blue-green needles scratched my neck as I carefully pushed a string of tiny white lights, one by one, into the circular holes in the back of the broken village. I sat back to take a look, the soft white light turning colors through the painted paper windows of the town. We never found the people, and the tin cars and animals were still gone. The town was empty, but for the first time, it didn't seem deserted, and I didn't feel alone. As I sat there listening to Amma's pencil scratching and my dad's scratchy old holiday record, something caught my eye. It was small and dark and snagged in a fold between layers of the cotton snow. It was a star, about the size of a penny, painted silver and gold, and surrounded by a twisted halo made of what looked like a paperclip. It was from the town's pipe cleaner Christmas tree, which we hadn't been able to find in years. My mom had made it in school as a little girl in Savannah. I put it in my pocket. I'd give it to Lena next time I saw her, for her charm necklace, for safekeeping, so it didn't get lost again. So I didn't get lost again. My mom would have liked that. Would like that. Just like she would have liked Lena. Or maybe even did. Claim yourself. The answer had been in front of us all along. It was just locked away with all the books in my father's study, stuck between the pages of my mother's cookbook. Snagged a little in the dusty snow. January 12th. Promise. There was something in the air. Usually when you heard that, there wasn't really something in the air, but the closer it got to Lena's birthday, the more I had to wonder. When we came back from winter break, the halls had been tagged with spray paint, covering the lockers and walls. Only it wasn't the usual graffiti. The words didn't even look like English. You wouldn't have thought they were words at all, unless you had seen the Book of Moons. A week later, every window in our English classroom was busted out. Again, it could have been the wind, except there wasn't even a breeze. How could the wind target a single classroom, anyway? Now that I wasn't playing basketball, I had to take PE for the rest of the year, by far the worst class at Jackson.
After an hour of timed sprints and rope burn from climbing a knotted rope to the gym ceiling, I got back to my locker to find the door open and my papers scattered all over the hall. My backpack was gone. Though Link found it a few hours later, dumped in a trash can outside the gym, I had learned my lesson. Jackson High was no place for the Book of Moons. From then on, we kept the book in my closet. I waited for Amma to discover it, to say something, to cover my room with salt. But she never did. I had pored over the old leather book, with and without Lena, using my mom's battered Latin dictionary for the past 6 weeks. Amma's oven mitts helped me keep the burns to a minimum. There were hundreds of casts, and only a few of them were in English. The rest were written in languages I couldn't read, and the caster language we couldn't hope to decipher. As we grew more familiar with the pages, Lena grew more restless. "Claim yourself, that doesn't even mean anything." "Of course it does. None of the chapters say anything about it. It's not in any description of the claiming in the book. We just have to keep looking. It's not like we're going to read it in the Cliff Notes." The Book of Moons had to have the answer, if we could just find it. We couldn't think about anything else, except the fact that a month from now, we could lose it all. At night, we stayed up late talking from our respective beds, because even now, every night seemed closer to the night that could be our last. "What are you thinking, Elle? Do you really want to know?" "I always want to know." Did I? I stared at the creased map on my wall, the thin green line connecting all the places I had read about. There they were, all the cities of my imaginary future, held together with tape and marker and pins. In 6 months, a lot had changed. There was no thin green line that could lead me to my future anymore. Just a girl. But now her voice was small, and I had to strain to hear her. "There's a part of me that wishes we'd never met." "You're kidding, right?" She didn't answer. Not right away. "It just makes everything so much harder. I thought I had a lot to lose before, but now I have you." "I know what you mean." I knocked the shade off the lamp next to my bed and stared straight into the bulb. If I stared right at it, the brightness would sting my eyes and keep me from crying. "And I could lose you." "That's not gonna happen, Elle." She was quiet. My eyes were temporarily blinded by swirls and streaks of light. I couldn't even see the blue of my bedroom ceiling, though I was staring right at it. "Promise?" "I promise." It was a promise she knew I might not be able to keep. But I made it anyway because I was going to find a way to make it true. I burned my hand as I tried to turn out the light. February 4th. The Sandman, or something like him. Lena's birthday was in a week. 7 days. 168 hours, 10,008 seconds. Claim yourself. Lena and I were exhausted, but we ditched school anyway to spend the day with the Book of Moons. I had become an expert at Amma's signature, and Miss Hester wouldn't dare to ask Lena for a note from Macon Ravenwood. It was a cold, clear day, and we curled together in the freezing garden at Greenbrier, huddled under the old sleeping bag from the beater, trying to figure out for the 1,000th time if anything in the book could help. I could tell Lena was starting to give up. Her ceiling was completely covered in Sharpie, wallpapered with the words she couldn't say and thoughts she was too scared to express. Dark fire, light dark, dark matter. What matters? The great darkness swallows the great light as they swallow my life. Caster, girl, super, natural, before, first sight, 7 days, 7 days, 7 days, 7. I couldn't blame her. It did seem pretty hopeless, but I wasn't ready to give up. I never would be. Lena slumped against the old stone wall, crumbling like what little chance we had left. This is impossible. There are too many casts. We don't even know what we're looking for. There were casts for every conceivable purpose, blinding the unfaithful, bringing forth water from the sea, binding the runes. But nothing that said, cast to uncurse your family from a dark binding, or cast to undo the act of trying to bring great-great-great-great-grandmother Genevieve's war hero back to life, or cast to avoid going dark at your claiming, or the one I was really looking for, cast to save your girlfriend, now that you finally have one, before it's too late. I turned back to the table of contents. Obsecrationes, incontamina, nectentes, maledicentes, maleficia. Don't worry, Elle. We'll figure it out. But even as I said it, I wasn't so sure. The longer the book stayed on the top shelf of my closet, the more I felt like my room was becoming haunted. It was happening to both of us, every night. The dreams, which felt more like nightmares, were getting worse. I hadn't slept for more than a couple of hours in days. Every time I closed my eyes, every time I fell asleep, they were there, waiting. But even worse, it was the same nightmare replayed again and again in a constant loop. Every night, I lost Lena over and over again, and it was killing me. My only strategy was to stay awake. Jacked up on sugar and caffeine from drinking Coke and Red Bull, playing video games, reading everything from Heart of Darkness to my favorite issue of Silver Surfer, the one where Galactus swallows the universe, over and over. But as anyone who hasn't slept in days knows, by the third or fourth night, you're so tired, you could fall asleep standing up. Even Galactus didn't stand a chance. Burning. There was fire everywhere, and smoke. I choked on the smoke and ash. It was pitch black, impossible to see, and the heat was like sandpaper scraping against my skin. I couldn't hear anything except the roar of the fire. I couldn't even hear Lena screaming, except in my head. Let go! You have to get out! I could feel the bones in my wrists snapping, like tiny guitar strings breaking one by one. She let go of my wrist like she was preparing for me to release her, but I'd never let go. Don't do that, Elle. Don't you let go. Let me go, please. Save yourself. I'd never let go, but I could feel her sliding through my fingers. I tried to hold on tighter, but she was slipping. I bolted upright in bed, coughing. It was so real. I could taste the smoke. But my room wasn't hot, it was cold. My window was open again. The moonlight allowed my eyes to adjust more quickly than usual to the darkness. I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. Something was moving in the shadows. There was someone in my room. Holy crap! He tried to get out before I noticed him, but he wasn't fast enough. He knew I'd seen him, so he did the only thing he could do. He turned to face me. Although I, myself, don't consider it particularly holy, who am I to correct you after such an ungraceful exit? Macon smiled his Cary Grant smile and approached the end of my bed. He was wearing a long black coat and dark slacks. He looked like he was dressed for some kind of turn-of-the-century night on the town, instead of a modern-day breaking and entering. Hello, Ethan. What the hell are you doing in my bedroom? He seemed at a loss, for Macon, which just meant he didn't have an immediate and charming explanation on the tip of his tongue. It's complicated. Well,
uncomplicated? Because you climbed in my window in the middle of the night, so either you're some kind of vampire or some kind of perv, or both. Which is it? Mortals, everything is so black and white to you. I'm not a hunter, nor a harmer. You would be confusing me with my brother, hunting. Blood doesn't interest me. He shuddered at the thought. Neither blood nor flesh. He lit a cigar, rolling it between his fingers. Amma was going to have a fit when she smelled that tomorrow. In fact, it all makes me a bit squeamish. I was losing my patience. I hadn't slept in days, and I was tired of everyone dodging my questions all the time. I wanted answers, and I wanted them now. I've had enough of your riddles. Answer the question, what are you doing in my room? He walked over to the cheap swivel chair next to my desk and sat down in one sweeping movement. Let's just say I was eavesdropping. I picked up the old Jackson High basketball t-shirt balled up on the floor and pulled it over my head. Eavesdropping on what, exactly? There's no one here. I was sleeping. No. Actually, you were dreaming. How do you know that? Is that one of your caster powers? I'm afraid not. I'm not a caster, not technically. My breath caught in my throat. Macon Ravenwood never left his house during the day. He could make himself appear out of nowhere, watch people through the eyes of his wolf that masqueraded as a dog, and nearly squeeze the life out of a dark caster without flinching. If he wasn't a caster, then there was only one explanation. So you are a vampire. I most certainly am not. He looked annoyed. That's such a common phrase. Such a cliché, and so unflattering. There are no such things as vampires. I suppose you believe in werewolves and aliens, too. I blame television. He inhaled deeply from his cigar. I hate to disappoint you. I'm an incubus. I'm sure it was just a matter of time before Amarie told you herself, since she seems so intent on revealing all my secrets. An incubus? I didn't even know if I should be scared. I must have looked confused because Macon felt compelled to elaborate. By nature, gentlemen like myself do have certain powers, but those powers are only relative to our strength, which we must replenish regularly. There was something disturbing about the way he said replenish. What do you mean by replenish? We feed, for lack of a better word, on mortals to replenish our strength. The room started to sway, or maybe Macon was swaying. Ethan, sit down. You look absolutely pallid. Macon strode over and guided me to the edge of the bed. As I said, I use the word feed for lack of a better term. Only a blood incubus feeds on mortal blood, and I am not a blood incubus. Although we are both Lilum, those who dwell in the absolute darkness, I am something entirely more evolved. I take something you mortals have in abundance, something you don't even need. What? Dreams. Fragmented bits and pieces, ideas, desires, fears, memories. Nothing you miss. The words came rolling out of his mouth as if he was speaking a charm. I found myself struggling to process them, trying to understand what he was saying. My mind felt like it was wrapped in thick wool. But then, I understood. I could feel the pieces clicking together like a puzzle in my mind. The dreams. You've been taking part of them? Sucking them out of my head? That's the reason I can't remember the whole dream? He smiled and stubbed his cigar out on an empty Coke can on my desk. Guilty as charged. Except for the sucking. Not the most polite phraseology. If you're the one sucking, stealing my dreams, then you know the rest. You know what happens in the end. You can tell us, so we can stop it. I'm afraid not. I selected the bits and pieces I took, rather intentionally. Why don't you want us to know what happens? If we know the rest of the dream, maybe we can stop it from happening. It seems you know too much already. Not that I understand it completely myself. Stop talking in riddles for once. You keep saying I can protect Lena, that I have power. Why don't you tell me what the hell is really going on, Mr. Ravenwood, because I'm tired, and I'm sick of being jerked around. I can't tell you what I don't know, son. You're a bit of a mystery. I'm not your son. Melchizedek Ravenwood! Amma's voice rang out like a bell. Macon started losing his composure. How dare you come into this house without my permission? She was standing in her bathrobe holding a long rope of beads. If I didn't know better, I'd have thought it was a necklace. Amma shook the beaded charm angrily in her fist. We have an agreement. This house is off limits. You find somewhere else to do your dirty business. It's not that simple, Amarie. The boy is seeing things in his dreams, things that are dangerous for both of them. Amma's eyes were wild. Are you feeding off of my boy? Is that what you're saying? Is that supposed to make me feel better? Calm down. Don't be so literal. I am merely doing what is necessary to protect them both. I know what you do and what you are, Melchizedek, and you will deal with the devil in due time. Don't you bring that evil into my house. I made a choice long ago, Amarie. I fought what I was destined to be. I fight it every night of my life, but I am not dark. Not as long as I have the child to concern me. Doesn't change what you are. That's not a choice you get to make. Macon's eyes narrowed. It was clear that the bargain between the two of them was a delicate one, and he had jeopardized it by coming here. How many times? I didn't even know. Why don't you just tell me what happens at the end of the dream? I have a right to know. It's my dream. It's a powerful dream, a disturbing dream, and Lena doesn't need to see it. She's not ready to see it, and you two are so inexplicably connected. She sees what you see, so you can understand why I had to take it. The rage welled up inside me. I was so angry, angrier than when Mrs. Lincoln stood up and lied about Lena at the disciplinary committee meeting, angrier than when I found the pages and pages of scribble in my father's study. No, I don't understand. If you know something that can help her, why won't you tell us? Or just stop using your Jedi mind tricks on me and my dreams and let me see it for myself. I am only trying to protect her. I love Lena, and I would never. I know, I've heard it. You'd never do anything to hurt her. What you forgot to say is that you won't do anything to help her either. His jaw tightened. Now he was the one who was angry. I knew how to recognize it now. But he didn't break character, not even for a minute. I am trying to protect her, Ethan, and you as well. I know you care for Lena, and you do offer her some sort of protection, but there are things you don't see right now, things that are beyond any of our control. One day, you will understand. You and Lena are just too different. a species apart, just like the other Ethan wrote to Genevieve. I understood, all right. Nothing had changed in over 100 years. His eyes softened. I thought maybe he pitied me, but it was something else. Ultimately, it will be your burden to bear. It's always the mortal who bears it. Trust me. I know. I don't trust you, and you're wrong. We aren't too different. Mortals, I envy you. You think you can change things, stop the universe, undo what was done long before you came along. You are such beautiful creatures. He was talking to me, but it didn't feel like he was talking about me anymore. I apologize for the intrusion. I'll leave you to your sleep. Just stay out of my room, Mr. Ravenwood, and out of my head. He turned toward the door, which surprised me. I expected him to leave the way he had arrived. One more thing. Does Lena know what you are? He smiled. Of course. We have no secrets between us. I didn't smile back. There were more than a few secrets between them, even if this wasn't one of them, and both Macon and I knew it. He turned away from me with a swirl of his overcoat and was gone. Just like that. February 5th. The Battle of Honey Hill. The next morning I woke up with a pounding headache. I did not, as so often happens in stories, think that the whole thing had never happened. I did not believe that Macon Ravenwood appearing and disappearing in my bedroom the night before had been a dream. Every morning for months after my mom's accident, I had woken up believing it had all been a bad dream. I would never make that mistake again. This time around, I knew if it seemed like everything had changed, it was because it had. If it seemed like things were getting weirder and weirder, it was because they were. If it seemed like Lena and I were running out of time, it was because we were. 6 days and counting. Things didn't look good for us. That was all there was to say. So, of course, we didn't say it. At school, we did what we always did. We held hands in the hallway, we kissed by the back lockers until our lips ached and I felt close to being electrocuted. We stayed in our bubble, enjoyed what we tried to pretend were our ordinary lives, or what little we had left of them. And we talked, all day long, through every minute of every class, even the ones we didn't have together. Lena told me about Barbados, where the water and the sky met in a thin blue line until you couldn't tell which was which, while I was supposed to be making a clay rope bowl in ceramics. Lena told me about her grandma, who let her drink 7-Up using red licorice as a straw, while we wrote our in-class Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde essays in English, and Savannah Snow smacked her gum. Lena told me about Macon, who, despite everything, had been there for every birthday, wherever she'd been, since she could remember. That night, after staying up for hour after hour with the Book of Moons, we watched the sunrise, even though she was at Ravenwood and I was at home. Ethan, I'm here. I'm scared. I know. You should try to get some sleep, Elle. I don't want to waste time sleeping. Me neither. But we both knew that wasn't it. Neither one of us felt much like dreaming. The night of the claiming being the night of greatest weakness, when the darkness within enjoins the darkness without, and the person of power opens to the great darkness, so stripped of protections, bindings, and casts of shield and immunity. Death, at the hour of claiming, is most final and eternal. Lena shut the book. I can't read any more of this. No kidding. No wonder your uncle is so worried all the time.
It's not enough that I could turn into some kind of evil demon. I could also suffer eternal death. Add that to the list under impending doom.
Got it. Demon, death, doom.
We were in the garden at Greenbrier again. Lena handed me the book and flopped on her back, staring up at the sky. I hoped she was playing with the clouds instead of thinking about how little we had figured out during these afternoons with the book. But I didn't ask her to help me as I paged through it, wearing Amma's old garden gloves that were way too small. There were thousands of pages in the Book of Moons, and some pages contained more than one cast. There was no rhyme or reason to the way it was organized, at least none that I could see. The table of contents had turned out to be some kind of hoax that only loosely corresponded to some of what could actually be found inside. I turned the pages, hoping I would stumble across something, but most of the pages just looked like gibberish. I stared at the words I couldn't understand.
Idargen vod hin sid argoch, datoduch I colum, troilach a thrauch ev. Buruch I rumen chun, vele kafkan vod, hin ruin de chai amdano, hin ruin I gesio.
Something jumped out at me, a word I recognized from a quote tacked on the wall of my parents' study. Pete et invenies, seek and you shall find. Invenies, find. Ut invenias quod abest, expedi nodum, torque et convolve, elique hoc vinculum, ut inveniam, quod desidero, quod peto. I tore through the pages of my mom's Latin dictionary, scrawling the words in the back as I translated them. The words of the cast stared back at me. To find what is missing, unravel the tie, twist and wind. Cast this bind, so I may find that which I yearn for, that which I seek.
I found something.
Lena sat up, peering over my shoulder. What are you talking about? She sounded less than convinced. I held my chicken scratch handwriting up for her to read.
I translated this. It seems like you use it to find something.
Lena leaned closer, checking my translation. Her eyes widened.
It's a locator cast. That sounds like something we can use to find the answer, so we can figure out how to undo the curse.
Lena pulled the book into her lap, staring at the page. She pointed to the other cast above it.
That's the same cast in Welsh, I think. But can it help us?
I don't know. We don't even really know what we're looking for. She frowned, suddenly less enthusiastic. Besides, spoken casting isn't as easy as it looks, and I've never done it before. Things can go wrong.
Was she kidding? Things can go wrong? Things worse than turning into a dark caster on your 16th birthday?
I grabbed the book out of her hands, burning the daisies off the tips of the gloves.
Why did we dig up a grave to find this thing and waste weeks trying to figure out what it says if we aren't even going to try?
I held the book up until one of the gloves started to smoke. Lena shook her head.
Give me that.
She took a deep breath.
Okay, I'll try, but I have no idea what will happen. This isn't usually how I do it. You know, the way I use my powers, all the natural stuff. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? It's supposed to be natural. I don't even know what I'm doing half the time. Okay, so this time you do, and I'll help. What do I need to do? Draw a circle, light some candles?
Lena rolled her eyes.
How about sit over there?
She pointed to a spot a few feet away.
Just in case. I was expecting a little bit more preparation, but I was just a mortal. What did I know? I ignored Lena's order to put some distance between myself and her first spoken cast, but I did take a few steps back. Lena held the book in one hand, which was a feat in itself because it was incredibly heavy, and took a deep breath.
Her eyes ran slowly down the page as she read. Unravel the tie, twist and wind, cast this bind, so I may find that which I yearn for. She looked up and spoke the last line, clear and strong. That which I seek. For a second, nothing happened. The clouds still lingered overhead. The air was still cold. It didn't work. Lena shrugged her shoulders. I knew she was thinking the same thing. Until we both heard it, a sound like a rush of air echoing through a tunnel. The tree behind me caught fire. It actually ignited from the bottom up. Flames raced up the trunk, roaring, spreading out to every branch. I had never seen anything catch fire that quickly. The wood started to smoke immediately. I pulled Lena away from the fire, coughing. Are you okay? She was coughing, too. I pushed her black curls away from her face.
Well, obviously that didn't work, unless you were looking to toast some really big marshmallows.
Lena smiled weakly. I told you things could go wrong.
That's an understatement.
We stared up at the burning cypress. That was 5 days, and counting. 4 days and counting. The storm clouds rolled in, and Lena stayed home sick. The Santee flooded and the roads were washed out north of town. The local news chalked it up to global warming, but I knew better. As I sat in Algebra 2, Lena and I argued about the book, which wasn't going to help my grade on the pop quiz. Forget about the book, Ethan. I'm sick of it. It's not helping.
We can't forget about it. It's your only chance. You heard your uncle. It's the most powerful book in the caster world.
It's also the book that cursed my whole family.
Don't give up. The answer has to be somewhere in the book.
I was losing her. She wouldn't listen to me, and I was about to fail my 3rd quiz of the semester. Great.
By the way, can you simplify 7x minus 2 times 4x minus 6?
I knew she could. She was already in trig. What does that have to do with anything?
Nothing, but I'm failing this quiz.
She sighed. A caster girlfriend had some perks. 3 days and counting. The mudslides started and the upper field slid into the gym. The squad wouldn't be cheering for a while, and the disciplinary committee was going to have to find a new place to hold their witch trials. Lena was still not back in school, but she was in my head the whole day. Her voice grew smaller, until I could barely hear it over the chaos of another day at Jackson High. I sat alone in the lunchroom. I couldn't eat. For the first time since I met Lena, I looked at everyone around me and felt a pang of, I don't know, something. What was it? Jealousy? Their lives were so simple, so easy. Their problems were mortal-sized, tiny, the way mine used to be. I caught Emily looking at me. Savannah bounced into Emily's lap, and with Savannah came the familiar snarl. It wasn't jealousy. I wouldn't trade Lena for any of this. I couldn't imagine going back to such a tiny life. 2 days and counting. Lena wouldn't even speak to me. Half the roof blew off the DAR headquarters when the high winds hit. The member registries Mrs. Lincoln and Mrs. Asher had spent years compiling, the family trees going back to the Mayflower and the Revolution, were destroyed. The Gatlin County Patriots would have to prove their blood was better than the rest of ours, all over again. I drove to Ravenwood on my way to school and banged on the door as hard as I could. Lena wouldn't come out of the house. When I finally got her to open the door, I could see why. Ravenwood had changed again. Inside, it looked like a maximum security prison. The windows had bars and the walls were smooth concrete, except for in the front hallway where they were orange and padded. Lena was wearing an orange jumpsuit with the numbers 0211. Her birthday, stamped on it, her hands covered in writing. She looked kind of cool, actually, her messy black hair falling around her. She could even make a prison jumpsuit look good. "What's going on, Elle?" She followed my gaze over her shoulder. "Oh, this? Nothing. It's a joke." "I didn't know Macon joked." She pulled at a loose string on her sleeve. "He doesn't. It's my joke." "Since when can you control Ravenwood?" She shrugged. "I just woke up yesterday and this is what it looked like. It must have been on my mind. The house just listened, I guess." "Let's get out of here. Prison is only making you more depressed." "I could be Ridley in 2 days. It's pretty depressing." She shook her head sadly and sat down on the edge of the veranda. I sat down next to her. She didn't look at me, but instead stared down at her prison-issue white sneakers. I wondered how she knew what prison sneakers looked like. "Shoelaces. You got that part wrong." "What?" I pointed. "They take away your shoelaces in real prisons." "You have to let go, Ethan. It's over. I can't stop my birthday from coming, or the curse. I can't pretend I'm a regular girl anymore. I'm not like Savannah Snow or Emily Asher. I'm a caster." I picked up a handful of pebbles from the bottom step of the veranda and chucked one as far as I could. "I won't say goodbye, Elle. I can't." She took a pebble from my hand and threw it. Her fingers brushed against mine, and I felt the tiny pulse of warmth. I tried to memorize it. "You won't have a chance to. I'll be gone, and I won't even remember I cared about you." I was stubborn. I couldn't listen to this. This time the pebble hit a tree. "Nothing will change the way we feel about each other. That's the one thing I know for sure. Ethan, I may not even be capable of feeling." "I don't believe that." I flung the rest of the stones out into the overgrown yard. I don't know where they landed. They didn't make a sound. But I stared out that way, as hard as I could, swallowing the lump in my throat. Lena reached out toward me, then hesitated. She put her hand down without so much as a touch. "Don't be mad at me. I didn't ask for any of this." That's when I snapped. "Maybe not, but what if tomorrow is our last day together, and I could be spending it with you, but instead you're here, moping around like you're already claimed?" She got up. "You don't understand." I heard the door slam behind me as she went back into the house, her cell block. Whatever. I hadn't had a girlfriend before, so I wasn't prepared to deal with all this. I didn't even know what to call it, especially not with a caster girl. Not having a better idea of what to do, I stood up, gave up, and drove back to school. Late, as usual. 24 hours and counting. A low-pressure system settled over Gatlin. You couldn't tell if it was going to snow or hail, but the skies didn't look right. Today, anything could happen. I looked out the window during history and saw what looked like some kind of funeral procession, only for a funeral that hadn't happened yet. It was Macon Ravenwood's hearse, followed by 7 black Lincoln town cars. They drove past Jackson High as they made their way through town and out to Ravenwood. Nobody was listening to Mr. Lee drone on about the upcoming reenactment of the Battle of Honey Hill, not the most well-known of Civil War battles, but it was the one the people of Gatlin County were most proud of.
In 1864, Sherman ordered Union Major General John Hatch and his troops to cut off the Charleston and Savannah Railroad to keep Confederate soldiers from interfering with his march to the sea. But due to several navigational miscalculations, the Union forces were delayed. He smiled proudly, writing navigational miscalculations out on the chalkboard. Okay, the Union was stupid. We got it.
That was the point of the Battle of Honey Hill, the point of the war between the states, as it had been taught to all of us since kindergarten. Neglecting, of course, the fact that the Union had actually won the war. In Gatlin, everyone kind of talked about it like a gentlemanly concession on the part of the more gentlemanly South. The South had taken, historically speaking, the high road, at least according to Mr. Lee. But today, nobody was looking at the board. Everyone was staring out the windows. The black Lincolns followed the hearse in a convoy down the street, behind the athletic field. Now that Macon had come out, so to speak, he seemed to enjoy making a spectacle of himself. For a guy who only came out at night, he managed to command a lot of attention. I felt a kick in my shin. Link was hunched over the desk, so Mr. Lee couldn't see his face.
Dude, who do you think is in all those cars?
Mr. Lincoln, would you like to tell us what happened next? Especially since your father will be commanding the cavalry tomorrow?
Mr. Lee was staring at us with his arms crossed. Link pretended to cough. Link's dad, a brow-beaten shell of a man, had the honor of commanding the cavalry in the reenactment since Big Earl Eaton died last year, which was the only way a reenactor ever advanced in rank. Someone had to die. It would have been a big deal in Savannah Snow's family. Link? He wasn't too big on the whole living history scene.
Let's see, Mr. Lee. Wait, I got it. We, won the battle and lost the war. Or was it the other way around? 'Cause around here, it's hard to tell sometimes.
Mr. Lee ignored Link's comment. He probably hung the stars and bars, the Confederate flag, in front of his house all year round. I mean, his double-wide.
Mr. Lincoln, by the time Hatch and the Federals reached Honey Hill, Colonel Colcock—
The class snickered, while Mr. Lee glared.
Yes, that was his real name. The colonel and his brigade of Confederate soldiers and militia formed an impassable battery of 7 guns across the road.
How many times were we going to have to hear about the 7 guns? You would have thought it was the miracle of the fish and the loaves. Link looked back to me, nodding in the direction of Maine.
Well, I think it's Lena's family. They were supposed to be coming in for her birthday.
Yeah, Ridley said something about that.
You guys still hanging out?
I was almost afraid to ask.
Yeah, man. Can you keep a secret?
Haven't I always? Link pulled up the sleeve of his Ramones t-shirt to reveal a tattoo of what looked like an anime version of Ridley, complete with the Catholic schoolgirl mini and knee socks. I was hoping Link's fascination with Ridley had lost some steam, but deep down, I knew the truth. Link would only get over Ridley when she was good and done with him, if she didn't make him jump headlong off a cliff first. And even then, he might not get over her.
I got it over Christmas break. Pretty cool, huh? Ridley drew it for me herself. She's a killer artist.
The killer part, I believed. What could I say? You tattooed a comic book version of a dark caster on your arm, who, by the way, has you under some kind of love spell, and who also happens to be your girlfriend?
Your mom is gonna freak when she sees that. She's not gonna see it. My sleeve covers it, and we have a new privacy rule in my house. She has to knock.
Before she barges in and does whatever she wants?
Yeah, well, at least she knocks first.
I hope so, for your sake.
Anyway, Ridley and I have a surprise for Lena. Don't tell Rid I told you, she'll kill me. But we're throwing Lena a party tomorrow, in that big field at Ravenwood.
That better be a joke.
Surprise!
He actually looked excited, as if this party was ever going to happen, as if Lena would ever go, or Macon would ever let her.
What were you thinking? Lena would hate that. She and Ridley don't even speak. That's on Lena, man. She should get over it. They're family.
I knew he was under the influence, a Ridley-fied zombie, but he was still pissing me off.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Just stay out of it. Trust me." He opened a Slim Jim and took a bite.
"Whatever, man. We were just trying to do something nice for Lena. It's not like she has that many people willing to throw her a party."
"All the more reason not to have one. No one would come." He grinned and stuffed the rest of the Slim Jim into his mouth.
"Everyone will come. Everyone's already coming. At least, that's what Rid says."
Ridley. Of course. She'd have the whole damn town following her around like the Pied Piper at the suck of her first lollipop. That didn't seem to be Link's understanding of the situation.
"My band, the Holy Rollers, are gonna play for the very first time ever."
"The what?"
"My new band. I started it, at church camp."
I didn't want to know anything else about what had happened over winter break. I was just happy he had made it back in one piece. Mr. Lee banged on the blackboard for emphasis, drawing a big number 8 in chalk.
"In the end, Hatch could not move the Confederates and withdrew his forces, with a count of 89 dead and 629 wounded. The Confederates won the battle, only losing 8 men. And that," Mr. Lee pounded proudly on the number 8, "is why you all will be joining me at the living history reenactment of the Battle of Honey Hill tomorrow."
Living history. That's what people like Mr. Lee called Civil War reenactments, and they weren't kidding. Every detail was accurate, from the uniforms to the ammunition to the position of the soldiers on the battlefield. Link grinned at me, all Slim Jim.
"Don't tell Lena. We want her to be surprised. It's like her birthday present from the two of us."
I just stared at him. I thought about Lena in her dark mood and her orange prison jumpsuit. Then Link's no doubt terrible band, a Jackson High party, Emily Asher and Savannah Snow, the Fallen Angels, Ridley, and Ravenwood, not to mention Honey Hill blowing up in the distance. All under the disapproving eye of Macon, Lena's other crazy relatives, and the mother who was trying to kill her, and the dog that allowed Macon to see every move we made. The bell rang. Surprise wouldn't even begin to describe how she would feel, and I was the one who'd have to tell her.
"Don't forget to sign in when you arrive at the reenactment. You don't get credit if you don't sign in. And remember to stay inside the ropes of the safe zone. Getting shot won't get you an A in this class," Mr. Lee called as we filed out the door.
Right about now, getting shot didn't seem like the worst thing in the world. Civil War reenactments are a seriously strange phenomenon, and the reenactment of the Battle of Honey Hill was no exception. Who would actually be interested in dressing up in what looked like really sweaty wool Halloween costumes? Who wanted to run around shooting antique firearms so unstable they had been known to blow people's limbs off when fired? Which is, by the way, how Big Earl Eaton had died. Who cared about recreating battles that happened in a war that took place almost 150 years ago, and that, in fact, the South didn't actually win? Who would do that? In Gatlin, and most of the South, the answer would be your doctor, your lawyer, your preacher, the guy who fixes your car, and the one who delivers your mail, most likely your dad, all your uncles and cousins, your history teacher, especially if you happen to have Mr. Lee, and most definitely the guy who owns the gun shop over in town. Come the second week of February, rain or shine, Gatlin thought about, talked about, and fussed about nothing but the reenactment of the Battle of Honey Hill. Honey Hill was our battle. I don't know how they decided that, but I'm pretty sure it had something to do with the 7 guns. People in town spent weeks preparing for Honey Hill. Now that it was down to the last minute, Confederate uniforms were being steamed and pressed all over the county, the smell of warm wool wafting through the air. Whitworth rifles were cleaned and swords polished, and half the men in town had spent last weekend at Buford Radford's place making homemade ammunition, because his wife didn't mind the smell.
The widows were busy washing sheets and freezing pies for the hundreds of tourists descending on the town to witness living history. The members of the DAR had spent weeks preparing for their version of the reenactment, the Southern Heritage Tours, and their daughters had spent 2 Saturdays baking pound cakes to serve after the tours. This was particularly amusing because the DAR members, including Mrs. Lincoln, conducted these tours in period dress. They squeezed into girdles and layers of petticoats that made them look like sausages about to burst from their casings. And they weren't the only ones. Their daughters, including Savannah and Emily, the future generation of the DAR, had to putter around the historic plantation houses dressed like characters from Little House on the Prairie. The tour had always started at the DAR headquarters, since it was the second oldest house in Gatlin. I wondered if the roof would be fixed in time. I couldn't help imagining all those women wandering around the Gatlin Historical Society, pointing out starburst quilt patterns above the hundreds of Castor scrolls and documents awaiting the next bank holiday below. But the DAR weren't the only ones to get into the act. The war between the states was often referred to as the First Modern War, but if you took a walk around Gatlin the week before the reenactment, there was nothing modern-looking about it. Every Civil War relic in town was on display, from horse-drawn wagons to howitzers, which any preschooler in town could tell you were artillery cannons resting on a set of old wagon wheels. The sisters even dragged out their original Confederate flag and tacked it up on their front door after I refused to hang it on the porch for them. Even though it was all for show, that's where I drew the line. There was a big parade the day before the reenactment, which gave the reenactors an opportunity to march through town in full regalia in front of all the tourists, because the next day they'd be so covered in smoke and dirt that no one would notice the shiny brass buttons on their authentic shell jackets. After the parade, there was a huge festival, with a pig pick, a kissing booth, and an old-fashioned pie sale. Amma spent days baking. Outside of the county fair, this was her biggest pie show, and her biggest opportunity to claim victory over her enemies. Her pies were always bestsellers, which drove Mrs. Lincoln and Mrs. Snow crazy. Amma's primary motivation for all that baking in the first place. There was nothing she liked better than showing up the women of the DAR and rubbing their noses in their second-rate pies. So every year, when the second week of February rolled around, life as we knew it ceased to exist, and we all found ourselves back at the Battle of Honey Hill, circa 1864. This year was no exception, with one peculiar addition. This year, as pickups pulled into town towing double-barreled cannons and horse trailers, any self-respecting cavalry reenactor owned his own horse, different preparations were also underway for a different battle. Only this one didn't begin at the second oldest house in Gatlin, but the oldest. There were howitzers, and then there were howitzers. This battle wasn't concerned with guns and horses, but that didn't make it any less of a battle. To be honest, it was the only real battle in town. As for the 8 casualties of Honey Hill, I couldn't really compare. I was only worried about one, because if I lost her, I would be lost too. So forget the Battle of Honey Hill. To me, this felt more like D-Day. February 11th. Sweet 16.
Leave me alone. I told all of you, there's nothing you can do.
Lena's voice woke me from a few hours of fitful sleep. I pulled on my jeans and a gray t-shirt without even stopping to think about it. About anything other than this. Day 1. We could stop waiting for the end to come. The end was here. Not with a bang but a whimper, not with a bang but a whimper, not with a bang but a whimper. Lena was losing it, and it was barely daylight. The book. Damn, I'd forgotten it. I ran back up into my room 2 stairs at a time. I reached up to the top shelf of my closet where I'd hidden it, bracing myself for the scorching that went along with touching a Castor book. Only it didn't happen, because it wasn't there. The Book of Moons, our book, was gone. We needed that book, today of all days, but Lena's voice was pounding in my head. This is the way the world ends, not with a bang but a whimper. Lena reciting T.S. Eliot was not a good sign. I grabbed the keys to the Volvo and ran. The sun was rising as I drove down Dove Street. Greenbrier, or the only empty field in Gatlin to everyone else in town, making it the location of the Battle of Honey Hill, was beginning to come to life, too. The funny thing was, I couldn't even hear the artillery outside my car window, because of the artillery going off in my head. By the time I ran up the steps of Ravenwood's veranda, Boo was waiting for me, barking. Larkin was on the steps, too, leaning against one of the pillars. He was in his leather jacket, playing with the snake that curled and uncurled its way around his arm. First it was his arm, then it was a snake. He shifted idly between shapes, like a dealer shuffling a deck of cards. The sight of it caught me off guard for a second. That and the way he made Boo bark. Come to think of it, I couldn't tell if Boo was barking at me or Larkin. Boo belonged to Macon, and Macon and I hadn't exactly left things on speaking terms. "Hey, Larkin." He nodded, disinterested. It was cold, and a puff of breath crept out of his mouth, as if from an imaginary cigarette. The puff stretched out into a circle that became a tiny white snake, which then bit into its own tail, devouring itself until it disappeared. "I wouldn't go in there if I was you. Your girlfriend is a little, how should I put it, venomous?" The snake curved its length around his neck, then became the collar of his leather jacket. Aunt Dell flung the door open. "Finally, we've been waiting for you. Lena's in her room and she won't let any of us in." I looked at Aunt Dell, so muddled, her scarf dangling lopsidedly from one shoulder, her glasses askew, even her off-kilter gray bun coming unraveled from its twist. I leaned in to give her a hug. She smelled like one of the sisters' antique cabinets, full of lavender sachets and old linens, handed down from sister to sister. Reese and Ryan stood behind her like a mournful family in a grim hospital lobby, waiting for bad news. Again, Ravenwood seemed more attuned to Lena and her mood than to Macon's, or maybe this was a mood they shared. Macon was nowhere to be found, so I couldn't tell. If you could imagine the color of anger, it had been splashed over every wall. Rage, or something equally dense and seething, was hanging from every chandelier, resentment woven into thick carpets padding the room, hatred flickering underneath every lampshade. The floor was bathed in a creeping shadow, a particular darkness that had seeped up into the walls, and right now was rolling across my Converse so I almost couldn't see them. Absolute darkness. I can't say for sure how the room looked. I was too distracted by how it felt, and it felt pretty rank. I took a tentative step onto the grand flying staircase that led up to Lena's bedroom. I'd gone up those stairs 100 times before. It's not like I didn't know where they went. And yet somehow, today felt different. Aunt Dell looked at Reese and Ryan, following behind me, as if I was leading the way into an unknown war front. When I stepped onto the second stair, the whole house shook. The 1,000 candles of the ancient chandelier swinging over my head shuddered and dripped wax down onto my face. I winced and jerked back. Without warning, the stairway curled up beneath my feet and snapped underneath me, tossing me back onto my butt, sending me skidding halfway across the polished floors of the entry hall. Reese and Aunt Dell made it out of the way, but I took poor Ryan with me, like a bowling ball hitting the pins at county line lanes. I stood up and shouted up the stairs, "Lena Duquesne, if you sick those stairs on me again, I'm gonna report you to the disciplinary committee myself." I took a step onto the first stair, and then the second. Nothing happened.
I will call Mr. Hollingsworth and personally testify that you're a dangerous lunatic.
I double-jumped the stairs all the way up to the first landing.
Because if you do that to me again, you will be. You hear me?
Then I heard it, her voice uncurling in my mind. You don't understand. I know you're scared, Elle, but shutting everyone out isn't going to make things any better. Go away. No. I mean it, Ethan. Go away. I don't want anything to happen to you. I can't. Now I was standing at her bedroom door, leaning my cheek against the cold white wood of the paneling. I wanted to be with her, as close to her as I could get without having another heart attack. And if this was as near as she would let me get, it was enough for me, for now. Are you there, Ethan? I'm right here. I'm afraid. I know, Elle. I don't want you to get hurt. I won't. Ethan, I don't want to leave you. You won't. What if I do? I'll wait for you. Even if I'm dark? Even if you're very, very dark. She pulled the door open and pulled me inside. Music was blasting. I knew the song. This was an angry, almost metal version of it, but I recognized it all the same.
16 moons, 16 years, 16 of your deepest fears, 16 times you dreamed my tears, falling through the years.
It looked like she had been crying all night. She probably had. When I touched her face, I saw it was still striped with tears. I held her in my arms, and we swayed while the song played on.
16 moons, 16 years, sound of thunder in your ears, 16 miles before she knew, 16 feet, what 16 fears.
Over her shoulder, I could see her room was in shambles. The plaster on her walls was cracked and falling, and her dresser was overturned, the way a thief tosses a room during a break-in. Her windows were shattered. Without the glass, the small metal panes looked like prison bars from some ancient castle. The prisoner clung to me as the melody wrapped around us. Still, the music didn't stop.
16 moons, 16 years, 16 times you dreamed my fears, 16 will try to bind the spheres, 16 screams, but just one hears.
The last time I was here, the ceiling had been almost completely covered in words detailing Lena's innermost thoughts. But now, every surface of the room was covered in her distinctive black handwriting. The edges of the ceiling now read, "Loneliness is holding the one you love when you know you might never hold him again." The walls, "Even lost in the darkness, my heart will find you." The door jams, "The soul dies at the hand of the one who carries it." The mirrors, "If I could find a place to run away, hidden safely, I would be there today." Even the dresser was marred with phrases. "The darkest daylight finds me here. Those who wait are always watching." And the one that seemed to say it all, "How do you escape from yourself?" I could see her story in the words, hear it in the music.
16 moons, 16 years, the flaming moon, the hour nears. In these pages, darkness clears, powers bind what fire sears.
Then the electric guitar slowed, and I heard a new verse, the end of the song. Finally, something had an ending. I tried to put the earth and fire and water and wind dreams out of my head as I listened.
16 moon, 16th year, now has come the day you fear. Claim will be claimed, shed blood, shed tear. Moon or sun, destroy, revere.
guitar died out, and now we were standing in silence.
"What do you think?"
She put her hand on my lips. She couldn't bear to talk about it. She was as raw as I had ever seen her. A cold breeze was blowing past her, surrounding her, and exhaling out through the open door behind me. I didn't know if her cheeks were red from the cold or from her tears, and I didn't ask. We fell onto her bed and curled into one ball until it would have been hard to sort out whose limbs were whose. We weren't kissing, but it was like we were. We were closer than I'd ever realized two people could be. I guess this was what it felt like to love someone and feel like you had lost them, even when you were still holding them in your arms. Lena was shivering. I could feel every rib, every bone in her body, and her movements seemed involuntary. I untangled my arm from around her neck and twisted so I could grab the pieced quilt from the foot of her bed and pull it up over us. She burrowed into my chest, and I pulled the quilt higher. Now it was over our heads, and we were in a dark little cave together, the two of us. The cave became warm with our breath. I kissed her cold mouth, and she kissed me back. The current between us intensified, and she nuzzled her way into the hollow of my neck. "Do you think we can stay like this forever, Ethan?"
"We can do whatever you want. It's your birthday."
I felt her stiffen in my arms.
"Don't remind me. But I brought you a present."
She held up the cover to let just a crack of light in. "You did? I told you not to."
"Since when did I ever listen to anything you say? Besides, Link says if a girl says not to get her a birthday present, that means get me a birthday present and make sure it's jewelry."
"That's not true of all girls."
"Okay, forget it."
She let the quilt drop, then snuggled back into my arms.
"Is it?" "What?"
"Jewelry."
"I thought you didn't want a present."
"Just curious." I smiled to myself and pulled down the quilt. The cold air hit us both at the same time, and I quickly pulled a small box out of my jeans and dove back under the covers. I lifted the quilt up so she could see the box. "Put it down, it's too cold." I let it fall, and we were surrounded by darkness again. The box began to glow with green light, and I could make out Lena's slender fingertips as she pulled off the silver ribbon. The glow spread, warm and bright, until her face was softly lit across from mine.
"That's a new one."
I smiled at her in the green light. "I know. It's been happening ever since I woke up this morning. Whatever I think just sort of happens."
"Not bad."
She stared at the box wistfully, as if she was waiting as long as she could to open it. It occurred to me that this was possibly the only present Lena would get today, aside from the surprise party I was holding off telling her about until the last minute. "Surprise party?"
"Whoops."
"You'd better be joking."
"Tell that to Ridley and Link."
"Yeah? The surprise is there isn't going to be a party."
"Just open the box."
She glared at me and opened the box, and more light came pouring out, even though the gift had nothing to do with that. Her face softened, and I knew I was off the hook about the party. It was that thing, about girls and jewelry. Who knew? Link was right, after all. She held up a necklace, delicate and shining, with a ring hanging from the chain. It was a carved gold circle, 3 strands of gold, sort of rose-colored and yellow and white, all braided into a wreath. "Ethan, I love it." She kissed me about 100 times, and I started talking even while she was kissing me, because I felt like I had to tell her before she put it on, before something happened. "It belonged to my mom. I got it out of her old jewelry box." "Are you sure about this?" she asked. I nodded. I couldn't pretend like it wasn't a big deal. Lena knew how I felt about my mom. It was a big deal, and I felt relieved that we both could admit it. It's not rare or anything, like a diamond or whatever, but it's valuable to me. I think she'd be okay with me giving it to you because, you know.
What?
You're gonna make me spell it out? My voice sounded weird, all shaky. I hate to break it to you, but you're not that great at spelling. She knew I was squirming, but she was going to make me say it. I preferred our silent mode of communication. It made talking, real talking, a lot easier for a guy like me. I brushed her hair off of the back of her neck and attached the necklace at the clasp. It hung around her neck, sparkling in the light, right above the one she never took off. Because you're really special to me.
How special?
I think you're wearing the answer around your neck. I'm wearing a lot of things around my neck. I touched her charm necklace. It all looked like junk, and most of it was, the most important junk in the world. And now it had become my junk, too. A flattened penny with a hole in it from one of those machines at the food court across from the movie theater where we had gone on our first date. A piece of yarn from the red sweater she had worn to go parking at the water tower, which had become an inside joke between us. The silver button I had given her for luck at the disciplinary meeting. My mom's little paperclip star. Then you should already know the answer. She leaned in to kiss me again, a real kiss. This was the kind of kiss that couldn't really be called a kiss, the kind that involves arms and legs and necks and hair, the kind where the quilt finally slides down to the floor, and in this case, the windows unshatter themselves, the bureau rights itself, the clothes return to their hangers, and the freezing cold room is finally warm. A fire burst into flame in the small, cold fireplace in her room, which was nothing compared to the heat running through my body. I felt the electricity, stronger than what I'd become used to, and my heartbeat quickened. I pulled back, out of breath. Where's Ryan when you need her? We're really going to have to figure out what to do about that. Don't worry, she's downstairs. She pulled me back down, and the fire in the grate crackled even louder, threatening to overpower the chimney with smoke and flame. Jewelry. I'm telling you, it's a thing. And love. And maybe danger. Coming, Uncle Macon. Lena turned to me and sighed. I guess we can't put it off any longer. We have to go down there and see my family. She stared at the door. The bolt unlocked itself. I rubbed her back, making a face. It was over. The day had turned to dusk by the time we made it out of Lena's room. I had thought we'd have to sneak down to visit Kitchen around lunchtime, but Lena simply closed her eyes and a room service cart rolled through the door and into the middle of her room. I guess even Kitchen was feeling sorry for her today. Either that, or Kitchen couldn't resist Lena's newfound powers any more than I could. I ate my weight in chocolate chip pancakes drenched in chocolate syrup, washed down with chocolate milk. Lena had a sandwich and an apple. Then everything dissolved back into kissing. I think we both knew this could be the last time we lay around in her room like this. It seemed like there was nothing else we could do. The situation was what it was, and if today was all we had, then at least we would have this. In reality, I was as terrified as I was exhilarated, but still, it wasn't even dinner time, and it was already the best and worst day of my life. I grabbed Lena's hand as we headed down the stairs. It was still warm, which was how I could tell Lena was in a better mood. The necklaces sparkled at her neck, and silver and gold candles hung in the air as we walked through them and beneath them down the stairs. I wasn't used to seeing Ravenwood looking so festive and full of light. which for a second made it feel almost like a real birthday, where the people celebrating are happy and lighthearted. For a second. Then I saw Macon and Aunt Dell. They were both holding candles, and behind them, Ravenwood was shrouded in shadows and darkness. There were other dark figures moving in the background, also holding candles. Worse, Macon and Dell were dressed in long, dark robes, like acolytes of a strange order, or druid priests and priestesses. It just didn't seem like, well, a birthday party. More like a really creepy funeral.
Happy Sweet 16. No wonder you didn't want to come out of your room. Now you see what I was talking about.
When Lena reached the last stair, she paused and looked back at me. She looked so out of place in her old jeans and my oversized Jackson High hoodie. I doubted Lena had ever dressed like this in her whole life. I think she just wanted to keep a piece of me with her, as long as she could.
Don't be scared. It's just the binding, to keep me safe until moonrise. The claiming can't happen until the moon is high.
I'm not scared, Elle.
I know. I was talking to myself.
She let go of my hand and took the last step down from the landing. When her foot touched the polished black floor, she was transformed. The flowing dark robes of the binding now hid the curves of her body. The black of her hair and the black of the robes blended into a shadow that covered her from head to toe, with the exception of her face, which was as pale and luminescent as the moon itself. She touched her throat, my mother's gold ring still hanging at her neck. I hoped it would help to remind her that I was there with her, just as I hoped it was my mom who had been trying to help us all along.
What are they going to do to you? This isn't going to be some freaky pagan sex thing, is it?
Lena burst out laughing. Aunt Dell looked over at her, horrified. Reese smoothed her robe primly with one hand, looking superior, while Ryan started to giggle.
Compose yourself,
Macon hissed. Larkin, somehow managing to look as cool in a black robe as he did in a leather jacket, snickered. Lena smothered the giggles down into the folds of her robe. As their candles moved, I could see the faces nearest to me, Macon, Dell, Lena, Larkin, Reese, Ryan, and Barkley. There were also faces that were less familiar. Aurelia, Macon's mother, and an older face, wrinkled and tanned. But even from where I stood, or tried to stand, she looked enough like her granddaughter that I instantly knew who she was. Lena saw her at the same time I did.
"Grandma! Happy birthday, sweetheart!"
The circle broke, briefly, as Lena ran over to fling her arms around the white-haired woman.
"I didn't think you would come." "Of course I did. I wanted to surprise you. Barbados is an easy trip. I was here in the blink of an eye."
She means that literally, right? What is she, another traveler? An incubus like Macon?
"A frequent flyer, Ethan. On United." I could feel what Lena was feeling, a brief moment of relief, even if I was only feeling stranger and stranger. Okay, so my dad was certifiable, and my mom was dead, sort of, and the woman who raised me knew a thing or two about voodoo. I was okay with all of that. It was just standing there, surrounded by the actual card-carrying, candle-bearing, robe-wearing casters. It felt like I needed to know about a lot more than living with Amma had prepared me for, before they started in with all the Latin and the casting. Macon stepped forward in the circle. Too late. He held his candle high.
Cur luna hac vinctum convenimus.
Aunt Dell stepped up next to him. Her candle flickered as she raised it, translating, "Why on this moon do we come together for the binding?" The circle responded, holding high their candles as they chanted, "Sextus decima luna, sextus decimo anno,
Illa capietur. Lena answered them in English. Her candle flared up until the flames almost seemed like they would burn her face. On the 16th moon, the 16th year, she will be claimed. Lena stood in the center of the circle with her head high. The candlelight was cast across her face from all directions. Her own candle began to burn into a strange green flame.
"What's going on, El?" "Don't worry. This is just part of the binding."
If this was just the binding, I was pretty sure I wasn't ready for the claiming. Macon began the chant I remembered from Halloween. What had they called it? Sanguis sanguinis mei, tutta la tua est. Sanguis sanguinis mei, tutta la tua est. Sanguis sanguinis mei, tutta la tua est. Blood of my blood, protection is thine. Lena went pale. A sanguineous circle, that was it. She held the candle high over her head, closing her eyes. The green flame erupted into a massive orange-red flame, exploding from her candle to every other candle in the circle, lighting them as well. "Lena!" I shouted over the sound of the explosion, but she didn't answer. The flame sprayed up into the darkness overhead, so high I realized there couldn't be a roof, any ceiling at all in Ravenwood tonight. I threw my arm over my eyes as the fire turned hot and blinding. All I could think about was Halloween. What if it was happening all over again? I tried to remember what they were doing that night to fight off Seraphine. What had they been chanting? What had Macon's mother called it? The sanguinis. But I couldn't remember the words, didn't know the Latin, and for once I wished I had joined the Classics Club. I heard a pounding on the front door, and in an instant the flames were gone. The robes, the fire, the candles, the darkness, and the light were gone. It all just vanished. Without missing a beat, they became a regular family, standing around a regular birthday cake, singing, "What the? Happy birthday to you." The last few notes of the song ended as the pounding on the front door continued. A massive birthday cake, 3 tiers of pink, white, and silver, sat on the coffee table in the center of the parlor, along with a formal tea service and white linens. Lena blew out the candles, waving the smoke away from her face, where seconds before there had been billowing flame. Her family burst into applause. Back in my Jackson High sweatshirt and jeans, she looked like any other 16-year-old.
"That's our girl."
Grandma put down her knitting and started to cut the cake, while Aunt Dell scurried to pour the tea. Reese and Ryan carried in an enormous stack of presents, while Macon sat in his Victorian wing-back chair and poured himself and Barkley a scotch.
"What's going on, El? What just happened?" "Someone's at the door. They're just being careful."
"I can't keep up with your family."
"Have some cake. This is supposed to be a birthday party, remember?"
The pounding on the door continued. Larkin looked up from his thick triangle of red velvet cake, Lena's favorite. "Isn't anyone going to get the door?" Macon brushed a crumb from his cashmere jacket, looking calmly at Larkin. "By all means, see who it is, Larkin." Macon looked at Lena and shook his head. She wouldn't be answering the door today. Lena nodded and leaned back into Grandma, smiling over cake like the doting granddaughter she really was. She patted the cushion next to her. Great. It was my turn to meet Grandma. Then I heard a familiar voice at the door, and I knew I would rather face anyone's Grandma than what was waiting outside the door right now. Because it was Ridley and Link, Savannah and Emily and Eden and Charlotte with the rest of their fan club and the Jackson basketball team. None of them were wearing their daily uniform, Jackson Angels t-shirts. Then I remembered why. Emily had a smudge of dirt on her cheek. The reenactment. I realized Lena and I had missed most of it already, and now we were going to fail history.
By now, it was all over, except the evening campaign and the fireworks. Funny how an F would seem like a big deal on any other day.
Surprise!
Surprise didn't even begin to describe it. Once again, I had allowed chaos and danger to find its way to Ravenwood. Everyone crowded into the front hall. Grandma waved from the couch. Macon sipped his scotch, composed, as always. It was only if you knew him that you knew he was about to lose it. Actually, come to think of it, why had Larkin even let them in? This can't be happening.
The surprise party. I forgot all about it.
Emily pushed to the front of the group.
Where's the birthday girl?
She held her arms out expectantly, like she was planning to give Lena a big hug. Lena recoiled, but Emily wasn't that easily deterred. Emily looped her arm through Lena's like they were long-lost friends.
We've been planning this party all week. We've got live music, and Charlotte rented these outdoor lights so everyone can see. I mean, the grounds of Ravenwood are so dark.
Emily dropped her voice as if she were discussing selling contraband on the black market.
And we have some peach schnapps. You have to see it,
Charlotte drawled, practically gasping for breath between words because her jeans were so tight.
There's a laser machine. It's a rave at Ravenwood. How cool is that? It's just like one of those college parties over in Somerville.
A rave? Ridley must have really pulled out all the stops for this one. Emily and Savannah throwing Lena a party and fawning over her like she was their snow queen. This must have been harder than getting them all to jump off a cliff.
Now, let's go up to your room and get you ready, birthday girl.
Charlotte sounded even more like a cheerleader than she normally did, always overcompensating. Lena looked green. Her room, half the writing on her walls was probably about them.
What are you talking about, Charlotte? She looks just gorgeous. Don't you think so, Savannah?
Emily gave Lena a little squeeze and looked at Charlotte disapprovingly, like maybe she should lay off the pie and put some effort into looking that gorgeous.
Are you kidding? I would just die for this hair,
Savannah said, winding a strand of Lena's hair around her finger.
It's so amazingly black. My hair was black last year, at least underneath,
Eden protested. Last year, Eden had dyed the underside of her hair black, leaving the top blonde, in one of her misguided attempts to distinguish herself. Savannah and Emily had teased her mercilessly until she dyed it back, a whole day later.
You looked like a skunk,
Savannah smiled at Lena approvingly.
She looks like an Italian. Let's go. Everyone's waiting on you,
Emily said, grabbing Lena's arm. Lena shrugged them off.
This has to be some kind of trick. It's a trick, all right, but I don't think it's the kind you're imagining. It probably has more to do with a siren and a lollipop. Ridley, I should have known.
Lena looked at Aunt Dell and Uncle Macon. They were horrified, as if all the Latin in the world hadn't prepared them for this one. Grandma smiled, unfamiliar with this particular brand of angel.
What's the rush? Would you children like to stay and have a cup of tea?
Hiya, Grandma, Ridley called from the doorway, where she was hanging back on the veranda, sucking on her red lollipop with an intensity that made me think if she stopped, this whole thing might fall like a house of cards. She didn't have me to get her through the door this time. She was an inch away from Larkin, who looked amused but stood directly in front of her. Ridley was spilling out of a tightly laced vest that looked like a cross between lingerie and something a girl on the cover of Hot Rod magazine would wear, and a low-slung jean skirt. Ridley leaned against the door frame.
Surprise, surprise.
Grandma put her teacup down. She picked up her knitting.
Ridley, what a pleasure to see you, dear. Your new look is very Becoming, darling. I'm sure you'll have lots of gentlemen callers."
Grandma flashed Ridley an innocent smile, though her eyes weren't smiling. Ridley pouted, but continued sucking on her lollipop. I walked over to where she was standing. "How many licks does it take, Rid?"
"For what, Short Straw?"
"To get Savannah Snow and Emily Asher to throw a party for Lena."
"More than you know, boyfriend."
She stuck out her tongue at me, and I could see it was streaked with red and purple. The sight was dizzying. Larkin sighed and looked past me. "There are maybe 100 kids out there, in the field. There's a stage and speakers, cars all along the road."
"Really?"
Lena looked out the window.
"There's a stage in the middle of the magnolia trees."
"My magnolia trees?" Macon was on his feet. I knew the whole thing was a farce, that Ridley was bringing this party to life with every suggestive lick. And Lena knew it too, but I could still see it in Lena's eyes. There was a part of her that wanted to go out there. A surprise party where everyone in school shows up, that must have been on Lena's regular high school girl list too. She could deal with being a caster. She was just tired of being an outcast. Larkin looked at Macon. "You're never gonna get them to leave. Let's get this over with. I'll stay with her the whole time, me or Ethan." Link pushed his way to the front of the crowd.
"Dude, let's go. My band, the Holy Rollers, it's our Jackson High debut. It's gonna be awesome."
Link was happier than I'd ever seen him before. I looked over at Ridley suspiciously. She shrugged, chewing on her lolly. "We're not going anywhere. Not tonight." I couldn't believe Link was here. His mother would have a heart attack if she ever found out. Larkin looked at Macon, who was irritated, and Aunt Dell, who was panicked. This was the last night either one of them wanted to let Lena out of their sight. "No." Macon didn't even consider it. Larkin tried again. 5 minutes. "Absolutely not." "When's the next time a bunch of people from her school are going to throw her a party?" Macon didn't miss a beat. "Hopefully, never." Lena's face fell. I was right. She wanted to be part of all this, even if it wasn't real. It was like the dance or the basketball game. It was the reason she bothered to go to school in the first place, no matter how horribly they treated her. It was why she showed up day after day, even if she ate on the bleachers and sat on the good eye side. She was 16, caster or not. For one night, that was all she wanted to be. There was only one other person as stubborn as Macon Ravenwood. If I knew Lena, her uncle didn't stand a chance. Not tonight. She walked over to Macon and looped her arm through his. "I know this sounds crazy, Uncle M, but can I go to the party, just for a little while, just to hear Link's band?" I watched for her hair to curl, the telltale caster breeze. It didn't move. This wasn't caster magic she was working. It was another kind altogether. She couldn't charm her way out from under Macon's watch. She would have to resort to older magic, stronger magic, the kind that had worked best on Macon from the time she first moved to Ravenwood. Plain old love. "Why would you want to go anywhere with these people after everything they've put you through?" I could hear him softening as he spoke. "Nothing's changed. I don't want anything to do with those girls, but I still want to go." "You're not making sense." Macon was frustrated. "I know, and I know it's stupid, but I just want to know what it feels like to be normal. I want to go to a dance without practically destroying it. I want to go to a party I'm actually invited to. I mean, I know it's all Ridley, but is it wrong if I don't care?" She looked up at him, biting on her lip. "I can't allow it. Even if I wanted to, it's too dangerous." They locked eyes. "Ethan and I never even got to dance, Uncle M. You said it yourself." For a second, it seemed like Macon might relent, but only for a second.
Here's what I didn't say. Get used to it. I never got to spend a day in any school, or even walk through town on a Sunday afternoon. We all have disappointments.
Lena played her last card. But it's my birthday. Anything could happen. This might be my last chance. The rest of the sentence lingered in the air. To dance with my boyfriend, to be myself, to be happy. She didn't have to say it. We all knew.
Lena, I understand how you feel, but it's my responsibility to keep you safe, especially tonight. You have to remain here with me. The mortals will only put you in harm's way or bring you pain. You can't be normal. You weren't meant to be normal.
Macon had never spoken to Lena like this. I wasn't sure if he was talking about the party or me. Lena's eyes shone, but she didn't cry. Why not? What's so wrong with wanting what they have? Did you ever stop to think they might have gotten something right?
What if they have? What does it matter? You're a natural. One day you will go somewhere Ethan can never follow. And every minute you spend together now will only be a burden you will have to carry for the rest of your life.
He's not a burden.
Oh, yes, he is. He makes you weak, which makes him dangerous.
He makes me strong, which is only dangerous to you. I stepped between them.
Mr. Ravenwood, come on. Don't do this tonight.
But Macon had already done it. Lena was furious. And what would you know about that? You've never been burdened with a relationship in your life. Not even a friend. You don't understand anything. How could you? You sleep in your room all day and mope around in your library all night. You hate everyone, and you think you're better than everyone. If you've never really loved anyone, how could you possibly know how it feels to be me? She turned her back on Macon, on all of us, and ran up the staircase, with Boo trailing after her. Her bedroom door slammed, the sound echoing back down into the hall. Boo lay down in front of Lena's door. Macon stared after her, even though she was gone. Slowly, he turned to me.
I couldn't allow it. I'm sure you understand.
I knew this was possibly the most dangerous night of Lena's life, but I also knew it might be her last chance to be the girl we all loved. So I did understand. I just didn't want to be in the same room with him right now. Link edged his way to the front of the crowd of kids still standing in the hall.
So, is there gonna be a party or not?
Larkin grabbed his coat. It's already a party. Let's get out there. We'll celebrate for Lena. Emily pushed her way next to Larkin, and everyone else trailed after them. Ridley was still standing in the doorway. She looked at me and shrugged. I tried. Link was waiting for me by the door.
Ethan, come on, man. Let's go.
I looked up the staircase.
Lena?
I'm gonna stay here. Grandma put down her knitting.
I don't think that she'll be coming down any time soon, Ethan. Why don't you go with your friends and check in on her in a few minutes?
But I didn't want to leave. This might be the last night we spent together. Even if we were spending it in Lena's room, I still wanted to be with her.
At least come out and hear my new song, man. Then you can come back and wait for her to come down.
Link had his drumsticks in his hand.
I think that would be best.
Macon poured himself another scotch.
You can come back in a little while, but we have some things we need to discuss in the meantime.
It was decided. He was kicking me out. One song,
Then I'm going to wait out front. I looked at Macon. For a little while. The field behind Ravenwood was crammed with people. There was a makeshift stage at one end with portable lights, the same kind they used for the night portion of the Battle of Honey Hill. There was music blasting from the speakers, but it was hard to hear over the cannon fire in the distance. I followed Link to the stage, where the Holy Rollers were setting up. There were 3 of them, and they looked about 30. The guy adjusting his guitar amp had tattoos covering both arms and what looked like a bike chain around his neck. The bass player had spiky black hair that matched the black makeup around his eyes. The 3rd guy had so many piercings it hurt just looking at him. Ridley hopped up, sat on the edge of the stage, and waved at Link.
Wait till you hear us. We rock. I just wish Lena was here.
Well, I wouldn't want to disappoint. Lena walked up behind us and wrapped her arms around my waist. Her eyes were red and teary, but in the dark, she looked just like everyone else.
What happened? Did your uncle change his mind?
Not exactly, but what he doesn't know won't hurt him, and I don't care if it does. He's being so awful tonight. I didn't say anything. I would never understand the relationship between Lena and Macon any more than she could understand the relationship between Amma and me. But I knew she was going to feel terrible when this was all over. She couldn't stand to hear anyone say anything bad about her uncle, not even me. For her to be the one saying it made it that much worse.
Did you sneak out?
Yeah, Larkin helped me. Larkin walked toward us, carrying a plastic cup. You only turned 16 once, right?
This isn't a good idea, Elle.
I just want one dance. Then we'll go back. Link headed for the stage.
I wrote you a song for your birthday, Lena. You're gonna love it.
What's it called? I asked suspiciously.
16 Moons. Remember? That weird song you could never find on your iPod? It just popped into my head last week, all in one piece. Well, Rid helped a little.
He grinned.
I guess you could say I had a muse.
I was speechless, but Lena grabbed my hand and Link grabbed the microphone, and there was no stopping him. He adjusted the microphone stand so that the mic was in front of his mouth. Well, to be honest, it was more like inside his mouth, and it was sort of gross. Link had watched a lot of MTV over at Earl's. You had to hand it to him, since he was about to get rolled off the stage, holy or not. He was pretty brave, all things considered. He closed his eyes, sitting behind the drums, sticks poised in the air.
1, 2, 3.
The lead guitarist, the surly-looking guy wearing the bike chain, hit one note on his guitar. It sounded awful, and the amps began to whine on either side of the stage. I winced. This was not going to be pretty. And then he hit another note, and another.
Ladies and gentlemen, if there are any either around.
Link raised an eyebrow, and a ripple of laughter moved through the crowd.
I'd like to say happy birthday, Lena. And now, put your hands together for the world premiere of my new band, the Holy Rollers.
Link winked at Ridley. The guy thought he was Mick Jagger. I felt bad for him and grabbed Lena's hand. It felt like I had plunged my hand into the lake in the winter when the top of the water was warm from the sun and an inch below that was pure ice. I shivered, but I wouldn't let go.
I hope you're ready for this. He's going to go down in flames. We'll be back in your room in 5 minutes. Promise.
She stared up at him thoughtfully. I'm not so sure about that. Ridley sat at the edge of the stage, smiling and waving like a groupie. Her hair was twisting in the breeze, pink and blonde strands beginning to loop around her shoulders. Then I heard the familiar melody, and 16 Moons was blasting out of the amps. Only this time, it wasn't like one of the songs from Link's demo tapes. They were good, really good. And the crowd went wild, like Jackson High was finally getting to have a dance after all. only we were in a meadow in the middle of Ravenwood, the most infamous and feared plantation in Gatlin County. The energy was amazing, surging like a rave. Everyone was dancing, and half the people were singing, which was crazy since nobody had ever even heard the song before. Even Lena had to crack a smile, and we began to sway with the crowd, because you really just couldn't help it. "They're playing our song." She found my hand. "I was just thinking that." "I know." She laced her fingers through mine, sending shivers through my body. "And they're pretty good," she said, shouting over the crowd. "Good? They're great, as in the greatest day of Link's life." I mean, it was crazy, the whole thing. The holy rollers, Link, the party, Ridley bobbing on the edge of the stage, sucking on her Ridley pop. Not the craziest thing I'd seen today, but still. So later, when Lena and I were dancing and 5 minutes came and went, and then 25, and then 55, neither one of us even noticed or cared. We were stopping time. At least, that's how it felt. We had one dance, but we had to make it last as long as we could, in case it was all we had. Larkin was in no hurry. He was all tangled up with Emily, making out by the